Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we present Home and Beauty by W. Somerset Maugham, a comedy set in London immediately after the First World War. What happens when a young woman finds herself married to two men at the same time, both of whom she loves dearly? After her husband, Major Bill Cardew, has been reported killed in France, lovely, frivolous Victoria marries his best friend, Major Frederick Lowndes. Their domestic bliss is suddenly and hilariously disrupted by Bill's return from the dead. Victoria adores both her husbands, and they both adore her. But while the two men argue the toss in the most gentlemanly way, Victoria finds her own way of unraveling the matrimonial tangle. Listen in a few moments to Home and Beauty, adapted by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
Here's an idea that will make you feel soft and beautiful, and you can do it this evening. Just take a long, creamy bath with Lux Beauty Soap. Sink back and relax, and let the extra rich lather of Lux soften your skin to film star smoothness. Think of it, the creamy, moisturizing lather making your skin silky and relaxed. The precious perfume of Lux caressing you all over. Lux is the one beauty soap chosen by most beautiful Hollywood film stars. They choose it for its rich, moisturizing lather and precious perfume. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows
in your eyes.
Put on Shield deodorant and it's dry in seconds. That's the way it stays right through the day. Shield never makes you feel sticky. It just protects you and keeps you dry, feminine, fresh. Wear Shield, and the only thing you show is confidence.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows
In your eyes, in your eyes.
And now Act 1 of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Home and Beauty.
Oh, Victoria, there's someone downstairs to see you.
Who is there? Who?
Mr. Lester Peyton. I didn't know you were still seeing anything of him.
He has been rather attentive lately, yes.
You should have married him instead of Freddie when poor Bill was killed in France. He's made a fortune during the war. He's got a Rolls Royce. And he can wangle things like butter and sugar.
Mother, don't talk like that. Freddie was Bill's best friend. It's only natural I should turn to him for comfort. And I adore him. Oh, he's a little unreasonable at times, but then so was Bill. I adored him, too.
Yes.
And they both adored me.
All the same,
both so handsome. Oh, look at their photographs side by side on my dressing table.
Yes.
And both dear souls. I flatter myself there aren't many women who'd be married to two dear souls.
I know, darling, but...
Bill was very fond of Freddie, and particularly wanted our child to be called after him. And that's why I called him Frederick, although he was born 3 months after poor Bill was killed.
I know, and that's why now you've married Freddie and had a son, you've
Called him William. Yes, I thought it was only fair, and Freddie agreed.
By the way, where is Freddie?
Oh, dear, I'm absolutely furious with him. He promised to take me out to luncheon, but he never turned up. Didn't even telephone. I think it's too bad of him. He may be dead for all I know.
What about Mr. Peyton? Are you going to see him? I mean, you can't keep him waiting all afternoon.
I may as well. Go and bring him up, Mother.
You're going to receive him up here? In your bedroom?
Well, certainly it's the only room in the house apart from the nursery where there's a fire. You know how difficult it is to get coal. Oh, yes, we mustn't keep Mr. Peyton waiting. Just give me a moment to put on some fresh lipstick, will you? I hope you didn't mind being dragged up all these stairs, Mr. Peyton. We have to be frightfully economical with our coal, you know. I can only afford to have a fire in my bedroom.
You're not going to tell me that you have any trouble in getting coal. Why on earth didn't you let me know?
You don't mean to say you could get me some?
Well, it's quite out of the question that a pretty woman shouldn't have everything she wants.
I told Freddie that I felt sure he could wangle it, but... well, I mean, what's the use of being at the War Office if you can't have some sort of pull? But he couldn't.
Well, leave it to me. I'll see what I can do.
How marvellous of you.
Now that these men are coming back from the front, no one will look at us poor devils who stayed at home if we don't make ourselves useful.
Well, you only stayed because it was your duty.
Oh, I volunteered, you know. I didn't wait to be called up. The government said to me, "You're a shipbuilder, go on building ships." So I built them ships.
And a little bird has whispered to me that the government intends to show its appreciation of your services in the honours list.
Oh, one doesn't ask for that. One's glad to have been able to do one's bit.
Oh, how true that is. That's just what I feel.
Yes, Victoria's worked herself to exhaustion.
I don't know how many committees I sat on or bazaars I opened.
That's true.
At the beginning of the war, you know, I worked in a canteen, but I had to give that up because I could never go out to lunch anywhere. I did think of working in a hospital, but they said I had no training.
Oh, I'm sure you would have made a very good nurse, dear.
I didn't propose being the ordinary sort of nurse. I was quite content to leave that to those who had to make their living by it. But it doesn't need any particular training to be nice to those poor, dear, wounded boys, to shake up their pillows and take them flowers and read to them. It only needs sympathy.
I don't know anyone who has more.
With people I like.
Well, darling, I think I'll go and see how my precious little grandsons are.
Oh, yes, Mother, do. Nanny's taken Fred out, but Baby's in the nursery.
Excuse me, Mr. Peyton.
Yes, of course. You have 2 children, haven't you, Mrs. Lums?
Yes, 2 sons. Fred, who'll be 2 next month by my first husband, Bill Cardew, and William, who's just 4 months by my second husband.
I'm sure you're a wonderful mother.
Oh, I adore my children.
And a perfect wife.
You think so?
Doesn't your husband?
Oh, he's only my husband. His opinion doesn't count.
He's a lucky man. I envy him.
Do you?
Shall I tell you what I think of you, Mrs. Lance?
Oh, no, don't. You'll only exaggerate. You know, there are only 2 qualities that I flatter myself on. I'm not vain, and I am unselfish. Oh, here's my husband now.
Afternoon, Peyton. Oh, good afternoon, Major Lance.
Freddie, where have you been all this time?
At my club.
But you promised to take me out to luncheon.
Did I? Oh, I forgot all about it. I'm so sorry.
Were you busy?
Yes.
Well, Bill was never too busy.
Are you obliged to receive visitors in your bedroom?
You don't mean to say you're jealous, darling. I thought you seemed grumpy. Come and give me a nice kiss,
I'm not in the least jealous.
Oh, you silly old thing. You know it's the only room in the house that's got a fire.
Why the dickens don't you have one in the drawing room?
My poor lamb, have you forgotten there's been a war and there happens to be a shortage of coal? I'll tell you exactly why we don't have a fire in the drawing room. Patriotism.
Well, I'm dashed if I can see why it'd be less patriotic to have a fire in the drawing room where we could all benefit from it, rather than here where it's no good to anyone but you.
Darling, you're not going to ask me to do without a fire in my bedroom. How can you be so selfish? Heaven knows I don't want to boast about anything I've done, but after slaving my life out these last 4 years, I do think I deserve a little consideration.
I'll go and see the kid.
It's not as if I grudged you the use of my room. You can sit here as much as you like. Besides, a man has his club. He can always go there if he wants to.
I apologize. You're quite right. You're always right.
I thought you wanted me to be happy.
But I do, darling.
Before we were married, you said you'd make that the chief aim of your life.
I can't imagine a sensible man would want a better one.
Well then, confess you've been a beast.
Oh, brute beast, darling.
No, I asked you to give me a kiss just now. Well, it's not a request I'm in the habit of having ignored.
And I trust it's not one that you're in the habit of making to all and sundry.
Now, tell me why you forgot to take me out to luncheon today.
I didn't forget. I was prevented. I haven't had luncheon myself. I'll just ring and ask the cook to send me up something.
Oh, the cook left this morning.
Again?
What do you mean again? This is the first time she's left.
But hang it all, she's only been here a week. I don't know why on earth you can't keep your servants.
No one can keep servants these days.
Other people do.
Don't speak to me like that, Freddie. I'm not used to it.
I shall speak to you exactly as I choose.
Well, it's so petty to lose your temper just because you can't have something to eat. I should have thought after spending 2 years in the trenches you'd be accustomed to going without a meal now and then.
Oh, for goodness sake, don't make a scene of it.
It's not I who am making a scene. I don't know how you can be so unkind to me. Bill would never have treated me like that.
But I can't imagine how you can...
I'm not exacting. I do everything I can to make you happy. I'm patience itself. Even my worst enemy would have to admit that I'm not selfish.
Victoria, now please, all I wanted
Bill
was...
wouldn't have taken my poor loving heart and thrown it aside like an old hat. Bill loved me. He would always have loved me. Oh, I adored that man. He waited on me, hand and foot. I'd give anything in the world to have my dear, dear Bill back again.
Well, I'm very glad you feel like that about it, because he'll be here in about 3 minutes.
What? What on earth do you mean?
He rang me up at the club this morning.
Freddie, what are you talking about? Who spoke to you?
Bill.
Bill? Well, Bill who?
Bill Cardew.
But he's dead, poor darling.
Well, he showed no sign of it on the telephone.
Oh, Freddie, how can you be so heartless to joke like
Well, just
this?
wait and see for yourself.
Now, Freddie, please, don't be vindictive. I didn't mean what I said. I adore you, darling, you know that. You can have a fire in your study and to the devil with a fuel controller. I'm sorry for all I said just now. There now. It's all right, isn't it?
Yes, perfectly. But it's not going to prevent Bill from walking into this room in about 2 minutes.
It's not true. It can't be. Poor Bill was killed at the Battle of Ypres. He was actually seen to fall. He was reported dead by the War Office. Oh, you know how distressed I was. I wore mourning and everything. We even had a memorial service.
Yes, I know. It'll want a devil of a lot of explaining turning up like this.
Well, I shall go stark staring mad in a minute. How do you know it was Bill on the telephone?
I recognize his voice.
What did he say exactly?
He said he was at Harwich Station and would be in London at 3:13, and would I break it to you?
But that was before luncheon. Why didn't you come at once and tell me?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was a bit shaken by then. I thought the first thing was to have a double whiskey and a small soda.
And what did you do then?
I sat down to think, and I thought steadily for a couple of hours.
And what have you thought?
Nothing. It's a devilish awkward position for me.
For you? And what about me?
I mean, after all, Bill was my eldest pal. You may think it rather funny that I've married his wife.
May think? Do you mean you haven't told him?
No.
He's coming here under the impression that I'm his wife?
Yes.
But why on earth didn't you tell him at once? It was the only thing to do.
Well, it just didn't strike me at the moment. Besides, it's rather a delicate thing to say on the telephone.
Well, someone must tell him.
I've come to the conclusion that you're the person to do it.
Oh, no, I'm not going to deal my darling Bill this bitter, bitter blow. Anyway, it's not my province.
Now, darling, you've got so much tact. I never knew anyone who could deal with a delicate situation as you can. You're so sympathetic, and you've got such a wonderful tenderness.
No. There's only one way to deal with this. You just take him by the arm and you say, "Look here, old man, the fact
It's
is..."
no good, Victoria. By George, here he is.
Oh, no, I haven't even parted my nose. Fortunately, I have no personal vanity. Oh, where's that powder puff? Where's my lipstick?
Hello. Well, here we are again.
Bill!
Well, was I right?
I can hardly believe my eyes.
Give me a kiss, old lady. Well, Freddie, old man, how's life?
A1, thanks.
Are you surprised to see me?
A little.
In fact, a good deal.
You've neither of you said you were glad to see me.
Yes, of course we're glad, Bill, darling, yes.
Tactful of me to get old Freddie to come round and break the news, don't you think, Victoria?
Yes, darling. And exactly like you.
It's just like old times to hear you calling me darling every other minute.
It's one of Victoria's favourite words.
You know, I nearly didn't warn you. I thought it would be rather a lark to break in on you in the middle of the night.
You what? I'm just as glad you didn't do that, Bill.
What a scene, my word. The Sleeping Beauty on her virtuous couch. Enter a man. Shrieks from the Sleeping Beauty. It is I, your husband. Tableau.
Oh, he really is a little lamb, Victoria. Who's that?
Who the devil do you think it is?
The language. And the voice. Bill Cardew's. Who is this man?
Well, I may be a bit thinner. and
No,
I've lost-
don't you come near me or I shall scream.
I was only going to kiss
Oh,
you.
take him away. Victoria, who is that man?
Well, Mrs. Shuttleworth, it's Bill Cardew.
But he's dead.
He doesn't seem to know it.
Oh, it's a horrible dream. Of course he's dead. That man's an imposter.
Shall I show you the strawberry mark on my left shoulder?
I tell you, Bill Cardew's dead.
Prove it.
Prove it. The War Office announced it officially. Victoria went into mourning. Why, we had a memorial service.
Fully choral.
Yes.
Did you have a memorial service for me, Victoria? Oh, that was nice.
We're all waiting for some sort of explanation.
Well, I was coming to that. I was just giving you time to get over your first raptures at seeing me again. Well, have you got over them?
I can only speak for myself.
I was wounded at Ypres. Badly wounded.
Yes, a fellow saw you fall. Said you were shot through the head. Just stopped a minute and saw you were killed and went on.
Well, I wasn't. I was eventually picked up and taken to Germany. Next thing I knew, I was in hospital. And my memory had completely gone.
Very strange.
But your memory came back.
Yes, gradually. It only returned fully shortly before we were released.
So couldn't you have written then?
They said I'd arrived before a letter or even a telegram.
Well, I suppose it is possible.
Well, I'm not dead, as you can see. And what's more, I propose to live for another 40 years, if not 50. Now, I wouldn't mind getting out of these dirty clothes and into something decent. I'll just go through to my dressing room. I remember I had a blue serge suit that was rather dressy.
Oh, wait a moment. I've put all your clothes away.
Where?
In camphor. You can't put them on until they've been well aired.
Oh, well, I suppose I can... I say, is that the kid? What's his name?
Well, don't you remember just before you went away, you said you'd like him called Frederick if he was a boy?
Yes, I did. But you said you'd made up your mind to call him Lancelot.
Yes, well, when I thought you were dead, I felt I must respect your wishes. Of course, I asked Freddie to be godfather.
Has the old ruffian been a standby to you while I've been away?
I have seen a good deal of him, yes.
I felt you were safe with him, you know. He's a brick.
I say, spare my blushes.
He was very kind to me during my bereavement.
Dear old chap. I knew you were a tower of strength.
I did what I could, you know.
Oh, don't be so modest about it all. Well, I'm going along to the nursery to make his lordship's acquaintance.
Oh, something's got to be done.
Yes, but what? Oh, Freddie, think of something.
I don't know what to do.
Well, you've got to do something, even if it's only something stupid.
The only thing that occurs to me is to stand on my head.
Hey, Victoria. Victoria, I think we've been done.
Oh, dear.
That child. Upon my soul, there's not much of him for a 2-year-old.
That baby was 4 months last Tuesday.
4 months? So you've been busy in my absence, Victoria?
Freddie, for goodness sake, explain. Don't just stand there with your mouth open.
The fact is, you've made a rather absurd mistake, Bill. You've been away so long that naturally there's a good deal you don't know.
Such as?
Well, that infant you saw isn't your son.
I had a sort of suspicion that he wasn't.
The fool.
Well, who the deuce is the father?
Well, in point of fact, I am.
You? You don't mean to say you're married?
Yes, lots of people are. In fact, marriage has been quite a thing during the war.
Well, I'm jolly glad to hear it, old man. I knew you'd be caught one of these days. You were a wily old bird, but... well, we all come to it. My very best congratulations.
Thanks, that's awfully good of you. I'm staying here, you know.
Oh, are you? First rate. Is your missus here, too?
It's rather difficult to explain.
Oh, don't tell me she's only got one eye.
Look, can't you guess why I'm staying here?
No. You don't mean you've married Victoria's mother?
Oh, good gracious.
Well, no, not exactly.
What do you mean by not exactly? I hope you hadn't been trifling with the affections of my mother-in-law.
Oh, do I look as if I were the mother of that baby?
We live in an age of progress. One should keep an open eye about things.
You misunderstand me, Bill.
Is there nothing between you and Victoria's mother?
Certainly not.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I should have liked to be your son-in-law. And you would have done the right thing by her, wouldn't you?
Really, Bill? I don't think you ought to talk like that about Mother.
If he's compromised her, he ought to marry her.
He hasn't compromised her, and he can't marry her.
Well, I don't want to be inquisitive, but if you didn't marry Victoria's mother, who did you marry?
Confound you, I married Victoria!
It's hello to Mrs. Felicity Usher, known as Flick. Hello, Flick.
Hello, Mr. John.
Tell me, Flick, what's the biggest wash day challenge that you could possibly imagine?
My son's white shirts. Quite honestly, I think he's the dirtiest boy in the school.
Really? Now, if I gave you a challenge, just one chance to get these dirty white shirts of your son's perfectly white again, how would you do it?
I'd use surf, because surf contains super glue. I think it's most important that white clothes should be white and not grey and grubby looking. And to look smart, they must be white.
Obviously, whiteness is very important to you.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, like Flick, most housewives I've challenged trust the experienced one, Surf with Super Blue for perfect whiteness.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant. What do you mean? I haven't got a maid. Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
Ah, that's easy. I use Dual.
Dual?
Yes, Dual, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Dual lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Dual, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting in this chilly drawing room, but I was still dressing. You're very kind to have come so soon.
What a catastrophe. You must be beside yourself. What in heaven's name are you going to do?
I've no idea. That's why I telephoned you. You have encouraged me to bring all my difficulties to you.
Yes, of course, yes. We must discuss the matter. I suppose you've been having the most terrible scenes.
Oh, heartrending. You see, they both adore me.
And you?
Oh, I only want to do my duty.
How like you. How exactly like you.
It was so sweet of you to come and see me at once. I was afraid you wouldn't have time.
Do you think I'd allow anything to stand in the way when you sent for me?
Oh, but I shouldn't like to think that you were putting yourself out on my account.
I wish I could pretend I were. As a matter of fact, I was only going down to see a place I've just bought in the country, and as I wanted to try my new roles, I thought I'd kill two birds with one stone.
Oh, I didn't know you were buying a place.
Oh, it's a very modest little affair. The park is not more than 300 acres, and there are only 15 bedrooms. But you see, I'm a bachelor. I want so little.
Where is it?
Oh, it's near Newmarket. A man in my position is bound to do something for the good of the country, and it seems to me that to patronize a good old English sport which gives employment to numbers of respectable men is an occupation which is truly patriotic. I'm going to take up racing.
Oh, I think it's splendid of you. So many men waste their money on their own selfish pleasures. It's such a relief to come across anyone who's determined to make thoroughly good use of it. I've often wondered why you didn't go into Parliament.
For the past 4 years, I've been too busy winning the war to bother about governing the nation.
Yes, but now they want strong men of keen intelligence and dominating personality.
It's possible that very soon I shall have the opportunity to show what sort of metal I'm made of, but not in the House of Commons.
In the House of Lords.
You mustn't ask me to betray the confidence of the Prime Minister.
Oh, you look splendid in scarlet and ermine.
But it's too bad of me to talk about my own concerns when yours are so much more important.
Oh, but you don't know how I love to hear you talk about yourself. One feels a brain behind every word you speak.
It's easy to be brilliant when one has a sympathetic listener.
Of course, Bill and Freddie are darlings, but their conversation is a little limited. During the war, you know, it was rather smart to talk about guns and flying machines and flea bags, but now...
I understand so well, dear lady.
Why do you call me that?
Well, out of pure embarrassment. I don't know whether to call you Mrs. Cardew or Mrs. Lowndes.
Well, why don't you split the difference and call me Victoria?
May I?
It'll make me feel that you're not an entire stranger. Oh, and I need a friend badly. I'm all at sea. I'm married to 2 men, and I feel as if I were married to neither.
I wish you weren't. I wish with all my heart you weren't.
Why?
Can't you guess?
Oh, I must be very stupid.
Don't you know that I dote on you? I curse my unhappy fate that I didn't meet you before you were married.
Would you have asked me to marry you?
Morning, noon, and night, until you consented.
Oh, well, I never want a Paris model so much as when I know it's been sold to somebody else. I wonder if you would want to marry me if I were free.
Yes, with all my heart.
But I'm not free.
And you, if you were, would you marry me?
I don't believe you're the sort of man who'd ever take no for an answer.
Oh, you're perfectly adorable.
I wonder if you'd take me out to luncheon.
Give me a chance.
Then come back in half an hour, and you'll find me ready.
Victoria! Oh, you're in here, Freddie. Why the devil have you left the window open? It's freezing.
I was trying to warm the room up a bit. Besides, they say it's healthy.
Well, a short life and a merry one for me. I like a fug.
Well, that won't make it any warmer. I tried that.
You silly ass. Oh, why didn't you light the fire?
But don't be so darned unpatriotic. You can't have a fire in the drawing room. Victoria must have one in her bedroom so that I... Where the devil did you get that suit?
Rather saucy, I flatter myself. Victoria sent it in for me.
Well, she needn't have sent you the only new suit I've had since the war. I think that's a bit thick.
Well, I couldn't go round in the dirty old thing I arrived in.
Well, if you'd had the decency to ask me, you might have had this suit I've got on.
Oh, thanks, but I don't altogether like that one. It's a bit baggy at the knees.
You're very much mistaken if you think you're going to wear all the new clothes and I'm going to wear all the old ones.
If you're going to be shirty about it, where the devil did you get that type in?
Victoria gave it to me on my birthday.
Yeah, well, it's mine. She gave it to me on my birthday first. And where did you get those cufflinks?
Those? Oh, Victoria gave them to me as a Christmas present.
Oh, did she? Well, she gave them to me as a Christmas present before she gave them to you. You jolly well take them off.
I'll see you blowed first. At your death, you left everything to her in your will. If she chose to give them to me, it's no business of yours.
Well, I'm not going to argue about it, but I think it's dash bad form to swank about in a dead man's jewellery.
By the way, did you ever have a hammered gold cigarette case?
Rather. That was Victoria's wedding present to me. Did you get it too?
Thrifty woman, Victoria.
I say, unless I have a fire, I shall turn into the Albert Memorial.
Well, it's all late. Apply a match and see what happens.
I think I will.
Here are some matches.
Oh, thanks. There.
But now I can take my overcoat off. You know, Victoria will be furious.
Oh, that's your lookout. You'll have to take the responsibility.
Me? It has nothing to do with me. You're the master of this house.
Not at all. I am but an honoured guest.
Oh, no. The moment you appeared, I sank into insignificance.
My dear fellow, where did I sleep last night? In the spare bedroom. That proves conclusively that I'm a guest, and nothing more.
Nonsense. Where the devil do you think I slept? Down here.
Oh, why on earth did you do that? You were perfectly sober when I went to bed.
Victoria said I couldn't sleep in the next room to hers now that you were back.
Oh, well, I dare say you made yourself very comfortable on the sofa.
Look at the darn thing.
By the way, why has all the furniture been changed?
Well, Victoria had the room redecorated after you were killed. It had too many old associations. She wanted to distract her mind.
Oh, I was under the impression that you'd undertaken that.
I was sympathetic. That is surely what you'd have liked me to be.
Of course. I'm not blaming you.
If you'd seen Victoria in tears, you couldn't have expected a man not to try and console her.
She's the only woman I ever knew who looks as pretty when she cries as when she smiles. It's a great power.
There. I knew you'd take it like a sensible man.
Quite so.
When would you like me to clear out?
My dear fellow, why should you want to do that? Surely you don't for a minute imagine that I shall be in the way. I propose to make my visit quite a brief one.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Victoria will be very disappointed. But of course that's no concern of mine. You and your wife must arrange that between you.
My dear fellow, you quite misunderstand me. I am not a man to come between husband and wife.
What the devil do you mean?
Well, if it comes to that, what the devil do you mean?
Good morning, Bill, dear.
Good morning, Victoria.
Good morning, Freddie.
Good morning, Victoria.
I went to Bill first because he'd been away so long.
Very naturally. And he was your husband long before I was.
I don't want either of you to be jealous of the other. Who lit that fire?
He did.
It was his match.
Of course, you don't care if we run so short of coal that my wretched babies die of double pneumonia. It's simply criminal to use coal in here.
I'm tortured by the pangs of remorse. But if you feel so badly about it, need you get quite so close to the fire?
Well, if there is a fire, I may as well get some benefit from it. Now, as I was saying, I don't want any jealousy. I adore you both, and I'm not going to show any favoritism.
It's quite all right, Victoria. I know quite well that I only came second in your heart. As long as Bill was around, you never had a thought for me.
Oh, I don't know about that. Even the most constant woman likes a change now and then.
No. I know Victoria has a faithful heart. She can never really love any man but you, Bill. Victoria, you know how I adore you. You're the only woman in the world for me. But Bill has come back. And therefore there's only one course open to me as a gentleman and a man of honor. It's a bitter, bitter sacrifice, but I'm equal to it. I renounce all rights in you. I will go away, a wiser and a sadder man, and leave you to Bill. Goodbye, Victoria. Give me one more kiss before we part forever.
Oh, how beautiful of you, Freddie. What a soul you've got.
Goodbye, Victoria. Forget me and live happily with a better man than I.
I shall never forget you, Freddie. Goodbye. Go quickly now. I shall break down.
Goodbye, Bill. Do be kind to her. I couldn't do this for anyone but you.
Nothing doing.
What do you mean? Get away from that door and let me pass.
Only over my dead body.
Bill, why prolong a painful scene?
My dear Victoria, I'm not the man to accept a sacrifice like that. No, I'll not come between you.
Oh, Bill, how noble.
Victoria, I'm a gentleman and a soldier. To all intents and purposes, I'm as dead as mutton. I'll remain so.
Victoria will never be happy with me now that you've come back.
Not another word. She's yours.
I understand it all. You're both so noble, so heroic, so unselfish. But I can't have you both. I must have a husband, but only one. I cannot have and will not have two.
Wait, I have an idea. Let's draw lots.
How do you mean, Freddie?
Well, we'll take 2 pieces of paper and make a cross on one of them. Then we'll fold them up and put them in a hat. We'll draw, and the one who draws the cross gets Victoria.
Oh, that'll be rather thrilling.
No, I'd sooner toss for it. I'm lucky at tossing.
You mean to say you funk it?
Well, I don't exactly funk it. It's an awful risk to take.
Oh, it'd be so romantic. Come on, get some paper, Freddie.
Yes, all right.
No, I don't like it. This isn't my lucky day. I saw the new moon through glass. I knew something was going wrong the moment I opened my eyes this morning.
There. Now, whoever draws the blank paper renounces all claim to Victoria. He vanishes from the scene like a puff of smoke. He'll never be heard of again.
I still don't like it. I repeat that I only do it under protest.
Now, Bill, don't be disagreeable the moment you come home.
We'll have plenty of time for that during the next 40 years.
And you seem rather above yourself, Freddie. Supposing you draw the blank.
I saw a dappled horse this morning. Well, the pieces of paper are ready. What shall we put them in?
Well, here's the waste paper basket. That's the best thing.
Right. Now, you do understand. One of these papers has a cross on it. I will put the 2 papers in the basket. There we are. And now Victoria shall hold it. It's agreed that whoever draws a blank shall leave the house at once.
Yes.
Right. Here you are, Victoria.
Now, shake them well.
All right. I say, isn't this thrilling?
Now, you draw first, Bill.
No, I can't. I really can't.
But it's your right. You're Victoria's first husband.
Oh, he's right there, Bill. You must have the first dip in the lucky bag.
Oh,
Come on.
This is awful. I'm sweating like a pig.
Courage, old man, courage.
It's no good. I can't.
Oh, I can see how much you love me, Bill.
Shut your eyes, man, and make a plunge for it.
Oh, well, the only thing is to get it over. I wish I'd been a better man.
Now, the other's yours, Freddie. Come on, take it.
Thank you. Blank. It's blank. Blank.
Oh, I haven't opened mine yet. Oh, my heavens.
Oh, my poor Freddie.
Don't pity me, Victoria. I want all my courage now. I've lost you, and I must bid you goodbye forever.
Oh, Freddie, this is too awful. You must come and see me sometime.
No, I couldn't. That's more than I could bear. I shall never forget you. You're the only woman I have ever loved. Give me one last kiss, Victoria. Goodbye.
Before you go, you might just let me have a look at that other piece of paper. The one with the blank on it.
Why do you want to see it?
Just curiosity.
Now, really, Bill. I don't know how you can be so heartless, giving way to curiosity when my heart is breaking. Anyway, I threw it on the fire.
Oh, no, you didn't. You put it in your pocket.
I've had enough of this. Can't you see that I'm a desperate man?
Not half so desperate as I am. If you don't give me that piece of paper quietly, I'll take it from you.
Go to blazes.
Come on, give it up.
What is the matter? Have you both gone mad?
I'll make you.
Here, don't you touch me.
Now, will you give it up?
Let go of my arm. You're twisting.
Yes, and I'll break it if you don't give me that paper.
Ow, you devil. Stop it. All right, you can have it.
That's better. Hand it over now.
There you are. I don't know how you can call yourself a gentleman.
You dirty dog.
Oh, what's the matter?
Well, look at that.
It's got a cross on it.
They both had crosses on them.
I don't understand.
Don't you? He was making quite sure that I shouldn't draw a blank.
What?
I did it for your sake, Victoria. I knew that your heart was set on Bill. Only you couldn't bear to hurt my feelings, so I thought I'd make it easier for you.
Oh, that was just like you, Freddie. You have such a charming nature.
It almost brings tears to my eyes.
Oh, now that's the baby. I must go and see where Nanny is. Now, don't say anything important till I get back.
How did you guess?
You were so devilish calm about it.
That was the calm of despair.
One might almost think you didn't want Victoria.
Bill, old chap, you know I'm not the sort of man to say a word against my wife.
Nor am I the sort of man to listen to a word against mine.
But hang it all, if a fellow can't discuss his wife dispassionately with her first husband, who can he discuss her with?
I can't imagine, unless it's with her second.
Tell me what you really think of Victoria.
The sweetest little woman in the world.
No man could want a better wife.
She's pretty.
Charming.
Delightful.
I confess that sometimes I've thought it hard that when I wanted a thing it was selfishness, and when she wanted it was only her due.
I did sometimes wish I could call my soul my own.
The fact is, I'm not worthy of her, Bill. As you so justly said, no man could want a better wife.
No, you said that.
But I'm fed up. If you'd been dead, I'd have seen it through like a gentleman, but you've turned up, so now it's over to you.
No. Look here, there's only one thing to do. She must choose between us.
I'd rather toss for it.
I'm not going to risk anything like that. I've had enough of your hanky-panky.
I thought I was dealing with a gentleman.
Here she's coming now.
Oh, really, this is too much. Nanny's given notice.
What?
So I've telephoned Mother to come and fetch the children.
Well, that's all right, then.
No, all the other servants are leaving too, right now.
Oh, well, that's a bit thick, I must say.
Oh, I've done everything in the world for them. And now to walk out like this. They're following the example of that wretched cook, of course.
Oh, well, Freddie and I will do the housework and cooking until you get some more. But there's one thing, Victoria.
Yes?
Well, we've decided there's only one thing to be done. You must choose between us.
Oh, how can I? I adore you both. Besides, there's nothing to choose between you. And I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
No, you must decide. Now take a good look at us, Victoria, and say which of us it's to be.
To tell you the truth, I don't see why it should be either.
What? Hang it all, it must be one or the other.
I think no one can deny that since the day I married you, I've sacrificed myself in every mortal way. I've worked myself to the bone to make you comfortable. Very few men have had such a wife as I've been to both of you. But one must think of oneself sometimes.
How true.
Well, the war's over now, and I think I've done my bit. I've married 2 dear souls. Now I want to marry a Rolls Royce.
But I thought you adored us.
Well, you see, I adore you both. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, and the result is...
a washout.
Hang it all, I think it's a bit thick. Do you mean to say that you fixed up to marry somebody else behind our back?
Oh, you know I wouldn't do a thing like that, Freddie.
Well, I don't get it.
My dear Freddie, have you ever studied the domestic habits of the unicorn?
We're afraid our education was very much neglected.
The unicorn is a shy and somewhat timid creature, and it's impossible to catch him with the snares of the hunter. But he's strangely impressionable to the charms of the fair sex. When he hears the frou-frou of a silk petticoat, he forgets his native caution. In short, a pretty woman can lead him by the horn.
Oh, Victoria, dear, I've come for the children. Oh, and Mr. Peyton is downstairs.
Did he come in a Rolls Royce?
Why, yes.
I'll come down at once. The unicorn's going to take me out to luncheon.
New Skip is the best powder for automatic washing machines. Ask any manufacturer about Skip's low-lather formula and how it works with his machine to give the best results. And ask any housewife about Skip's great new whitening power.
It's true. My machine manufacturer recommended New Skip, so I tried it. And it's fantastic. New Skip has oxygen whiteners, and it gets my whites really white. And Skip is great for colors, too. Whichever program I use on my automatic washing machine, Skip gives me wonderful results.
Yes, Skip is best for your clothes and your machine. That's why it's recommended by all 16 top manufacturers of automatic washing machines.
Close-Up toothpaste is for close-ups.
Close up when you're kissing. Kissing. Close up when you're touching. Touching. Close up when you're smiling. Smiling. Yeah, yeah. Close up is for close up.
When you're close to people, really close, you need new Close-Up toothpaste. Clear red or clear green mint. 2 whiteners clean your teeth their whitest white. A real mouthwash gives you fresh breath. Close-Up, it gets breath as fresh as possible and teeth as white as possible.
Close up when you're kissing. Kissing. Close up when you're touching. Touching.
I say, these coals weigh about a ton. You might carry them up to the drawing room.
I might, but I'm not going to. It isn't my work. I'm doing the cooking. You really can't expect me to do the housework as well.
Are you doing the cooking? Looking round this kitchen, I don't see any sign of it. There's a lot of dirty dishes. I don't see why I've got to sweat my life out.
You see, you have no organization. Housework's perfectly simple, only one must have organization. I have. That's my secret.
I was a mug to say I do the housework. I might have known you'd freeze onto a soft job if there was one.
I naturally undertook to do what I could do best. Cooking is an art. Any fool can do housework. Now just look nippy and get the table laid while I see to the potatoes.
Is it luncheon or dinner?
Well, I don't know yet, but we're having it down here in the kitchen because it's easier for dishing up. Organization again.
What does Victoria say to that?
No, I haven't told her yet.
She's in an awful temper this morning.
Oh, why?
Well, because the water in the bathroom wasn't hot.
Wasn't it?
You know very well it wasn't. You were too lazy to get up in time. So much for your organization.
What do you mean?
Well, ever since I've been at the War Office, I've heard fellows talking about organization, but I never could find anyone to tell me just what it was. It's beginning to dawn on me now.
Well, what is it?
Organisation means getting someone else to do your job for you if you can, and if you can't, letting it rip.
I really think it's too bad of you two. I've been ringing the bell for the last quarter of an hour. There are 2 men in the house, and neither of you pay the least attention.
We were having an argument.
Yes. Let me put it before you, Victoria.
It has nothing to do with Victoria. I'm the cook, and I won't have anyone come interfering with my kitchen.
You must do something, Victoria, or you'll get no luncheon.
I shan't be here for luncheon.
Why not?
Because Mr. Lester Peyton has made me an offer of marriage, and I have accepted it.
But you've got 2 husbands already, Victoria. Hello, who's that?
That's my solicitor.
Oh, what?
I told him to come at once. I'll go and open the door, Freddie, will you?
What the dickens does he want?
He's going to fix up my divorce.
You're not letting the grass grow under your feet, are you?
Hurry and answer the door, darling.
All right. I was just taking my apron off.
This is a desperate step you're taking, Victoria.
Well, I had to do something. You must see that the present situation is absolutely impossible.
Well, if you've quite made up your mind to divorce me, I can almost look upon you as another man's wife.
What do you mean by that?
Only that I can make love to you without feeling a thundering ass.
Oh, careful, they're coming. It would never do for my solicitor to find me in my husband's arms.
It would be outrageous.
How do you do, Mr. Raham?
How do you do?
Do you know my husband?
I'm pleased to meet you, gentlemen. I dare say it will facilitate matters if I am told which of you is which and which is the other.
Well, this is Major Cardew, my first husband, and this is my second husband, Major Loudon.
That makes it quite clear.
How do you do?
How do you do, Major? How do you do, Major? Interesting coincidence. Both majors.
I suppose Mrs. Lowndes has put you in possession of the facts, Mr. Raham.
I think so. We had a long talk in my office yesterday. She is determined to divorce you both. I've told her that this is not necessary, since she is obviously the wife of only one of you.
It's just as well to take no risks.
But do I understand that you 2 gentlemen are agreeable?
Speaking for myself, I'm prepared to sacrifice my feelings, deep as they are, to the happiness of Victoria.
Very nicely and feelingly put. And you, sir, will you give this lady the freedom she desires?
Yes, of course. Certainly.
Well, so far so good. Now, it will save time and trouble if we get up the case against both of you in the same way. Since neither of you will defend the case, there is no need for you to go to the expense of legal advice, and so I propose to go into the whole matter with you now.
You can feel quite easy about taking Mr. Raham's advice. He's arranged more divorce cases than any man in England.
You must be a very busy man.
I assure you, Major, I'm one of the busiest men in London. Well, I will come to the point. In this country, if a couple, for reasons which merely concern themselves, wish to part company, a husband needs only to prove adultery to divorce his wife. But the English law recognizes the natural polygamy of man, and so when a wife desires to divorce her husband, she must prove, in addition, cruelty or desertion. Now, do you wish the cause of offence to be cruelty or desertion?
Well, personally, I should prefer desertion.
Certainly. I should very much dislike being cruel to Victoria.
And you know, I could never hurt a fly.
Well, then we'll settle on desertion. I think myself it is the more gentlemanly way, and besides, it is more easily proved. I will arrange it all by means of letters. An application for the restitution of conjugal rights will be made, and then 6 months later we shall bring an action for divorce.
6 months later? But when will I be free, then?
In about a year.
Oh, but that won't do at all. I must have my freedom by, before the racing season ends at all events.
Oh, as soon as that?
Well, the Derby, if possible. Certainly by the 2,000 guineas.
Yeah, in that case, it will have to be cruelty.
It can't be helped. They'll have to be cruel.
I don't like the idea, Victoria.
Try and be a little unselfish for once, darling.
I'd never strike a woman.
If I don't mind, I don't see why you should.
Cruelty has its advantages. If it's properly witnessed, it has a convincing air which desertion never has.
My mother will swear to anything.
Servants are better. The judges are often unduly suspicious of the mother-in-law's testimony. But you can leave it safely to me. I've devised my own system and have never known it to fail. I always arrange for 3 definite acts of cruelty. First at the dinner table...
perhaps we could leave the principle for the time being and go into the details later.
Very well. But, let us pass to the last point. Trivial in itself, but essential in order to satisfy the requirements of our English law. Adultery.
That, I think, you can safely leave to us. With the price of a supper in my pocket and an engaging manner, I'm prepared to supply all the evidence you want.
I am shocked and horrified by your suggestion. Do you expect a man in my position to connive at immorality?
Immorality? Well, there must be, shall we say, a soupçon of it, under normal circumstances.
Not at all. I always arrange this part of the proceedings with the most scrupulous regard to propriety. I shall arrange for both of you to come to my office and meet a certain lady.
What's she like?
A most respectable person. I have employed her in practically all the fashionable divorces of the last 15 years.
You amaze me. Does she make money by it?
Oh, sufficient for her simple needs. She charges only 20 guineas for her services.
Well, I'm sure I could get it done for less.
And not by a woman of refinement.
Oh, well, with most of us, it's only once in a lifetime.
Well, I will proceed. You will fetch this lady at my office and drive with her to the Hotel Majestic, where you will register as husband and wife. You will be shown to a suite of rooms which I shall engage for you, and supper will be served in the sitting room. You will partake of this, and you will drink champagne.
I should like to choose the brand myself.
I have no objection to that.
Thanks.
Then you will play cards. Miss Montmorency is a wonderful card player. She has not only an unparalleled knowledge of all games for two, but she can do a great number of tricks. In this way, you will find the night pass without tediousness, and in the morning you will ring for breakfast.
Well, I'm not sure I'll have much appetite for it.
Sounds like the devil of a beano.
I should like to see her first.
Come to think of it, I'd like to see her too. Men are so weak. I'd be much easier in my mind if I'm sure these poor boys won't be led astray.
Well, that's easily arranged. I have Miss Montmorency with me. She is waiting in a taxicab at the door.
Is she that sort of person I should like to meet, Mr. Rayham?
Oh, a perfect lady. She comes from one of the best families in Shropshire.
Oh, well, go and fetch her, Freddie.
Very well.
Do you mean to say that with this evidence you'll be able to get a divorce?
No doubt of it. I've got hundreds.
Well, I'm only a soldier, and I dare say you'll not be surprised that I find it difficult to believe.
Brandy.
What's the matter?
Is this the way?
You'll soon see.
Come straight in, Miss Montmorency.
Make it a big one, and have one yourself, too.
Ah, Miss Montmorency.
But this is the kitchen.
Oh, I see what you mean. Let's have another.
I'm afraid it's the only room in the house that's habitable at the moment.
Yes, Miss Montmorency, Mrs. Frederick Lowndes.
I'm charmed to make your acquaintance. The injured wife, I presume?
Yes.
So sad. I'm afraid the war is responsible for the rupture of many happy marriages. I'm booked up for weeks ahead. So sad.
Do sit down, won't you?
Thank you. And now, which of these gentlemen is the erring husband?
Well, they both are.
Oh, really? And which are you going to marry after you've got your divorce?
Neither.
But I naturally concluded that one was the husband you are discarding, and the other the husband you are acquiring. The eternal triangle, you know.
In this case, the triangle is four-sided.
Oh, how very peculiar.
I don't want you to think I've been at all careless, but the fact is, through no fault of my own, they're both my husbands.
Oh, really? How very interesting. And which are you divorcing?
I'm divorcing them both.
Oh, I see. Oh, very sad. But I think I ought to tell you at once that I shouldn't like to misconduct myself. I use the technical expression with both these gentlemen.
Oh, we shall be generous, Miss Montmorency.
I have to think of my self-respect. One gentleman is business, but two would be debauchery.
Mrs. Lowndes is anxious to put this matter through as quickly as possible.
Well, I dare say my friend, Mrs. Onslow Jarvis, would oblige if I asked her as a personal favour.
Are you sure she can be trusted?
Oh, she's a perfect lady. The widow of a clergyman, and she has 2 sons in the army.
Unless we can get Miss Montmorency to reconsider her decision, I'm afraid we shall have to put up with Mrs. Onslow Jarvis.
I am adamant, Mr. Rayham, adamant.
Well, I'm all for Mrs. Onslow Jarvis, personally.
Then you fall to me, Major. I didn't quite catch your name.
Cardew.
I hope you play cards.
Sometimes.
Oh, it's such a relief to find a gentleman who's fond of cards.
Otherwise, I suppose the night seems rather long.
Oh, not to me, you know. I am such a student of human nature. But my gentlemen begin to grow a little restless when I've talked to them for 6 or 7 hours.
I can hardly believe it.
One gentleman actually said he wanted to go to bed. But of course I told him that would never do.
Forgive my asking. You know what men are. Do they never attempt to take liberties with you?
Oh, no. If you're a lady, you can always keep a man in his place.
I can assure you, Miss Montmorency, that you need have no fear that I shall take advantage of your delicate position.
Of course you will divest yourself of none of your raiment.
On the contrary, I propose to put on an extra suit of clothes.
I'm sure we shall have a delightful night. And I know you, Major,
Lowndes.
I'm sure, Major Lowndes, you'll like Mrs. Onslow Jarvis. She has such charm of manner, so much ease. You can see that she did a lot of entertaining when her late husband was vicar at Clacton. They have a very nice class of person at Clacton.
Yes, I shall be charmed to meet her.
I don't know what Mr. Raham would say to our sharing a suite. We could play bridge. She's a very fine bridge player, and we only play threepence 100 because in her position she can hardly gamble, can she?
I always like to oblige Miss Montmorency, but I hardly think that arrangement would do. You know how fussy some judges are. We might hit on one of them who saw nothing in it.
Well, let's take no risks. Business is business. It must be you and me alone then, Major Cardew. You will let me know in good time when you fix the fatal night. I'm very booked up just now.
Of course, we'll do everything to suit your convenience, Miss Montmorency. And now, Mrs. Lowndes, as we've settled up everything, I think Miss Montmorency and I will go.
I can't think of anything else.
Goodbye, then. I am not going to say goodbye to you, Major Cardew, but au revoir.
Believe me, I look forward to our next meeting.
Good morning, Mrs. Lowndes, and good morning, Major Cardew.
Shall I show you to
No, we shall find our own way out.
Goodbye, Mr. Raham. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, this is a bit of all right you've let us in for, Victoria.
Well, darling, it's the only thing I've ever asked you to do for me in all my life, so you needn't complain.
I'll bear it like a martyr.
The only thing left is for me to bid you goodbye.
Already?
You must understand, under the circumstances, it wouldn't be quite nice for me to stay here. Besides, without servants, it's beastly uncomfortable. I should go to Mother.
Oh, your mother?
Where else would you expect a woman to go in a crisis like this? And the children are there already, so,
Won't you even stay for luncheon?
Lester will give me a better one, I think. In any case, I realize it's a painful moment for both of you, and we shan't make it any easier by dragging it out.
True.
Goodbye, Bill. I forgive you everything, and I hope we shall always be good friends.
Goodbye, Victoria. I hope this will not be, by any means, your last marriage.
When everything's settled, you must come and dine with us. I'm sure you'll find Lester has the best wines and cigars that money can buy.
Goodbye.
And now, Freddie, it's your turn. Now that there's nothing more between us, you might give me back that tie pin I gave you.
Here you are.
Thank you. And there was a cigarette case. You've no doubt got it in your pocket.
Take it.
Thank you. They say jewelry's gone up tremendously in value since the war. I'll give Lester a cigarette case as a wedding present.
You always do, Victoria.
Men like it. Goodbye, Freddie, dear. I'll always have a pleasant recollection of you.
Goodbye, Victoria. Would you like a taxi?
No, thanks, I'll walk. I think the exercise will do me good.
Wonderful woman.
Yes, I shall never regret having been married to her. Now, what about lunch?
Annabella, if we could just have a turn to the left. That's enough. Now, smile. Yeah, I think that's just about it. Now we'll move on to the interior shots, and that's it for the day.
International fashion model Annabella G is on location in southern France. Being a top model, you can imagine how Annabella cares for her complexion. She uses Lux Beauty Soap.
Lux is so creamy, so very soft. It cares for my complexion. I wouldn't use anything else.
Like Annabella G, like beautiful women everywhere, choose the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux to care for your complexion. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant.
What do you mean? I haven't got a maid.
Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
Ah, that's easy. I use Duo.
Duo?
Yes, Duo, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Duo cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Duo lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Duo, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Duo cleans and polishes in one go.
In tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Home and Beauty by W. Somerset Maugham, the part of Victoria was played by Margaret Milner Smythe, with Roger Service as Bill Cardew, her first husband, and Tony Wood as Freddie Lowndes, her second husband. As her mother, you heard Sheila Raymond Jones. John Simpson played the part of Lester Patton, and Peter Lee Hunt that of Mr. Raham, the lawyer. Miss Montmorency was played by Gillian Lomberg. Home and Beauty was adapted by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players and Somerset Maugham's hilarious comedy about a shipwreck, a courtship, and an extra wedding. Too Many Husbands. It stars Bob Hope as husband number 1, Frank Sinatra as husband number 2, and Lucille Ball as the long-suffering wife. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players and Too Many Husbands. A year ago, Bill Cardew took a solo cruise in a ramshackle boat and disappeared from the face of the earth. His widow, Vicky, married Henry Lowndes, Bill's partner in the candy manufacturing business. This evening, Vicky picked Henry up at the office, and they are just returning home after dinner and a show. Peter, the butler, meets them at the door.
Good evening, madam. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Peter.
Hiya, Pete. Got a fire going for
Yes,
us?
sir.
Attaboy. Now you can trot along and throw yourself into the hay.
Very good, sir.
Say, you still reading that mystery, the case of the marinated corpse?
I completed it this evening, sir.
You did, huh? Who knocked off the victim?
The butler, sir.
Oh, well, I'll come up later, Pete, and lock you in.
Very good, sir. Oh, I beg your pardon, madam.
Yes, Peter?
I neglected to mention that a gentleman called while you were gone and left this message. I took it down verbatim.
Oh, you're getting sloppy, Pete. Next time, take it down word for word.
Very good, sir.
Thank you, Peter. That will be all. Now, what gentleman could be calling me?
Oh, you must have met one once. Read the message.
Just got in on a tramp steamer. Will be there as soon as the Department of Health scrapes off my barnacles. Bill. Now, who could that be? Bill! No, it can't be. He's dead.
Of course he's dead. It must be a joke.
Oh, Henry, it can't be a joke. He must have been rescued somehow.
Well, so what? Who cares?
Don't you realize that he thinks I'm still his wife, not your wife?
That's peachy. Looks like you started getting married and forgot to say when.
Oh, you'll have to break the news to him, Henry.
Pardon me, madam, but the gentleman who called is here. He says...
One side, Jeeves. Vicky, come to Papa.
Oh.
Well, kiss me, baby. Now another one. One of those was in the script.
Oh, Bill, are you really alive?
Still some doubt about it. Okay, let's take it again. Another one, huh? Shame it's only a half-hour show. Cuddle up close, Vicky. Ah, that's wonderful. Let's just stay like this until Take It or Leave It comes on the air.
Oh, but that's next Sunday, Bill.
Well, what's a good Saturday show? If there's an echo in here, it's got an awfully sore throat.
That's Henry, Bill. Say hello to Henry.
Hiya, Henry. Say, keep cuddling, kid. Gosh, it's good to be back.
Oh, Bill, I still can't believe it. How did you get back? What happened?
Oh, really nothing to it. My boat just sank in the middle of the ocean. I wise-mulered to the desert island. Yes, I just wise-muled right through there. That was me, and for almost a year, all I ate was fish. Nothing but fish.
Did you have a man Friday?
No, on Friday, more fish.
Poor Bill.
Oh, I'm not in such bad shape. Look at these muscles. Know how I got them?
How?
Well, the only thing left to my boat was 10-foot of chain in the anchor. I used it for a yo-yo. You want to look at my muscles, Henry?
No, thanks. The doctor told me to avoid excitement.
I see. Incidentally, Hank, old man. Hank, old man. Yes? Isn't it a little past your bedtime? Your Ovaltine must be boiling by now.
Oh, I don't know. I guess I could manage to stay up a little while longer.
Oh, don't force anything, kid.
Hello, Bill. Tell us some more about your experiences. Your message said that you got picked up by a steamer. Tramp.
That's tramp steamer and cut it out. Well, see you tomorrow, huh, Hank? Come on. Come on, Vicky, honey.
Bill, I think Henry has something to tell you.
More? This kid's getting to be quite a chatterbox. Okay. Okay, son, tell me, but remember, we're on the air.
Hardly know where to begin.
Well, I'll bet it's something about business, huh?
Oh, sure, that's it. Remember our best-selling candy?
You bet. The All-Day Delight?
That's right, the sucker that improves your pucker. And do you remember Peanut Rapture, the bar with glamour in every goober?
Yeah.
Well? Well, sir, there used to be 11.5 peanuts in every bar, and I've cut it down to 10.5.
No.
Yes. And I've got the slogan, watch for the day, the 7th of May.
Oh, great work, Hank, and good night.
Bill, Henry has something really important to tell you, and he'd better tell you now.
And it better be important. Come on, let's hear about it.
Well, I'm married, Bill.
No fooling. Who's the screwy bride? No, wait, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Let me guess. Myrtle?
No, you see...
Agnes, Bertha, Carolyn, Daisy, Elma, Frances, Gracie, Hildegard, Imogene?
Was Henry acquainted with all those girls?
Are you kidding? Dorothy Dix used to write to him.
Oh, wait.
I can't get over it, Hank. Gosh, some of these days you might even become a father.
So, that's the kind of a man I married, a wolf.
Yeah, he's the biggest... What? Who married?
Bill, old man, I've got something important to tell you.
Oh, so that's it. You've been hanging around here like a salami in a delicatessen because you live here, huh? You're her husband.
Well, I'm the nice one.
I can't believe this, Vicky. Did you really marry him, or did you just miss a question on truth or consequences?
But I thought you were dead, Bill, and I was lonely.
Lonely? Why didn't you join the Elks or something?
Can't you understand? I loved you so much that when they told me you were dead, I went all to pieces and married Henry.
Thanks for the fanfare, kid.
Well, I didn't mean it that way, Henry. You've been wonderful to me.
Oh, I understand, Vicky. I'm out of your life, forgotten. You found happiness, and I'm just a gopher in the garden of love. All right, I'll go.
Oh, please, Bill. We don't feel that way about you at all, do we, Henry?
Oh, I don't know now. I think he's got hold of something there.
Well, you've got one too many husbands. You'll just have to trade one of us in to Madman Muntz. Make up your mind, Vicky.
Not now, Bill. We're tired and upset. Let's get a good night's sleep and face the problem in the morning. Henry, you will sleep in the guest room with Bill. Good night, my men.
And this is what I dreamed about on that desert island.
Come on, lover boy.
So this is the guest room. My.
Well, what's wrong with it?
Well, it's gotten frillier since I was here. Used to be a room where a man could undress without feeling ashamed. How about a pair of pajamas? Any of mine left around here?
Nope. I gave all your stuff to a tramp.
And on you it looks good. Where do I sleep?
There's the bed.
You mean we've got to sleep in the same bed?
Aren't these tears in my eyes telling you?
I'm the guy who's got trouble. Last time I slept with you, I woke up black and blue.
That's the night I dreamed I was taking chances on the punch board, remember?
Yeah, this is quite a bed. No wonder you're so puny, Henry. You haven't been eating your grape nuts.
Well, how do you know?
You sneaked them upstairs and put them in this mattress.
Why not just stop beefing? Was there a nice, comfortable bed on that desert island?
Well, no, nothing but palm trees.
Okay, so there's a chestnut tree in the yard. Go out and hang on your tail. Who is it, a friend or another husband?
Come in.
I thought I'd see if you boys were all right.
Oh, I can't complain. Of course, I could use a pair of pajamas. The water on my knee has just turned into a popsicle.
Oh, poor Bill. Where are your pajamas, Henry?
I won't tell.
Now, I know they're in the second drawer. Go on, get a pair for Bill.
Oh, all right. But they'll be much too big for you, wise guy.
There you get it. Vicky, this is the first chance I've had to tell you how wonderful I am. I mean, how wonderful you are. Look, forget about Henry. You'll have to forget about one of us anyhow. I hear they're going to start rationing husbands.
Hey, what are you whispering about?
We weren't whispering.
No, I was just showing her where a barracuda bit me.
You mean where he bit your back?
Well, a fellow's got to eat.
Please, Bill, I don't want my husbands to quarrel. Give him the pajamas, Henry.
Here, take them.
Well, good night, boys. I just wanted to be sure you were all right.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't feel very good.
No? What's the matter?
Oh, deadly tropical fever. I've got it all through my body.
Couldn't think of a better place for it.
Put your hand on my head, Vicky.
All right. Why, it's not at all hot, Bill.
It will be. Just keep your hand there.
Hey, you know, I don't feel so good myself.
You don't? Stick out your tongue, dear.
Oh, that's no fun. You held his head.
You know, I don't don't believe either of you are a bit sick. Now go to sleep and we'll settle everything in the morning. Good night, boys.
The second act of the Lady Esther Screen Guild play will follow in a moment. Now, a word from Lady Esther.
Once each year, you wake up in the morning and it's your birthday. A special day to be celebrated just for you. But did you ever stop to think that your skin has a birthday every day? Skin specialists will tell you that every day your skin gradually sheds part of its outside layer, and down underneath a new, fresh skin is born. Isn't that remarkable? Your skin is always trying to make itself lovelier. But it needs your help because it has an insidious enemy, a stubborn film caused by natural oils mixed with cosmetics and dirt. You can't see or feel the stubborn film, and ordinary cleansing methods fail to remove it. You think your skin is clean when it isn't. But there is a safe, sure way to get rid of that stubborn film, and here it is. Smooth on my unique Lady Esther 4-purpose face cream and wipe it off. Immediately, and this is so important, apply Lady Esther cream again and wipe it off. This second cleansing with Lady Esther gets rid of that stubborn film. Now your skin is really clean, and instantly you see the difference, the clearer, fresher, younger look, the new softness and smoothness. Give your skin this wonderful chance to grow lovelier every day. Remove that stubborn film every night, my safe, sure Lady Esther way.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of Too Many Husbands, starring Lucille Ball, Bob Hope, and Frank Sinatra. It is now the following morning. Bill and Vicky are at the breakfast table. Henry has not yet appeared.
Coffee, dear?
Thanks. Fine thing. My first night home and I sleep in the guest room.
How many lumps?
About 8. Where'd you get that mattress anyway?
I wonder what's keeping Henry.
Well, he's pretty tired. He stayed up all night to watch me.
Really? What for?
I walk in his sleep. Pass me some more of that puffed rice, huh?
Oh, good morning. How did you sleep, Angel?
Great lover.
I'm talking to Vicky, Icky.
Peter, you may bring in Mr. Lowndes' breakfast now.
Yes, madam. Good morning, Mr. Lowndes. Here are your eggs, sir. Shall I serve them?
You look silly hatching him.
I think he can do it. You know that, don't you? Are you sure 6 eggs would be enough, old man? We can always put a couple of more chickens on the swing shift.
Why don't you lay off? Why can't you let a guy enjoy a quiet breakfast with his wife?
Don't forget that she's my wife, too.
Why, Peter.
I'm frightfully sorry, ma'am. I guess I'm a bit old-fashioned.
Oh, you mean what Mr. Cardew just said?
Yes, madam. The arrangement does sound rather, sophisticated.
Well, it really isn't, Peter. You see, Mr. Cardew is my first husband.
Oh.
Yeah, he was supposed to have been drowned at sea, but wasn't, unfortunately.
No, I wasn't. You see, I had 2 months to go on my Pepsodent contract, and the Lever brothers swam out and saved me.
Really?
You see, Peter, this is a very involved problem, and I'm afraid it's only the beginning.
Oh, madam, not a third one.
No, I haven't thought of that, but I can see how it could be habit-forming.
Well, I once knew a young woman who collected seashells, and it got a dreadful grip on her.
Well, tell us more, Peter.
Pull yourself together, Pete. The whole thing will be settled by tomorrow.
I hope so, sir. Either one of you gentlemen goes or I go.
Oh, stop acting like an old maid.
It's not that, sir. I simply won't shine 4 shoes every morning.
Everybody's got a union, isn't that
I
all?
wait your...
Thank you.
There, you see.
Thank you, Peter.
Even Peter is shocked. Even Peter is shocked because I have one husband too many, and we've got to do something about it.
You're right, Vicky. I'll kill Henry this afternoon.
Darling, you've got to choose between us, and I'll help Bill pack.
Oh, I didn't sleep a wink last night. I just tossed in bed thinking and thinking and thinking. And finally I decided that...
Yes?
That I couldn't make up my mind.
Oh.
But the time has come. I must make a decision now.
Good. Good, and I hope the loser will have the decency to join the... I said good, and I hope the loser will have the decency to join the Foreign Legion. Tell me, Bill, if
What's
you
that?
lose, will you join the Foreign Legion?
Will I do what?
Will you join the Foreign Legion?
Well, I'll meet you halfway. I'll go down to the library and read Beau Jest. Stout fellow, aren't you? It's just the way this
boys,
suit fits. Stop
please.
that.
Now, just sit there, both of you, and don't say a word. Just let me look at you a little while.
Well, look at us, Vic.
Vicky, darling, while you're deciding, I only want you to remember that I came to you in your darkest hour and gave you all the love in my heart. And I only want you to remember that.
Honey.
And that our life together... and that our life together, if you choose me, will be as happy as it is in my power to make it. I thank you.
Don't give him the Oscar yet. Wait a minute.
Oh, Henry.
Oh, what a speech. Isn't that nice? He did it up so well, didn't he? Hello, Vic.
Henry.
What, honey?
Henry, you're
What,
so
Hen?
sweet.
Oh, that's Hen, yes. That's you, Henry. Listen, Vicky, all I want you to... It's a grand line. I don't know why I ignore it like that. All I want you to remember, Vicky, is our first hour together in the tunnel of love at Coney Island. And you swam back. You were peachy.
Oh, dear, this is so difficult. If only one of you were good-looking or intelligent, it would be much easier.
My agent read this stuff. That's it.
Intelligent, eh? Say, William, old man.
Yes?
You don't happen to
Where'd
know
you go?
how to... You don't happen to know how to...
Yes, Hen.
You don't happen to know how to spell pithecanthropus by any chance?
Can you say that on the radio? Yes. Pithecanthropus.
I'll repeat it for you.
Is that a California town? Pithecanthropus,
No,
yes.
pithecanthropus.
I like the way you say it, too.
Yeah, pithecanthropus. It is the missing
Awful
link...
time to get lower plate wobble, isn't it?
You know what it is,
Let's
don't
go.
you?
Bill just reach for his razor blade. But what is it? What is it? What's
it's
that?
the missing link between man and ape. How do you spell it?
C-R-O-S-B-Y.
Now, you see, Vicky? With me, big words are everyday conversation.
Yeah, well, with me, it's muscles. Can you jump over the breakfast table?
Huh?
You heard me. Can you jump over the breakfast table?
What for? I can wait till the butter comes around to me.
Yeah. Well, I say you can't. Not that it's anything to a man of my athletic prowess.
Well, if there were a reason for my jumping over the table, I could do it, too.
Watch this, you armchair athlete. Give me a little room, Vicky. Here I go. Remember me? I'm the one that jumped. We better get off the air before the sound man destroys himself. Who left that tall spoon in the coffee cup?
I don't believe you made it, old man.
Bill, darling, are you hurt?
Oh, my. Yes, I am. Hey.
What?
What's that on the floor right there?
Why, it's just some puffed rice, dear.
Thank goodness. I thought it was my teeth.
Playing games, oh, this is hopeless. I can see right now I'll have to separate you two boys. That's the only way I'll ever come to a decision. It's like old times, isn't it, Bill?
Uh-huh.
Remember how we used to walk in this park together when I was married to
Yeah,
you?
this is what I get for going away and letting you fall into the clutches of a rat like Henry.
Oh, please, dear, you're talking about my husband.
What do you think I am, Uncle Remus? It was hard enough on that awful island a whole year just thinking about you, remembering the way you used to kiss me.
Put your arm around me, Bill.
One night I dreamed we were getting married all over again. You had the same ribbon in your hair. You wore the same leopard skin coat. I put my arms around you. I kissed you, and then I woke up.
Oh, poor Bill.
And the dream was so real, even after I woke up, I thought I was still kissing somebody in a leopard skin coat. I was, too. A leopard.
Put your arm around me again. Kiss me. Oh, Bill, I haven't felt this way since you drowned.
Will you quit calling me dead? I ain't dead. I'm just holding this expression till they pay off my life insurance.
Now I know, Bill. It's you I love.
Oh, hooray! Tonight we celebrate.
Oh, but one of us will have to be brave and tell Henry.
Well, let me know what he says.
Poor Henry.
Yeah, poor Henry. Well, at least he'll have the peanut bars. We'll give him the whole goober business. Just think, 20 million nuts to him. Just think.
Why, darling, what are you doing here at the office? Don't tell me you're taking an interest in the candy business.
Henry, there's something I must tell you.
Say, I'm sure glad I feel, Vicky. Now, what did you want to tell me?
Only that I love you, Henry.
That's the way to talk. Tonight we celebrate. Tonight we tell the whole world.
Yes, darling.
Wait till Bill hears this. Ow! He'll cut off his curly hair and weave himself a new mattress.
Oh, poor Bill.
Yeah. Poor Bill. Oh, thanks for the memory. Just a second. What are you doing here? All right, one at a time. What are you doing here?
I have a date with Vicky.
You have a date with her. That's a pretty good kid. Yes, sir. That's pretty good there, boy.
I hope so. Oh, I get it. She hasn't told you yet, huh?
Told me what?
Well, Bill, Vicky decided this afternoon, and we're going to get married. And you can either divorce her or die again, but this time you've got to do a better job.
Look, am I crazy? Henry, this afternoon, Vicky promised to marry me.
Holy smoke, you too?
Don't you see? She handed us both the same routine.
Well, how do you like that? I'll be a...
You always have been, old boy. Now, look. What do we do now?
She isn't worthy of either of us, Bill.
You're right, Henry.
After all, she's only a woman, isn't she?
That's all.
Why, there must be a million others just as attractive.
Sure.
100 million.
You bet.
What's she got that any other woman hasn't got?
Nothing.
Not a thing.
That was fun. What do we play now?
Bill, old man, we've got to stick together.
Yes, sir. You're right, pal. What do you say she doesn't get either of us?
It's a deal, Pod. When she comes in, we walk out. Together.
Shake. I always wanted to see the Sahara Desert. Now I'll see it with you.
Remember now, solid front, pal.
You said it, pal. Hello, Vicky.
Why, Bill. Oh, and Henry. Both of you.
Yes, Vicky. Henry and I have talked things over. You've toyed with us, Vicky, like an octopus toys with a... what does an octopus toy with?
Another octopus.
Yeah. You know, he studied, hasn't he?
But I didn't mean to toy with you. It's just that it's been so hard to choose.
Well, we've made the choice for you, darling. Henry and I are going to the Sahara.
Goodbye, Vicky.
Wait, you can't do this. Please, I'll decide.
This way to the Greyhound. This way here.
Goodbye, Vicky.
No, come back. Come back. Please come back.
Well, get a good night's sleep, Bill. We're taking a long trip tomorrow. See you in the morning.
Good night, Henry. Well, why not?
Bill.
Vicky, I have to come back. I have to see... Uh-oh.
Hello, Bill. I guess I beat you back from the Sahara Desert, huh?
Well, hold your hats, folks. Here we go again.
Thank you, Frank Sinatra, Bob Hope, and Lucille Ball for your delightful performances in tonight's play.
I have the boys' permission to speak for them, Mr. Bradley, in saying that we consider our yearly appearance on this program as one of the really enjoyable privileges of belonging to our profession. We are all familiar with the fine work being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house, and we know that work is supported largely by this program. And now, before we tell you about next week's show, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Did you ever notice how much better you feel when you wear something that's just right for you? A hat that just suits the shape of your face? A dress that flatters you because it's just the right color? Your mirror says you look wonderful, so you feel wonderful. Well, so many women write and tell me they get that same wonderful feeling the moment they use my Bridal Pink face powder. Lady Esther Bridal Pink is such a romantic springtime shade. But the most amazing thing about it is its subtle and elusive quality of flattery, a mysterious quality that makes it right for 4 basic types of skin. No matter what the color of your hair, you'll see the exciting difference bridal pink makes to your own skin. If you're a blonde, bridal pink will dramatize your blondness, make your skin look softer, more alluring. If you're a brunette, bridal pink will intensify the contrast, make you look more romantic. If you're a brunette, bridal pink will lift up your whole appearance. And if you're a redhead, bridal pink will wake up your skin, give it the life and warmth that needs to go with your hair. The moment you see My Lady Esther bridal pink, you'll be anxious to try it. And when you do, you'll see how much extra flattery it brings to your skin.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will present one of the funniest pictures of the year, Stork Bites Man. It will star Jackie Cooper, Anita Louise, and Gus Schilling. Be sure to listen. Too Many Husbands was produced and directed by Bill Lawrence and was presented through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures, producers of The Guilt of Janet Ames, starring Rosalind Russell and Melvin Douglas. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Lucille Ball appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass, starring Spencer Tracy, Katharine Hepburn, and Robert Walker. Bob Hope appeared through the courtesy of Pepsodent and is currently being seen in the Paramount picture My Favorite Brunette. Frank Sinatra appeared through the courtesy of Old Gold Cigarettes and can currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn musical It Happened in Brooklyn, also starring Katherine Grayson, Peter Lawford, and Jimmy Durante. You save enough on the largest size jar of Lady Esther face cream to buy a box of Lady Esther face powder. So remember, ask for the largest size. Tonight's Lady Esther Screen Guild show is being heard by our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide shortwave and network facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next week, part of the country goes on daylight saving time. If your city remains on standard time, the Lady Esther Screen Guild show will be heard 1 hour earlier. Check your local newspaper for time. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther. Thank you and good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the BBC Home Service and the British Forces Network in Germany. Saturday Night Theatre. We present Raymond Huntley, George Merritt and Dennis Hawthorne in The Narrow Corner by Somerset Maugham, adapted for broadcasting by Howard Agg.
Sometimes when I operated on a patient for cataract and the operation was successful, word got round that I'd performed a miracle. This was the reason why I came to undertake a very long journey from Fu Chau to the island of Takana in the Malay archipelago. A rich Chinese merchant, Kim Ching, was threatened with blindness, and hearing of my reputation, begged me to come and operate on him, and paid me handsomely to do so. The operation was successful, and afterwards I found myself with nothing to do but sit and twiddle my thumbs until the Dutch ship, which called at the island once a month, arrived. Although time hung rather heavily on my hands, I wasn't discontented. I brought things to read, and it was agreeable to while away the hours sitting under the rattan awning of Kim Ching's store, with a volume of Hakluyt or Per Hyk and a bottle of beer in front of me. I was sitting reading there one morning when I heard voices, English voices, approaching the store. I looked up surprised, for no ship had come in, and saw two men coming towards me. They were shabbily dressed in dungarees and singlets and had grimy topies on their heads. One of them was middle-aged, with a sallow-lined face, white hair and a scrub of white moustache, hideously decayed teeth, and cunning, restless eyes. His companion was a tall young man, slight but wiry, and extraordinarily good-looking. Seeing me sitting alone, they came up, and the elder man addressed me.
This is Kim Ching's, ain't it?
Yes?
Is the old boy here?
No, he's sick.
Oh, bad luck. I suppose we can get a drink?
Surely. What'll you have? I'll tell the coolie.
A bottle of beer for me. What about you, Fred?
Same here. 2 beers, Lipo, and bring them out here. Sit down, won't you?
Ta.
Where have you come from?
Oh, we just come in on a lugger from Thursday Island.
Fine weather?
Couldn't want better. A nice breeze and no sea to speak of. Nichols is my name. Captain Nichols. Maybe you've heard of me.
I can't say I have.
Oh, I've been sailing these seas for 30 years. There's not an island in the archipelago I ain't put in at one time or another. I'm pretty well known round here. Kim Ching knows me. Known me for 20 years.
Really?
And this is Fred Blake.
How do you do?
What's the matter with old Kim Ching? I was looking forward to having a bit of a chinwag with him.
He's had trouble with his eyes. That's why I'm here. I've been attending him.
You're a doctor?
I am.
What did you say your name was?
I didn't mention it. It's Saunders.
Saunders, I knew it.
Did you? How?
I knew your face. I could swear I'd seen you somewhere. Fu Chow, that's where I've seen you.
Possibly. I live there.
What did I tell you? Everyone in Fu Chow knows Doc Saunders. Best doctor in the Far East, Fred. The Chinese swear by him. You did a job on a pal of mine once, Doc.
Did I?
Yes, everyone said he'd go blind. Nothing could stop it. And now he can see as well as you or me. Well, this is a joyful surprise. Shake hands, Doc. And I don't mind telling you it's a bit of luck for me coming across you like this. Hey, Fred? The Doc's the very man I wanted to meet. I suffer from dyspepsia, something chronic.
Oh, you and your dyspepsia.
Oh, you can talk like that because you don't know what it is. I'm a martyr to it. It's like this, Doc. I enjoy my food, not foul house, mind you. I like it good, and I like it simple. Not a big eater. I've never been that. Cut off the joint, a couple of veg, with a bit of cheese to finish up with, and I'm satisfied. Mm-hmm. Well, you couldn't eat anything simpler than that, now could you? Well, 20 minutes after, regular as clockwork. Ooh, agony. I tell you, life ain't worth living when you suffer like that. If there's anyone that can do anything for me, it's you. I know that, Doc.
Well, I can't work miracles.
No, yeah, but
you can't expect anyone to do much in a minute for a chronic condition like yours.
No, I don't ask that, but you can prescribe for me, can't you? There's nothing I won't try. What I'd like you to do is to make a thorough examination of me, see?
How long are you staying here?
Oh, our time's our own.
But we're pushing off as soon as we've got what we want.
You trading?
Yes, in a manner of speaking. If anything comes along, we ain't going to miss a chance. Who wouldn't?
What cargo you carry?
Oh, a bit of everything.
Not going to Macassar by any chance?
We might be.
Why?
Oh, I just wondered. Look here, why don't you both come and dine with me tonight? I'm staying at the rest house, about 10 minutes' walk from here, through the plantation. I can get you some sort of meal.
That would be fine. A change from the lugger, wouldn't it, Fred?
No, you don't want to be bothered with us.
No bother. I'll meet you there about 6.
Don't you worry, Doc. We'll be there. Ta.
I was intrigued by these two strangers who'd so unexpectedly appeared on the island, and curious as to what the connection was between them. Fred Blake didn't at all give the impression of being a born sailor. He was hard to place. Obviously, he was not a roughneck. He had manners, and came, I should have said, of a good family. But why he was sailing those lonely seas on a purling lugger with someone like Captain Nichols was mysterious. If they were in partnership, then I was inclined to think that it wasn't a very honest one, and that Fred Blake would almost certainly come out of it the worse. Purposely, then, I made my way later in the day to Kim Ching's house and paid him a quite unnecessary call, for there was nothing more now that I could do for him. He was lying on his bed under mosquito curtains, slowly waving a fan to and fro in front of his face. The room was hot and airless.
Sit down, Doctor.
Thank you.
I hear we have visitors on the island. A lugger came in this morning.
Yes, it's anchored beside your schooner in the lagoon.
Yes?
The schooner does make it look very small, very shabby.
Why are they here? What do they want?
I don't know.
But I am told that you were talking to them at the store this morning.
Yes, they stopped for a glass of beer. They say they're trading.
That is not the truth.
Oh?
They have nothing in the lugger but ballast. Stones, my men have told me.
Well, no cargo at all?
Nothing.
Opium, perhaps?
No.
Then they may be here just on pleasure.
Captain Nichols does not sail for pleasure.
Oh, he's been to see you, then?
No, he sent a message saying that he would like to see me, but I refused.
Mm-hmm. He says he knows you well.
Give me your opinion, Doctor.
Of what?
Of Captain Nichols.
You want my honest opinion?
Of course.
Well, I should say he was a bad hand. I think he'd put his hand to anything, clean or dirty. But he is genial and amusing.
He does not amuse me.
No?
I employed him once on one of my schooners. He stole and cheated. He drank. I had to get rid of him. He is mean, crafty, and dishonest.
How does he manage to get work, then?
Some people are not particular. They do not ask questions. And Nichols knows his job. He is a first-rate seaman. For that, I was sorry to lose him.
Mm-hmm.
Who is this man with him?
Someone called Fred Blake. Young, very good-looking, but rather surly, I thought. They're certainly an odd couple. I've asked them to dine with me at the rest house this evening. I'll be able to tell you more about them then.
Will you please give Captain Nichols a message from me?
Of course.
Tell him to get out of here pretty damn quick.
At 6 o'clock, as I'd arranged, I sauntered down to the rest house to meet Captain Nichols and Fred Blake. They were both waiting for me, and we had a drink. The captain was full of small talk and facetious jokes, and I noticed that his shifty eyes were never still, whereas his young friend hardly spoke, and there was a sullen look on his face, as though he'd been dragged there against his will. An adequate dinner had been prepared for us, and before dinner I went to my medicine chest and mixed something in a glass for the captain to help him eat his dinner in comfort.
Well, I must say, this is a treat after what we've had to eat on the lugger.
A real treat.
Well, most of it comes out of tins, I'm afraid, but the boy knows how to flavour it up.
No, it's the best dinner I've had since I left home.
Where is your home?
Brisbane.
Yes. Fred's an Australian. He's got a bit of capital, and he thought he'd like to have a look-see on the chance he might find something in these parts he'd like to invest in. Buy a plantation or do a bit of pearl fishing. I know all these islands inside out, and what I say is there's a rare lot of chances for a young fellow with a bit of capital. That's why we put in here. My idea, that was. It struck me we might do business with old Kim Chin. I sent him a message saying I'd like to see him and have a talk with him.
Yes, so he told me.
Ah, did he? What else did he say?
Told me to tell you that you'd better get out of here pretty damn quick.
Well, that's a nice way to talk, I must say. What's he got against me?
My impression is that he's got a good memory.
Well, we had a bit of a disagreement, I'll own that, but it was donkeys years ago. There's no sense in holding the thing up against a fella all that while. Forgive and forget, I say. Live and let live. Oh, do you know, I don't believe I'm going to have dyspepsia tonight.
Oh, I don't think you will.
You're a magician, Doc.
Thank you.
What was that stuff you gave me?
Oh, a little preparation I found useful in cases like yours.
Do you think you could cure me?
I don't know about that. But if I could watch you for a few days and try one or two things, I might be able to do something for you.
I've a good mind to stay on here for a bit and let you see. We're in no hurry.
What about Kim Ching?
Well, he can't force me to clear out.
Well, you ought to know Chinamen as well as I do, Captain, if they've got their knife in.
Ah, to hell with that. It was only a matter of a couple of £100. Old Kim's as rich as be damned. Now, what difference can that make to him? He's an old crook anyway.
You ever notice that nothing hurts the feelings of a crook so much as to have another crook do the dirty on him?
That's a good one. I like you, Doc. You don't mind what you say, do you? Well, it takes all kinds to make a world.
Indeed.
Keep your eyes skinned, I say, and let the devil take the hindmost. And where you see a chance of making a bit, well, you're a fool if you don't take it. Now then. What about me and Kim Ching and staying on here for a bit?
Oh, come off it, Nichols. We're not going to risk running into trouble here. We're sailing tomorrow.
Who says we are?
I do.
Well, you can think again. We're sailing when I say we sail, see? Getting rid of my dyspepsia is more important to me
Look
than...
here, I've got an idea.
What?
I don't want to sit around on this island idling my time away for another 3 weeks till the Dutch boat comes in. Fred Blake seems to want to sail tomorrow. Very well, then. Take me on the lugger with you tomorrow to Timor or Macassar or Surabaya, somewhere where I can pick up a steamer. I'll give you all the treatment you want, Captain.
That's a good idea, Doc. What do you say, Fred?
We can't carry passengers. We're not allowed to. You know that.
He needn't be a passenger. We can sign him on. Ship's doctor.
In any case, there's no accommodation.
Well, I guess the doc ain't particular.
Not a bit. I'll bring my own food and drink. All I need is somewhere to sleep.
Sorry. Nothing doing.
Now, look here, young fella, my lad. Who gives orders on this boat? You or me?
Well, if it comes down to brass tacks, I do.
Since when? Let me tell you, I'm skipper, and I say what goes.
Oh, it'd only be for 5 or 6 days. Be a sport. If you won't take me, I shall be marooned here for another 3 weeks or more, depending on the weather. You'll be doing me a great favor.
Nichols and I are here on business. We can't go out of our way to land a passenger in some place we don't want to go to.
Then take me wherever you're going. You're bound to be calling in at some place where I can get a steamer.
I've said no, and that's that.
But look here, Fred. Having the doc on board will be a chance in a million for me to cure my dyspepsia. Do you think I'm going to let a tyke like you stand in the way of that? Not likely. You get your kit packed, Doc, and come on board tomorrow morning. I'll sign you on as a member of the crew.
You do nothing of the sort. I say he's not coming. I won't have anyone on the lugger, and that's final.
Look here, I don't want to cause a quarrel between you.
There won't be no quarrel. If I hear another word out of him, I'll run the lugger straight up to North Borneo. British territory, young fella, me lad. We'll see how you like that.
You take care an accident doesn't happen to you.
Stick a knife in me, would you? And who's going to sail the boat then? You and them 4 black fellas? You make me laugh. Why, you hardly know one end of the boat from the other. I'll take no notice of him, Doc. You do as I tell you.
Well, it's not going to be very pleasant for any of us if Blake resents having me on board. I'd rather come with his agreement or not at all.
He'll give you his agreement. Won't you, Fred?
All right, have it your own way. You'd better come.
What did I tell you?
Thank you.
Anyway, it'll be better than being cooked up alone with him all the time.
That's right. It'll be company for you, my boy. You can play cribbage with the doctor and take his money for a change.
I'm afraid I don't play cribbage.
Just my luck.
Sorry.
We'll be getting off about 10 tomorrow, Doc. That suit you?
Suits me A1.
Righto. Then we'll see you on the lugger.
I rose early the next morning, said goodbye to Kim Ching, who told me I was a damn fool to be going on the lugger, and went down to the store to buy provisions for the journey. Shortly after 10 o'clock, we slipped out of the lagoon. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. The sun beat down on the shining sea. I settled down to read, and when I was tired of reading, I smoked cigarettes and looked at the sea and the green islands we passed. After lunch, Captain Nichols handed over the wheel to one of the crew and came and sat down beside me on an old canvas chair on deck.
Well, Doc, how does this suit you?
Down to the ground, Captain.
Not much of the ocean greyhound about the Fenton, but as good a sea boat as anyone can want. She'll stand up to anything.
I hope so.
Wait till we strike a patch of dirty weather. Then you'll see what she can do.
I shall be satisfied not to put her to the test, Captain.
Fair weather, sailor, eh?
Fairer the better.
Where's Fred?
He went down below to have a siesta, I think. He doesn't seem any more pleased to have me on board.
We had a bit of an argument last night after we left you.
Not about me, I hope.
Well, one thing led to another. He's only a kid, you know, cocky and high-spirited.
Oh, yes.
But dang it all, I wasn't going to let him have his way over you.
Tell me more about him. He interests me. Where to meet him?
Sydney.
I thought he said he came from Brisbane.
Maybe he does. I don't know. To tell you the truth, there's a lot I don't know about him. He's a bit of a mystery.
In what way?
Well, between you and me and the gatepost, Doc, and you won't let this go any further, will you?
Of course not.
It's all pretty fishy. But I've got a nice, easy job and good money, so I'm keeping my mouth shut. Wouldn't you?
I don't know. I don't know what the job is.
Sailing around these islands doing sweet Fanny Adams, just keeping his nibs out of mischief.
What sort of mischief?
Ah, now you're asking. I'd like to know that myself. Do you know Sydney?
No, never been there.
Then you won't know a bar down by the harbour run by a chap called Macy. I used to go there pretty regular. Well, one night when I was having a drink on my own, I saw a fellow I knew come in, a big bully of a chap, what they call a larrikin in Australia, named Ryan. Could be an ugly customer if you put his back up. Paid you to keep in with him. He had something to do with politics. I'd borrowed £1 off him the last time I'd seen him, and, I was that hard up, and I still hadn't the money to pay him back. When he came into the bar, I pretended not to see him, but he saw me all right.
Well, Captain, I haven't seen you for quite a bit. How's the world treating you these days?
Rotten.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You still looking for a job?
Yes. You'd think they'd jump at me, wouldn't you? Me, what's commanded more ships than you can count on the fingers of your two hands.
Oh, you're a first-rate seaman, I know that.
Steam or sail, I don't mind what it is. But can I get a job? Not a smell of one. And it's not for want of trying, I can tell you. Just sheer bad luck.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Now, finish that beer and have another with me.
Ta!
2 beers, miss.
Look here, Ryan, I'm sorry about that £1 you let me. It's been on my mind ever since, but the truth is, I've had all I could do just to keep body and soul together.
Oh, forget it, old chap. What's a £1? I know you're all right. You're a good fella, Bill.
Tom, you mean?
Of course I do. Tom. I always get your name mixed up with another chap. Well, as I say, what's the good of having money if you can't lend it to a pal when he's down on his luck?
Yes, I'd do the same for you, Ryan.
I know you would. Don't you give it another thought. Pay me when you can. Now, here's your beer.
Tom.
There's too many people around this bar. Can't hear oneself talk. Let's go over there in the corner.
Righto.
Ah, this is better. Now, sit down, old chap. That's it. Oh, cheers.
Chin, chin.
So your luck's been out, has it?
Not half.
Well, you know what they say. Luck changes.
I'd like to see it.
You're going to.
How do you know that?
Because I'm going to offer you a job myself. If you'll take it.
I'll take it no matter what it is.
That's the spirit. I knew I could count on you.
What's the job?
Can you keep your mouth shut?
Like a clam.
Then what do you say to taking a tiny little pearling lugger and cruising round the islands for a bit?
Sounds all right to me. The trading?
No, just pleasure.
What?
Well, I'll tell you how it is, Bill. I mean, Tom. A young fella I know's been working too hard. His dad's an old pal of mine, and I'm doing this to please him, you see. He's a man in a very good position. Got a lot of influence one way and another.
Politician?
Never you mind. Anyway, he's in a state over the boy. The kid's delicate, he always has been. Touch of the lungs, you know. The doctors say the best thing he can do is to have a cruise on a sailing ship, but he's got to be kept quiet and away from where there's a lot of people. Well, his dad didn't like the idea of him taking a passage on any old ship, so he's bought the lugger I spoke of. And that's the job, to sail it.
Child's play.
I'm sure it is to you. And there's no need to tie yourself down to any schedule. You don't have to hurry. You can go anywhere you like, and when you get to some island that looks as though you could stay there for a bit, well, you just stay.
And how long is this for?
Oh, I don't exactly know. That depends on the boy's health. 3 or 4 months, maybe longer.
I see. And what do I get out of it?
£200 when you sail, and 200 when you come back.
Oh, I'd rather have 400 down.
I dare say you would, but that's not what I'm offering you.
Well, I'm not particular. Anything to oblige a friend.
Good old Bill.
Tom?
Tom.
Where's the lugger now? I'd like to have a look at her.
Oh, you can. She's not in Sydney. She's up the coast a few miles, but you've got nothing to worry about. She's in good shape.
What about her crew?
And that's all fixed. Black fellas from Torres Straits. They brought her down from Thursday Island to sell her. They know their job.
And stores and all that?
It's all there. You've got enough food to last you 3 months without buying anything. Now, all you've got to do is to get on board and sail away.
When?
Tomorrow night.
That's a bit quick, ain't it?
Well, the boy's dad's a big businessman, you see. That's the way he does things, right on the spot. No messing about.
How do I get to the lugger?
Yeah, I was coming to that. You better meet me at the corner of Market Street tomorrow night at 10 o'clock.
Market Street, 10 o'clock.
That's it. Now, I'll pull up in my car opposite the newspaper kiosk and you just jump in quickly. I don't want to hang about. Then I'll drive you along the coast to the lugger and the dinghy will be waiting to take us out to it.
OK.
There's just one thing I'd like to say to you.
Huh?
Well, it refers to now and later. If you don't want a knife in your back or a bullet in your guts, you better not try any monkey tricks, you see.
Don't you have no fear. When a chap treats me like a gentleman, I behave like one.
Good enough. Well, you finished your beer?
Yes.
Yeah, then you better go out the bar first. I'll wait here for a bit. Now, don't forget, 10 o'clock, corner of Market Street, opposite the kiosk. See you tomorrow, Bill.
Tom?
Yeah, I'll get it right one day. So long, Tom. Well, what do you think of the lugger?
It's too dark to see much. I'll tell you better in the morning.
Oh, you've got to be well out to sea by the morning.
Well, just as you like. Yes, there's a nice breeze. That's all that matters. I can do the rest with my eyes shut.
Good on you.
But, look here, Ryan.
Uh-huh.
You know I wasn't born yesterday. Why don't you come out with it straight and tell me what it's all about?
Bill, old sport. Ask no questions.
Well, I can't help thinking, can I?
No, you can't help thinking. But just you believe what you're told, or I swear I'll knock your bloody teeth down your throat myself.
Well, that's straight enough, ain't it?
Now come below and meet the boy. He's in the cabin. Fred!
Yes?
Yes, Captain Nichols. This is Fred Blake.
Glad to know you. Bad luck you crocking up like this.
Can't be helped.
The Sierra pull you together, though. Nothing like it to build up a young fellow's constitution.
Well, now, look, I must be off in a minute. So, here's the money, Captain. 200 sovereigns.
Crikey. I haven't seen gold in donkey's years. I thought only the banks had it.
Well, now you've got some.
I could do with that belt of yours, Ryan. I can't leave a lot of money like this lying about.
All right. Take the belt. Good luck. Good luck to you, Bill.
Well, Doc, believe me or believe me not, that's how I come to be on the lug with Fred Blake.
Oh, I see.
Of course, he didn't look like what he does now. That night I met him in the cabin. He was all dolled up then, in a smart blue suit, collar and tie, and brown shoes. Proper swell he looked.
But ill?
Not on your life. He was a picture of health. It was all I could do to stop myself from laughing. Bit jumpy, and I'd have said he was scared.
Scared of what?
Search me. He ain't told me a thing about himself. Not a blooming word. But I've put two and two together, and I've got a pretty shrewd idea what's at the bottom of it.
Oh?
Politics. That's why Ryan's mixed up in it. The government's pretty rocky in New South Wales. They're hanging on by the skin of their teeth. And there's an election soon.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if there was a scandal, they'd go out tomorrow. I shouldn't be surprised if Fred Blake wasn't the son of somebody pretty high up.
Is one of the ministers in the government called Blake?
Blake's no more his name than it is mine. But I'll bet you that he's the son or the nephew of a minister, all right. And if there'd been a stink and it come out what he'd done, the minister would lose his seat and the government would be kicked out. So I think that's why they decided to get him out of the way for a bit.
And what do you think he did?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. Could be murder.
Murder? He's only a kid.
Maybe, but old enough to hang.
Towards evening, we sighted the island of Badul, where Captain Nichols intended to pass the night. It was a lonely-looking island, uninhabited, and to our surprise, we found a schooner already anchored there. She turned out to be a pearler from Port Darwin, and as one of the Japanese divers on board was suffering from an attack of dysentery, the captain of the schooner, an Australian, asked me for medical help. I was rowed across to the schooner. I gave the sick man an injection and returned to the Fenton, where I found Captain Nichols and Fred Blake sitting on deck playing cribbage under the light of the hurricane lamp. One of the crew was playing an accordion down below.
You fix him up all right, Doc?
I've done my best.
You bring the newspaper the captain promised me, the Sydney Bulletin?
Yes, he gave it me just as I left. Here it is.
Thanks. I'd like to have a look at it.
What, now? We haven't finished our game.
We can finish it later. I'm going forward for a bit.
Anxious to read the paper, isn't he?
Did you ever look at it?
No, Captain gave it to me just as I was getting into the dinghy. It was too dark to read.
He acts like that everywhere we stop.
Acts like what?
Well, the first thing he asks, is there a cable or a wireless on the island? Have they any Australian newspapers? He's waiting to hear about something. I'd like to know what it is.
Well, we'll get the paper from him when he comes back and see what's in it.
Well, there's another thing I don't understand. The luck he has at cribbage. It's phenomenal. I've never seen anything like it.
No?
Night after we sailed from Sydney, he said, what about a game of cribbage? Well, we had to pass the time somehow, and I knew he'd got a good bit of money on him, so I didn't see why I shouldn't have a bit of it. I played cribbage all my life, and I thought I got a soft thing on. Soft may I haven't had one winning day since. I've lost near on £70. It's not as if he could play. It's the devil's own luck he has.
Perhaps he plays better than you think.
Don't you believe it. What I don't know about cribbage ain't worth knowing. No, it's just confounded luck. But luck can't go on forever. It's bound to change. And when it does, you see I'll get back all I've lost, and all he's got besides.
He's coming.
Well, let's get on with our game, Captain. Where were we?
Finished reading the paper?
Yes, there was nothing in it.
All the same, I'd like to have a look at it.
I'm afraid you can't.
What?
Well, you should have said so before. I didn't think you were interested. I chucked it overboard. Now, your take, isn't it?
Yes. 15-2.
15-4, 15-6, and 15-8, and 6 are 14, and 1 for his knob, 17.
God, what luck you have.
Well, Doctor, how do you feel this morning?
I think battered is the word.
A dirty night, wasn't it?
I couldn't tell you. Mercifully, I slept through it.
What? Now, how could you? It blew like the devil. There was a hell of a racket. It didn't let up until 3 o'clock this morning. We lost one of the dinghies and the jib. It was torn to shreds.
Were you on deck all night?
Yes, I thought if we foundered, I'd rather be in the open.
There wouldn't have been much chance for him.
No, I know that.
Weren't you afraid?
No, I think if it's coming to you, it'll come. And there's nothing you can do about it. Well, what's the good of being frightened beforehand?
It's a question of age, I think. The old are more easily frightened than the young. And that's rather funny when you come to think of it, for they've so much less to lose. They've had their lives. Youth still has its life before it.
I'm sorry I was so short with you when you asked if you could have a passage on this boat.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, I've been ill, you know, and my nerves are a bit jumpy. I'm not crazy about people I don't know.
I can understand that.
I don't want you to think that I'm just a larrikin.
I don't.
This isn't the sort of life I'm used to, you know.
Oh?
No, I was studying to be an accountant when my health broke down.
Shall I tell you something?
Yeah?
When some incident has shattered the career you've mapped out for yourself, a folly, a crime, or a misfortune, you mustn't think you're down and out and done for. It may even be a stroke of luck.
Why do you say that to me?
I thought it might be a useful piece of information.
Well, maybe you're right. Maybe I shan't regret this in the long run. I mean, my health forcing me to take this trip with Nichols, it may save me from being cooped up in an office all my life, totting up figures.
That's what I meant.
Sort of ill wind, eh?
Exactly.
Doc.
Yes, Captain?
You'll have to give me some more of that stuff. My dyspepsia's come on again. Something cruel. You think after I'd been at the wheel for 8 hours, I could eat a bit of cold sausage and a slice of cheese without suffering for it? Damn it, all a man must eat.
I'll mix you something in a glass in a minute.
I'm just going over to the gate to have a word with Obu. You'll find me there.
Yes, all right.
You know, you never can tell with people, can you? Of all the rotten skunks I've met, I've never met one to beat Nichols. He's as crooked as you make them. He'd do his own brother down if he got the chance.
I think he probably would.
There isn't a decent thing about him. And yet you should have seen him last night. Now, I've done a bit of sailing, and I give you my word, I've never seen a boat handled like he handled this one. If we're here now, it's to him we owe it.
I'm quite sure of that.
Yeah, it was a near thing once or twice, but he was as cool as a cucumber. He even made a joke about us feeding the fishes. Well, he's got nerve, all right. I take my hat off to him. But if he thought there was £20 to be made by doing us in, you and me, do you think he'd hesitate?
No.
Yeah. Well, how do you explain that?
Oh, I don't know. People aren't all white or all black.
I suppose not. But all the same, it's funny that a chap who's nothing but a born crook should have all that pluck. I hate him. And yet last night I couldn't help admiring him.
Human nature's never straightforward.
It certainly isn't with Nichols. And he's conceited, too. He fancies himself at cribbage. I always beat him, but he will go on.
He says you have phenomenal luck.
Luck? No, I know about cards. He hasn't got a dog's chance playing with me.
Might be worth your while to let him win occasionally.
Why?
Might save you trouble in the end.
Trouble? Oh, don't you worry. I'm not afraid of him. If he tries any of his dirty tricks, he'll get what's coming to him.
For some 24 hours after the monsoon, which had forced us off our course, we were becalmed on a flat, motionless sea. And it wasn't until the 6th day, with just enough wind to fill our sails, that we sighted the town on the twin island of Canda, where it had been arranged that I should leave the Fenton and pick up a steamer that called there regularly. Inquiring if there was a place in the town where I could stay till a ship called, we were directed to a small hotel not far from the harbour. No one was about. We sat down at a table on the veranda and thumped it with our fists. Presently a half-caste came out to us, but he couldn't understand anything but Dutch. He ran across the street and in a moment returned with a young man who must have been 6'3" at least. A powerful, broad-shouldered fellow with a rather ugly face, but gentle eyes, wearing neat, clean ducks. He spoke excellent English and obligingly secured a room for me in the hotel. Then we invited him to sit down and have a glass of beer with us.
Are you Dutch?
No, I'm a Dane. Eric Chesterton. I represent a Danish company here.
Been here long?
4 years.
Oh, good heaven.
Oh, well, it's a fine place, really. It's the most romantic spot in the East. The firm wanted me to move, but I begged them to let me stay on.
Don't look as if there was much business here. Bit dead and alive, ain't it?
Oh, it wasn't always so. In the old days, I believe there was so much traffic that sometimes the harbour was full of vessels, and they had to wait outside until there was room for them to enter.
Centre of the spice trade, was it? Cloves and nutmegs and all that sort of thing.
Yes, the old Dutch merchants were so rich here they didn't know what to do with their money.
I've been told there's marble palaces and I don't know what all.
Well, hardly palaces, though many of the houses are built out of marble. They used to belong to the old Buccaneers.
Do you get any newspapers here? English ones, I mean.
No London papers, but Frith gets a paper from Australia.
Frith? Who's he?
Oh, he's an Englishman who lives here. He gets a bundle of Sydney bulletins every mail.
Do you think he'd let me have a squint at the latest?
Of course. A mail came in 4 days ago. I'm going to see him later in the day. I'll borrow them from him and leave them here for you when I return. What name shall I give?
Mine's Blake, and this is Dr. Saunders and Captain Nichols.
I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance. It's not often we get strangers on the island, and it's always a pleasure to me to meet English people. I hope you'll stay here long enough to let me show you round. The island is lovely.
Oh, I expect we'll be here for 2 or 3 days anyhow.
I am glad. And if there's anything I can do for you, you must please let me know.
Well, Doc, how's things? Got settled in your room all right?
Yes, thank you. It's not at all bad.
What's that paper you're reading?
The latest Sydney Bulletin. I got it from Blake only a few minutes ago.
Ah.
For some reason, he was reluctant to give it to me.
Find anything in it?
Not much. They've had an election in New South Wales, I see.
Who got in?
Labour, it seems.
Same as before. Fred say anything?
No. except that he wasn't interested in politics.
Gives nothing away, does he?
Not a thing.
By the way, where is he?
Gone off somewhere. Told me to tell you he'd see you later on board.
Looking for a girl. I don't blame him. Though I don't know what he thinks he's going to find in a place like this. It's risky, you know.
Tell me, have you ever heard of someone called Patrick Hudson?
Patrick Hudson. Yes. Yes, there was a fellow by that name that come to a sticky end in Sydney.
That's the man.
Yeah, not so very long before we sailed. The papers was full of it.
What exactly happened?
He was shot.
Suicide?
No, they said he couldn't have done it himself. There'd been a fight and the room was in an hell of a mess. They found him lying in a pool of blood on the floor.
Who was he? I mean, what sort of man?
Rough diamond, they say. Been a railway worker and worked his way up. Took to politics and all that. He was a member for some place. Labour, of course.
Something about it here. About his wife.
Oh? What'd it say?
She's just hanged herself. There's an account of the inquest.
Yes, there's a lot of people thought she'd done it, but they couldn't prove nothing against her.
The jury found she'd committed suicide while temporarily insane. Now, they say, no one will ever solve the mystery of Patrick Hudson's death.
Looks as though she did him in, don't it? Her conscience must have haunted her. Nasty thing, a conscience.
Do you suffer from one, Captain?
Good old Doc. You will have your joke, won't you? You know what I suffer from. Dyspepsia.
The following afternoon, just before sunset, Eric Chesterton called for us in an old car and drove us up to Frith's house, where we'd been invited for supper. It was about 3 miles out of the town, and the road wound pleasantly through plantations of portly and profitable nutmeg trees. Frith came out to meet us as we drove up to the house. He was a rather fat man, shabbily dressed in khaki shorts and an open shirt, and badly in need of a shave. He led us into a very large room which served as a parlour and dining room. A tiny little old man, wrinkled, battered, and bowed, with eyes as darting and mischievous as a monkey's, got up from a chair and stared at us as we came in.
This is Swan. He's by way of being my father-in-law.
Mr. Swan is his feed.
Yeah. I came out here 50 years ago. I was mate of sailing vessel.
I'm a seafaring man myself, sir.
I've been pretty well most things in my day. I've been captain of a schooner in slave trade.
Blackbirding. There was a nice little bit of money to be picked up that way in the old days.
I've been blacksmith, I've been trader, I've been planter. I don't know what I haven't been. I've had a lot of money in my time. I haven't died, George.
So I've always heard.
Got nothing now but this plantation. Never mind. It gives me enough to live on, and that's all that matters. I've had 4 wives and children. More children than you can count.
Drop a scotch, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Give him Tata rum. If he's sailor man, he don't want that stinking whiskey of yours. Whiskey been ruined of the Pacific. If everybody stuck to rum and sails, things wouldn't be what they are now. Not by a long chalk.
You're dead right, sir. I shouldn't be at all surprised if it ain't whiskey what's played havoc with my digestion. I'm a martyr to dyspepsia, you know. Have been for years.
I never know what it is to have pain in my tummy. Rheumatism's my trouble.
One has to have something. So, Doctor?
Apparently.
Well, you can't have anything worse than dyspepsia. You can take my word for it.
We will, Captain.
I'd be a rich man now if it hadn't been for my dyspepsia.
Money is not everything.
Well, I'm not saying it is.
As long as I have a roof over my head and 3 meals a day, I'm content. Leisure's the important thing.
Born idle, that's where you are, George. You think of nothing but books. Read.
Only by reading can you come to know the truth.
Truth won't put 3 meals a day on table. Only money'll do that.
I've a great respect for money myself, sir.
He looks a crook to me. Yeah, where you find him, Eric?
Oh, you have had too much rum, Mr. Swan.
Oh, no offence, Mick.
No offence taken, sir. I'd ever so much sooner somebody called me a crook than a fool. What does a fella mean when he says you're a crook, eh? He means you're cleverer than him, that's all.
I know a crook when I see one. Been a bit of a crook myself at times.
When it comes to that, who hasn't?
Here's Louise. That looks as if supper's nearly ready. Come along with you. Come and meet Eric's friends. This is my daughter,
There are, I suppose, very few occasions in life when someone we meet suddenly takes our breath away by their beauty. But this, I confess, happened to me when I looked at Frith's daughter. She was wearing a sarong of green silk embroidered with gold that fitted her slim body like a sheath, tight over the lower part of her young breasts and tight over her narrow hips. Her bosom and legs were bare, and her skin was burned by the sun to a rich honey color. Her hair was ash blonde. She had an indolent grace and slenderness that reminded me of one of those goddesses whose statues adorn the museums. It was entrancing to come upon her in this tropic scene. Almost at once, a Malay servant brought in a great bowl of soup, and we sat down at the table. Louise sat next to Fred Blake, and one had only to see her easy gaiety and her animation to know how much she liked his company. He was not shy with women, and evidently knew how to entertain them. And looking at him as he talked and laughed with her, one was very conscious of his charm. When dinner was finished, Louise took Swan by the arm and led the wizened gnome out of the room to bed.
What about a game of bridge? You gentlemen play?
I do. I don't know about the Doctor and Fred.
I'll make up a form. Yeah, he plays good game.
I don't play.
Oh, that's all right. We can manage without you. Louise will be back in a minute. You can entertain her.
I shall be delighted.
Well, gentlemen, cup for partners.
Looks as though it's you and me for it, Doc.
That hardly inspires me with confidence, Captain, after your exploits at cribbage.
Perhaps my luck will change.
I hope so.
Oh, we're having a game, Louise.
So I see.
You look after Mr. Blake, eh?
Do you dance, Mr. Blake?
Whenever I get the chance.
Will it disturb you, Father, if we put a tune on the gramophone?
Won't disturb me.
Nor me.
A bit of music's nice.
We can dance out on the veranda.
It's one art.
2 clubs.
2 hearts.
This is wonderful.
Don't you play bridge?
Yes, of course.
Why aren't you playing then?
I didn't want to. Do you blame me? You are lovely.
You're awfully good looking.
Can this is?
No.
I want to kiss you. May I?
Yes.
I'm crazy about you, Louise. Kiss me.
This is where I live, Doctor.
What an attractive room. I noticed the marble you spoke of.
Yes. This was one of the old Perkineers' houses. Oh, please sit down.
Thank you. It's good of you to arrange such an agreeable evening for us, Chesterton, and to finish it off like this with a nightcap.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to my house. Do you take soda with your whiskey?
Please. You must tell me about Frith. He showed me some of his books before we left. Unusual collection to find in the house of a planter in the Far East. He studies Indian religion and Indian philosophy, he tells me.
Yeah, he was a schoolmaster at one time in England.
Really? How did he find his way here?
Oh, he'd read about this island, you know, a lot. And in some old travel books, I believe. And when he was young, he got it into his head that it was the one place in the world he wanted to live in.
Strange.
Took him about 12 years to reach here. Took all sorts of jobs on the way. In the Malay States, Borneo, Calcutta, and Singapore. I believe he once ran a hotel in Bali.
What we should call a rolling stone.
Yes. Then finally he come here and got work with a shipping company. Then he fell in love with old Swan's daughter and married her.
I see.
She was a wonderful person. Tall and big and fair like one of the Rhine maidens. I can't tell you how kind she was to me. I used to spend all my spare time up there. It was a godsend for me to have that house to go to. Because I enjoyed talking to Frith, too. He taught me so much. It was he who made me understand the magic of the East. You know, people come here and they see nothing. Is that all, they say? And they go home again. But Frith, he talked about the East so that you saw the grandeur and the beauty of it. I shall always be grateful to him.
And the girl?
Louise. She was only a child when I came to this island. But then they sent her away to Auckland to school. She was there till last year, until her mother died. Seemed funny to me. Then she went away. She was a child who used to sit on my knee, and she came back. She was a young woman. She's 18 now.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you in confidence that we are engaged.
Oh, congratulations.
Not officially, so I'd sooner you didn't mention it to him.
Of course not.
Oh, it's fun, it's willing enough, but her father says she's too young. I suppose she is, but that's not his real reason for objecting. I'm afraid he doesn't think me good enough.
Fathers can be very obtuse. Who does he want her to marry?
Oh, I think he has visions of a rich English lord arriving one day in his yacht and falling madly in love with her.
Oh, yeah.
The nearest approach so far is young Fred Blake in a pearling lugger. Still, I don't mind waiting. When you love anyone like I love Louise, a year or two, well, they don't matter. We've got all life before us. She's beautiful, isn't she?
Extremely.
And, you know, beauty is the least of her qualities. She's got a head on her shoulder. She's got the same practical sense that her mother had. The natives, they know it's useless to try any tricks with her. Makes me laugh sometimes to see the way she manages them with so much common sense. You'd hardly get that impression from just meeting her, would you?
No, she struck me, how shall I describe it, as being rather withdrawn, rather aloof.
Yes, I know what you mean. She has that quality, too. Seems to me so rare and beautiful. A flame-like spirit that's not quite human. Like a goddess that keeps her apart, as you say. Oh, I'm not jealous of it. I'm not afraid of it. I love her so much that I almost regret that she cannot always keep it. And I feel that she will lose it when she comes to be a wife and a mother. That is why I feel rather ashamed that I shall not go to her as pure as she will come to me.
Oh, forgive me, but you mustn't be silly.
Is it silly? When you love someone like Louise, isn't it rather degrading to think that you've been with other women? I feel unworthy enough of her as it is.
Oh, my dear boy, if you'll allow me to say so, that's nonsense.
Why?
Well, surely the wise man combines the pleasures of the senses and the pleasures of the spirit. I've never had any sympathy with the ascetic attitude. Life is short, nature is hostile, and man is ridiculous. I don't think there's any more to be said. Except that I must finish my drink and go.
Well, Doc, feel like a game of piquet this evening?
Why not?
Must do something to pass the time, mustn't we?
I had some good news. I was down at the harbour this afternoon. They told me the Princess Juliana's due in on Saturday. She'll take me as far as Surabaya.
Oh, yes.
What about you? How long are you staying here?
God knows. His nibs doesn't seem to want to move. Seems he's taken a fancy to the place. He's always stopping on here for a bit and then going on to Batavia. Suits me. Might as well be here as anywhere else.
Good evening.
Hello, Chesterton. Where have you been all day? I haven't seen you around.
I had to visit plantation we've got over at the other end of Ireland.
Fred Blake was looking for you earlier on. I think he wanted you to go swimming with him.
Oh, I'm sorry I wasn't here. Where's he now?
Caught in, I expect.
Oh, not much chance of that here.
Don't you be too sure. Good-looking young fella, you know. The girls fall for him. Between you and me and the gatepost, I should have said he clicked good and proper the other night.
Oh, really? Ovid?
That girl up at Fritz.
Louise? Oh, no.
Well, I don't know. She came and had a look at the boat with him this morning, and I know he doled himself up something fierce tonight. Oiled his hair, put on a silk shirt and a clean pair of ducks. I asked him what he was made of, and he told me to mind my own bloody business.
Frith was down here this morning. Maybe he asked Blake to go and have supper with him tonight.
Fred had his supper on the Fenton.
In any case, He wouldn't be at Swan's as late as this. They go to bed at 10.
Maybe he's gone to bed too. If you ask me, that girl looked as though she knew a thing or two. Wouldn't surprise me if they wasn't both comfortably tucked up together at this very minute. And very nice, too. I wish I was in his place.
It's not a bad plan to judge others by oneself. But not when one's a mangy cur.
Well, why have I said anything to offend you? I didn't know the lady was a friend of yours.
Good night, Doctor.
Well. What was all that about? Blew right up, didn't he?
Wanting to commit suicide, Captain? One blow from that great fist of his, and he wouldn't have to bother any more about dyspepsia or anything else.
Well, what was he so upset about? Sweet on the girl himself?
Well, there are men who object to hearing their girlfriends spoken of in that way.
Oh, come on, fair Doc. If a girl's easy, a chap likes to know. Well, there's a chance for him, ain't there? Stands to reason.
You know, you're one of the dirtiest tykes I've ever met, Captain.
That's a compliment in a way, ain't it?
I didn't intend it to be.
Funny part is you don't like me any the less if I am, do you? Seems that proves something.
What?
That you ain't exactly a saint yourself. Now, come on, let's deal the cards. And how about some beer while we're at it? Hey, boy!
It was after midnight when we finished our game of piquet and Captain Nichols returned to the Fenton. I went up to my room, undressed and got into bed. But at first I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking of Eric Chesterton and was reminded of the look of disgust and contempt and rage on his face when the captain had made his coarse references to Louise. I wondered, too, whether there was any truth in what Nichols had said about Fred Blake and the girl. And if so, whether I should not take it on myself to warn Blake and keep him away from her. Eventually I turned off the light and was on the point of dropping off to sleep when I heard someone trying the handle of my door, which was locked. On opening it, I saw the night watchman holding a lantern, and just beside him, Fred Blake.
It's me, Doctor. I want to see you. It's frightfully important. Let me come in.
Oh, wait a minute until I light the lamp.
Here you are, Watchman. Thank you. Something dreadful has happened. You must come to Eric's at once. There's been an accident.
What do you mean?
He shot himself.
Good God.
I've just come from his house. He's dead.
You sure?
Yes.
Well, if he's dead, what's the good of my coming?
He can't be left lying like that. Come and see him. Oh, my God. Well, perhaps you can do something.
Well, what can I do? Who's there?
Nobody. He's lying there alone. I can't bear it. You must do something. For God's sake, come.
You need a drink. Now, remember, we're in a foreign country. We don't want to run up against the authorities. The Dutch aren't very easy people to deal with, I believe. Here. Drink this. If he's dead, you can do no good. Neither can I. We'd better keep out of it. Did anyone see you there?
Where?
At his house.
No. I was only there a minute. I rushed straight round here. No one saw me.
What made you go to Chesterton's house?
I had to. I had something to say to him that couldn't wait.
Well, you'd better tell me.
It's that girl up at Old Swan's. Louise.
Well, what about her?
I had a bit of fun with her tonight.
Fun?
You know what I mean. She took a fancy to me the first moment she saw me. I knew that. I took a fancy to her, too. This morning she came and had a look over the boat with me.
So Nichols told me.
Now, the old fool wouldn't leave us alone for more than a minute. Anyhow, I said I'd go up to the plantation tonight and meet her in the garden by the pool when everyone else had gone to bed. We bathed in the moonlight. Then I went to her room. Afterwards, I put on my clothes. I carried my shoes. I didn't want to make a sound crossing the veranda. She went out first to see that the coast was clear. Then I slipped over the rail and jumped down into the garden. Before I knew what had happened, someone grabbed hold of me and put their hand round my throat.
Chesterton?
Yes. Well, you know how strong he is, like a nox. I thought he was going to choke the life out of me. I was paralyzed. I couldn't even struggle. I thought I was done for. And then, suddenly, he let go of me and gave me a great clout over the head. I just fell like a log. He never said a word, but He turned, went off through the plantation at about 100 miles an hour. And after he'd gone, I made my way to the road and started walking back to the town. I felt I must see him at any price.
Why?
To put myself right with him. If it had been anybody else but Eric, I shouldn't have cared a damn. But, well, he's so straight himself. I couldn't bear him to think that I wasn't straight, too.
Goodness can be rather shattering, can't it? It's inclined to knock human relationships endless.
Eric's 1 in 1,000. I've never met anyone like him before. You could trust him with your life. He wouldn't do anyone down. Damn it, what Louise and I had done was only human nature. I couldn't help myself, neither could she. I didn't want him to think that
But you were rather a cad.
Now, you're old. It's all very well for you to talk like that. You don't know what it is.
Go on. So you made up your mind to go and see him. What then?
Well, I went straight to his house. The door was open, so I walked in. I called out to him, but there was no answer. I struck a match, went along the passage to his room. I knocked on the door. There wasn't a sound. I struck another match and opened the door, and then I almost jumped out of my skin. He was lying on the floor at my feet. If I'd taken a step more, I'd have tumbled over him. I thought he'd fainted or was drunk or something. I went across to the table and lit the lamp, and then I held it over him. Oh, my God. The whole side of his head was shot away. He'd a revolver clenched in his hand. There was blood all over the place. It was horrible. I'll never forget it as long as I live. What in God's name made him do it?
I think it's obvious. He was engaged to Louise.
What? Eric?
Their engagement was unofficial. No one knew about it.
And how did you?
He told me so himself in confidence.
She never said a word. Oh, God, if I'd known that, I wouldn't have touched her with a barge pole. Oh, why didn't he kill me or her instead of himself?
Curious, isn't it?
She meant nothing to me. I'd never have thought of fooling about with her if I'd known.
She meant everything to him. He was in love with her.
Oh, life is damnable. You start a thing and you don't think twice about it, and then there's hell to pay. I think there's a curse on me. I make trouble wherever I go. I wish I was dead.
You'll get over it, you know. There's nothing one doesn't get over.
I swear it's not all my fault. She's as much to blame as I am.
Oh?
Well, why did she leave me alone, eh? Can you imagine a girl who was engaged to a chap like Eric going to bed with the first man she sees? Yes, well, that's one thing. He was well rid of her.
You're talking rubbish. Tell me, when you left the house, did you leave the lamp burning?
Yes. Yes, I never thought. I just turned and ran here as quick as I could.
Oh, well, he could just as well have shot himself with the light burning as in the darkness. It's odd that none of the boys should have heard anything.
I suppose they were asleep. They live at the back of the house anyway. What am I to do?
First, I suggest you try to get some sleep.
How can I sleep when I think of Eric lying there? Oh, God!
I can help you to sleep. I'll give you something. Sit in that chair. I got my hypodermic needle and gave him a shot of morphine. Then I put out the lamp, got back under the mosquito curtain into bed. In the morning, when I awoke, he was still on the long chair in my room, sleeping peacefully. I left him there and went downstairs to have my breakfast. I'd scarcely sat down at the table when the manager of the hotel came into the room with a Dutch official in a white uniform with brass buttons, who clicked his heels and addressed me in English.
You are Dr. Saunders?
I am.
I'm sorry to tell you that a Danish trader called Chesterton has shot himself.
Chesterton? Oh, that tall fellow?
The same. He was found by his boys an hour ago. I am in charge of the inquiry. Mr. Van Rijk, the manager here, informs me that Chesterton came to the hotel last night to visit you.
That's quite true, he did.
About 11 o'clock?
Yes, it was quite late. Captain Nichols and I were sitting out on the veranda having a game of cards when he called.
Did he stay long?
No, only a few minutes.
Had he been drinking?
Good heavens, no. He's quite sober.
I have never seen him drunk myself. Did you notice anything strange in his manner? Did he give you the impression that he was disturbed about anything?
Well, I don't know him very well, you know. I only arrived here about a week ago.
So I understand.
I shouldn't have thought he was the kind of man who'd do anything so desperate. But one can never tell.
Mr. Van Rijk tells me that the night watchman of the hotel admitted a young Englishman to your room late last night, after midnight.
That is so. Mr. Blake is travelling with Captain Nichols on board the Fenton, now anchored in your harbour. He was taken unwell suddenly with stomach pains. He came at once to see me. I gave him an injection and let him sleep on the chair in my room. He's still there. I haven't disturbed him.
I understand that he was friendly with Chesterton. Perhaps he can tell us something.
Well, I should doubt it. In any case, he didn't see Chesterton at all yesterday. He wasn't here when Chesterton called last night, and Chesterton told me that he'd been visiting a plantation on the other side of the island all day.
What is your own explanation of this tragedy, Doctor?
I'm afraid I can't help you.
Probably the old story.
What's that, officer?
It's a mistake for a foreigner to live alone in a place like this. They brood, they get homesick, the heat is killing. And then one day they can't stand it anymore, so they put a bullet through their heads. I've seen it happen before. I'm sorry for the poor fellow. He was very quiet and never gave any trouble. You could not help liking him.
I agree with you. He seemed to be an altogether unusual person.
But it would have been better for him to have taken one of the girls of the island into his house. It would have made hardly any difference to his expenses and perhaps saved him from this.
Perhaps.
Doctor, I am obliged to you.
Not at all.
I shall not disturb you any longer, and the young Englishman...
Mr. Blake?
I shall not disturb him either. Let him sleep.
Eric Chesterton was buried the following afternoon. The funeral was attended by a few of his Dutch friends, George Frith, Fred Blake, Captain Nichols, and myself. After it was over, Frith invited me to drive out with him to his house for a drink. As it would be my last opportunity of saying farewell before sailing on the Princess Juliana the following day, I accepted his invitation. I was also curious to see Louise. When we reached the house, she came down the steps to greet us, and while Frith was called away to attend to some urgent matter on the plantation, she led me into the sitting room, where the jalousies were drawn against the glare of the setting sun, and the light was subdued and cool. She bore no sign that she had passed through an emotional crisis. She was as calm and possessed as when I'd seen her first.
Father asked me to give you a drink until he returns. Will you have a Stanger?
Thank you.
If Grandpa comes in, please don't say anything about Eric. We haven't told him. We were afraid it would upset him. But perhaps he knows. One can never tell. Old people have a strange way of knowing things.
Chesterton's death must have been a great shock to him.
Yes. I owe a great deal to him. When I was a child, I used to worship him.
Were you in love with him?
With one part of me, perhaps. Why do you ask?
If you weren't wholly in love with him, why did you become engaged to him? He talked to me a great deal about you one night. He told me in confidence that he was going to marry you.
I promised Mother I would before she died.
Oh, I see.
I was very fond of him. I knew him so well. I was very much at home with him. I think if he'd wanted to marry me just when my mother died and I was so unhappy, I might have loved him. But he didn't want to take advantage of the feelings I had then. He thought I was too young. And Father didn't very much want me to marry him.
So I gathered. But in spite of that, you were going to marry him one day.
Yes, I suppose we should have married in the end. Been quite happy. If nothing had happened.
And if we hadn't come to the island. You might never have met Fred Blake.
Does he know I was engaged to Eric?
He does now. I told him.
Was that why he wouldn't see me when I called at the hotel yesterday?
I imagine so. Why did you come to see him?
I couldn't believe it when they told me Eric had shot himself. I wanted to know if it was possible that he knew about Fred.
He saw him coming out of your room that night. He was in the garden when Fred Blake jumped over the rail of your veranda. That's why he shot himself. You were to blame.
No, I wasn't.
What makes you think that? He was very much in love with you.
It wasn't me he loved, really. It was my mother. Only he didn't know it. But she knew it, and at the end I think she loved him, too. What he loved in me was what he loved in her. Eric killed himself because I'd fallen short of the ideal he made of me. Don't you think if he'd loved me, he would have been tolerant?
Men are very peculiar in that respect.
Yes, and it's stupid the importance they attach to the pleasures of the body. White men, at least. If he'd really loved me, then he might have killed me, or he might have forgiven me. But it was his ideal he loved. He wanted to imprison me in it. He didn't care who I was. He couldn't take me as I am. What right have people to make an image after their own heart and force it on you, and be angry if it doesn't fit you?
Aren't you asking to change human nature?
All that's happened is terrible, and my heart is heavy. But I don't grieve. At the back of my mind, I know that it's given me freedom. I'm even free of Fred Blake. I shan't see him again. Perhaps if he'd been staying a month on the island instead of just a few days, this would never have happened.
How do you mean?
I should have thought there was plenty of time. And if I'd seen him every day for a month, I dare say I shouldn't have bothered about him. In the end.
What will you do now?
I'm young. I can wait. When Grandpa dies, this will be mine. Perhaps I shall sell it. Father wants to go to India. The world is wide. But I am I. I don't want to dream anyone else's dream. I want to dream my own.
Frith joined us presently, and when we'd finished our drinks, we walked across the compound to his car. I got in beside him, and as we started off for the town, I looked back at the house. Louise was standing at the top of the stairs waving to us. The last ray of the sun found its way through the heavy leafage of the canary trees and touched her fair hair with gold. She was like an enchantress in an old tale whom men loved to their destruction. Enigmatic and serene, waiting for what in due course would befall her. I wondered what it would be. That evening, my last on the island, Fred Blake joined me for a drink on the veranda of the hotel.
Nichols and I are sailing first thing in the morning. We're going on to Batavia. I shall be glad to get out of here. I wish to hell we'd never come. I suppose that's what you call fate.
Not necessarily. I doubt if our destinies are so important that the fate should make such a to-do about them.
You're a queer fellow, Doc. I'm hanged if I can make you out. When one's talking to you, somehow nothing seems to matter a damn. Isn't there anything that makes a difference to you?
Yes, whiskey. There you are.
Cheers.
Bon voyage.
What, with Nichols?
As this is the last time we're likely to see one another, won't you tell me now what happened?
About Eric? I've told you.
No, about yourself. Something made you clear out of Sydney in a hurry. What was it?
Oh, that. Yes, I've wanted to talk about it to someone. Sometimes I could hardly prevent myself from telling Nichols. Oh, thank heaven I wasn't such a fool. But isn't it bloody to think that one's life should be ruined by an accident? It's so damned unfair. And I think of all I had to look forward to. My people are in a good position. My father's in one of the best firms in Sydney. He was going to buy me a partnership. I'd have made plenty of money and had a good life. I'd probably have gone into politics as he did. I'd have married sooner or later, settled down in a nice home. If anyone had a chance, I had. And now, look at me.
Well, you've got youth, you've got some education, and you're not bad looking.
That's what makes me laugh. If I'd been downright ugly, I'd be in Sydney now. Oh, well, that sounds conceited, I expect, but, you know, I've always been able to get any girl I wanted, I suppose, because of my looks. I thought it was rather a lark. After all, you're only young once. I didn't see why I shouldn't have all the fun I could get. Do you blame me?
No, the only people who would are those who've never had your opportunities.
And then, of all the rotten luck, I had to run into that woman.
What woman?
One weekend, a chap brought his wife to spend the day up at our house. His name was Hudson, Patrick Hudson.
Aye.
He was a chap with a lot of influence in politics. Father said he could make all the difference at the election. So, of course, we had to make a fuss of him. I was told to look after Mrs. Hudson. She was nothing much to look at. Thin and scraggy and tall. Well, she must have been over 40. Well, when I was showing her round the garden, she asked me if I'd have tea with her one afternoon the following week at the Pacific. Do you know Sydney?
No, I don't.
Well, the Pacific's a place where they have dancing. I couldn't very well say no, because of Father and everything, so I went. She knew how to dance, I'll say that for her. But there are ways and ways of dancing. You know what I mean?
Not quite.
She was shameless. Of course, I saw what she was up to, and I couldn't help laughing, but I thought if she wanted me to play that game, I'd play it. In the end, we went to a place I knew and had a bit of a rough and tumble. I thought that would be the finish. Not on your life. She said she'd fallen in love with me the first time she saw me. I tried to shake her off, but I couldn't. She was on the phone at all hours of the day, ringing up the house or the office and leaving messages for me until I began to get scared. Well, she didn't mind what risks she took.
Didn't her husband mind?
Yeah? Oh, Pat Hudson, well, he treated me just like a boy. He never took much notice of me. He probably thought it was all a joke. Well, at last I got fed up with it all. She wouldn't leave me alone. I couldn't call my soul my own. I couldn't stick it anymore. So I told her I was sick and tired of the whole thing and it had got to stop.
And what did she say to that?
Oh, there was one hell of a scene. She screamed and cried, said she loved me and wanted to marry me and that she couldn't live without me. She was like a mad woman. I've never seen anything like it. But I didn't care. I made a bolt for it.
From Sydney, you mean?
No, from her house. I didn't go there again. Well, not for some weeks. Not until she wrote me a letter. She said she was awfully sorry she'd made all those scenes. She thought she must have been crazy, but she'd had time to calm down. Everything was all right now, and she didn't bear me any ill will. She was going off to New Zealand in 2 days' time, and would I drop in the following evening just to say goodbye and have a drink.
And you went?
Yes, I was surprised at how casual she had sounded, as though she didn't much care whether I went or not. Well, that suited me all right, so I went along to the house the next night.
Come in, Fred. Come on and sit down.
Thanks.
Pat isn't here. He's gone to Brisbane for a day or two.
Yes, I heard he was going. Father said something about it.
I'm afraid we must talk about him for a minute, though. I don't want to get into any trouble if I can help it. Things might be a little awkward.
Huh?
That's one reason why I hoped you'd come this evening.
How do you mean, awkward?
Oh, don't worry, not for you. You're absolutely safe. But I think it's just as well we should both tell the same story, if we have to, if he should ask any questions.
You mean he knows about us?
Well, you remember that night we drove back from the beach, the last time we met?
Yes.
Well, someone saw us together and told Pat about it. He didn't like it. I said you were waiting for a friend to drive you home, and they didn't turn up, so I give you a lift. I don't think he'll mention it again, but if he does, I just want you to back me up.
Well, of course I will.
Yes, I knew you would. So, now let's forget about it, whiskey?
Thanks.
You know, I'm really rather excited about my trip. I've never been to New Zealand, and I believe it's wonderful.
Yes, I hear.
I'm going to stay with friends. They have a lovely house by the sea. It should be fun. And the doctor says it's just what I need. A complete change. Here. Is that all right for you?
Fine.
Well, Fred, here's how.
Cheers, Florrie.
Oh, by the way, what time do you make it?
6:20.
Oh, good. Good, then I don't need to leave the house for another half hour. I'm going to pictures.
I thought you were all dressed up.
Ah, it's a new dress. Do you like it?
Very much.
I think the colour suits me, don't you?
And the shape.
Fred.
Yes?
You know, it wouldn't hurt you to kiss me goodbye, would it?
No, I don't suppose it would.
Then why don't you?
Maybe I will, when I go.
Why not now? You may forget.
All right, Florrie. Have a nice trip. Bon voyage.
No, Fred, no. Properly. Like you used to kiss me.
That's enough. You promised there'd be no silly business.
Yeah, I know. I didn't mean there to be, but I can't help it now that I see you. Oh, Fred, come on, be kind to me, please. Just this once. It'll be the last time I'm going away tomorrow. You won't be bothered with me anymore. Well, you do like me a little, don't you?
Well, but yes, of course.
Well, then put your arms around me. Come on. I don't blame you for anything, Fred, really I don't. Except for being so absurdly good-looking. Oh. I know I'm a foolish woman, I know, but I can't help that. I love you. I love you. Oh, kiss me, darling. Oh, huh? Patrick!
What the hell, you dirty little swine?
Oh, no, don't, Pat, don't.
Get out of my way!
Pat! Let go! You tell him!
I'll beat the hell out of him!
Pat! I think it's all right. He's dead.
You said he'd gone away.
Oh, no, he didn't go. He had a telephone message.
How do you know?
I sent it.
You? What for? My God, you mean this was a put-up job?
No, don't be silly. What you've got to do now is keep your head. Go on home. Have supper quietly with your family as though nothing had happened. Well, I'm going to the cinema like I said I would.
You are mad. Stark, raving mad.
No, I'm not. I know what I'm doing. Now, you'll be all right if you just do what I say. See, you just behave as if nothing had happened and leave it all to me. Oh, you've got nothing to be afraid of. I won't let him touch you. You're mine, and I know how to look after what belongs to me. I love you, and I want you. And when it's all over and forgotten, we'll be married. What a fool you were to think that I was ever gonna give you up.
I shall never forget the look on her face as she said that. It made my blood run cold. I was in a trap, and there was no way of getting out of it.
Who fired the shots, Mrs. Hudson?
No, I did.
You were carrying a revolver.
Oh, of course I wasn't. When we were struggling on the floor, and I thought he was going to kill me, I suddenly felt a revolver put in my hand. I swear I didn't know what I was doing. It all happened in a second. I twisted my arm and fired. And then I fired again. My God, the nerve that woman had got. I was trembling like a leaf. She was as cool as a cucumber.
Did you go home, as she told you to?
Yes, I wanted time to think. But before I went to bed that night, I made a clean breast of the whole thing to my father. I told him that I'd only fired in self-defense, which was true. He said the thing had got to be hushed up. He couldn't afford a scandal with the election coming on. I should have to get out of the country. That's why he bought the lugger and why I came away with Nichols. I stayed in bed for over a week, pretending I had fever, until the night Father drove me along the coast to where the lugger was anchored.
Well, in the meantime, what about the police? What conclusion did they come to?
They reckoned that the crime had a political motive. Hudson was known to have a lot of enemies.
They didn't suspect Mrs. Hudson.
They may have done, but if they did, they couldn't pin anything on her. She had a perfect alibi. She said she'd spent the evening at the cinema, came home, and found her husband dead. The papers said she made an awful scene, screaming and crying and rushing out of the house to call the neighbors when she discovered him. She could prove she'd been at the cinema. She'd part of the ticket still in her bag, and she'd spoken to 2 people she knew who were there. She said she'd gone to the cinema because, believing her husband had left for Brisbane, she didn't particularly want to stay in the house alone. The police asked her why he hadn't gone to Brisbane. She said she'd no idea. They couldn't prove a thing against her.
Then why she just hanged herself?
How did you know that?
I read about the inquest in a copy of the Sydney paper you gave me.
It gave me an awful turn when I read it. She was horrible, and I hated her. Yet I suppose she must have been in love with me to do what she did.
Why do you think she did it? I mean, take her life.
Perhaps my father had something to do with it.
Your father?
I don't think he'd be satisfied till he got even with her. I shouldn't put it past him to have told her that I'd confessed everything and the police were going to arrest her.
Plausible, but she chose an unpleasant way of doing away with herself.
She's ruined my life. And it was only the merest chance that I met her. Oh, what the hell does it all mean? Why are we here? Where are we going? What can we do? Any of us?
My dear boy, you don't expect me to answer that, do you? Ever since men picked up a glimmer of intelligence, they've been asking those questions. What is it the Bible says? Short, therefore, is man's life, and narrow is the corner of the earth wherein he dwells. You must take life as you find it, I'm afraid.
I'm fed up with life as I find it.
You know, the most valuable thing I've learned is to regret nothing. Oddly enough, most misfortunes have their compensations. With a certain humor and a good deal of horse sense, one can make a fairly good job of what is, after all, a matter of very small consequence. You're a stranger in the world yet. Presently, like a man on a desert island, you'll learn to do without what you can't get and make the most of what you can.
I'll either have life on my own terms or not at all. No, I don't want your resignation.
You may one day.
Never. Never.
At dawn the next morning, the Fentons slipped out of the harbour, and that was the last I saw of Fred Blake. But not of Captain Nichols. By an odd coincidence, on my way through Singapore a month later, I was sitting on the little dusty terrace of my hotel reading when I heard someone call me. I looked up, and to my astonishment I saw the captain coming towards me.
Well, well, well. This is a small world, ain't it, Doc?
It certainly is.
I was passing by and saw you sitting there. I come to say how do you do you?
Oh, I'll sit down and have a drink.
Don't mind if I do.
Good heavens, you've had your teeth out.
Yes, I promised you I would, didn't I? You was quite right. The dentist said he wasn't surprised I suffer from dyspepsia. It's a miracle I've gone as long as I have, according to him. They were rotten. Rotten, every one of them.
And certainly didn't add to your beauty. Where's Fred Blake?
Come to a sticky end, poor chap.
What do you mean?
Fell overboard one night, or jumped over. Nobody knows.
In a storm?
No, sea was as flat as a mill pond.
Then how could he go overboard without anyone noticing? What about the man at the helm?
Well, we'd hove to for the night. Fred had been drinking very heavy. Nothing to do with me, of course, but I told him he'd better go easy. Mind your own bloody business, he said. All right, I says, go your own way. It ain't going to put me off my sleep. Next morning, he was gone.
When did this happen?
A week ago, last Tuesday. Very awkward it was for me, too. He'd won all my money at cribbage. We played a lot after we left you, and I tell you, the luck he had was something unbelievable. I began to think there was something phony about it, but I couldn't see how it was done. Well, to cut a long story short, by the time we got to Batavia, he took every penny off me I'd got for the cruise.
Well, you told me that was 200 sovereigns.
So it was. Well, after the accident, I broke open his strong box.
Why did you do that?
Well, I had to see if there was an address or anything so I could communicate with the sorrowing relatives. I'm very particular about that sort of thing. And you know, there wasn't a shilling there. It was as empty as the palm of my hand. The dirty little tyke must have carried all his money he's built. And he'd gone overboard with a lot. And mind you, it was my money, most of it.
That must have galled you.
You can't tell me he could win like that playing on the square. Crooked he was. I never liked him. Not from the beginning. I don't know what I should have done if I hadn't been able to sell the lugger to a chink in Penang. I made him give me a good price, so I haven't done too badly after all. Life's a rum, ain't it, Doc? Like a bloody seesaw. Up and down, up and down.
It's a queer story, Captain. I wonder if there's any truth in it.
Here, Doc. What do you mean by that?
What I say. I suppose you didn't by any chance push Fred Blake overboard when he was drunk?
Well, that's a nice way to talk. It's the first time anyone's ever accused me of
doing the dirty on someone, Captain, is it? You didn't know he kept his money in his belt? You thought it was in his strong box. It was quite a package for a bum like you. I wouldn't put it past you.
Good old Doc. Still the same. Haven't changed, have you? Look here. What about that drink you were going to give me?
You shall have it, you scoundrel. Wait up!
In The Narrow Corner by Somerset Maugham, adapted for broadcasting by Howard Agg, the part of Dr. Saunders was played by Raymond Huntley, Captain Nichols by George Merritt, and Fred Blake by Dennis Hawthorne. Eric Christensen, William Edel, Louise Frith, Sheila Grant, Mrs. Hudson, Barbara Mitchell, George Frith, Peter Pratt, Ryan, Peter Clawton, Kim Ching, Will Layton, Swan, Geoffrey Wincott, Patrick Hudson, Louis Stringer, and the Dutch official Anthony Vickers. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Martin C. Webster.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you The Sacred Flame, a gripping drama by W. Somerset Maugham. When crippled Maurice Tabret dies suddenly, no one questions the doctor's statement that he died of heart failure. No one, that is, except Nurse Wayland, who insists that he has been murdered. But who would want to kill Maurice? His devoted wife, Stella, his mother, who adored him, his brother, Colin. Listen in a few moments to the devastating consequences of Nurse Wayland's bitter accusation in The Sacred Flame, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, The Sacred Flame.
Speed is the essence of the game of chess, old fellow. Don't let your son bully me, Mrs. Tabret.
I think you're quite capable of taking care of yourself, Doctor.
If you moved your bishop, you'd make things a bit awkward for me. Morris, when I want your advice, I'll ask for it. Mother, is that the way respectable general practitioners talk to their patients in the days of your far-distant youth?
How on earth do you expect poor Nurse Wayland to read when you never for an instant hold your tongue? I can't even hear myself knitting.
I don't mind, Mrs. Tabret.
Don't worry about me.
After listening to my lively conversation and wheeling me around for nearly 5 years, Nurse Wayland pays no more attention to me than if I were a deaf mute.
Who can blame her?
I know, it's exasperating.
It's worse than that, Nurse. It's inconsiderate.
If you please, ma'am, Major Leconda wants to know if it's too late for him to come in to have a drink.
Of course not.
Ask him to come in, Alice.
Very good, ma'am.
You know him, don't you, Doctor?
No, I've never met him. He's the fellow who's just taken that furnished house on the golf links, isn't he?
Yes, we knew him years ago in India. That's why he came here.
Is he a soldier?
No, he was a policeman. He's retired now.
Oh.
He was one of Mother's numerous admirers. Nice chap. And I believe he's a rather good golfer. Colin has played with him once or twice.
I asked him to dine tonight so that Morris could get a game of bridge, but he couldn't come.
Major Leconda?
Oh, good evening, John.
Hello.
How nice of you to come in.
I was on my way home and I saw your lights on, so I thought I'd just ask if anyone would like to give me a Doc and Doris.
Oh, help yourself. The whiskey's on the table.
Thanks, Millie. How are you, nurse?
Fine, thanks.
And the patient?
Bearing up pretty well, considering all he has to put up with.
You're in your usual high spirits, I see.
I don't think you know Dr. Harvester.
How do you do, Major? Don't let me disturb your game.
It's finished.
Have you beaten him?
Hollow.
I haven't come to stay, only to say I was sorry I couldn't come to dinner. I'll just swallow my drink and take myself off.
There's no hurry. I'm not going to bed for hours.
We're really waiting up for Stella and Colin. They've gone to the opera. Morris, why don't you let Nurse Wayland get you ready? Then you'll only have to slip into bed and Colin can help you.
All right. What do you say, Nurse?
It's just as you like. I'm quite prepared to stay up until Mrs. Morris comes in and put you to bed after you've said good night to her.
No, come on. You look tired. Put your shoulder to the wheel, Nurse, and gently trundle the wounded hero to his bedchamber.
I'll be back in 10 minutes. She seems a very nice woman, that nurse.
Yes. She's extremely competent, and her patience is really wonderful.
She's a jolly good nurse, and you're very lucky to have her.
Oh, I'm sure we were. It's a pity she's so tactless. It never seems to occur to her that Morris wants to be alone with his wife. He likes to say goodnight to Stella last thing, and he likes to say it without anyone looking on. That's why he's staying up now.
Poor boy. I suppose he's absolutely dependent on a nurse?
Absolutely. All sorts of rather unpleasant things have to be done for him, poor dear. And he can't bear that anyone should know about them, especially Stella.
Is there really no chance of his getting better, Dr. Harvester?
No, I'm afraid not. He was terribly smashed up, you know. The lower part of his spine was broken, and he was badly burned when the plane caught fire.
What a shocking thing to happen.
Yes, indeed.
When you think that he was flying all through the war and never had a mishap. It's so silly that this should happen just when he was trying out a new machine. It was so unexpected.
His courage amazes me. He never seems low or depressed.
Never. His spirits are wonderful. It's heartbreaking to watch him in dreadful pain and still forcing a joke from his lips.
You know, I'm sorry Colin is going away so soon, Mrs. Tabrett. I think his being here has done Morris a lot of good.
Yes. As boys, they were great friends, which isn't always the case with brothers. Colin's been away so long. He went to Central America just before Morris crashed, you know.
Does he have to go back?
Well, he put his share of his father's money in a coffee plantation. Oh, it's doing very well. He loves the life out there. And it seems cruel to ask him to give it all up to help look after his crippled brother.
I think it would be most unfair. One has no right to ask anyone to give up his own chance of making the best he can of life. You know?
Yeah, we are again. Fixed up and ready for any excitement. Aren't I, Nurse? What's that?
What?
I thought I heard a car. Yes, I did. It's Stella. She's in her new evening dress tonight, Doctor. Just wait till you see her.
Which opera was on tonight?
Tristan. That's why I insisted on Stella going. It was after seeing Tristan that we got engaged. Do you remember, Mother?
Oh, of course I do. It was a wonderful evening. Oh, here she is.
Stella!
Hello, my darling. Have you missed me?
Why are you back so early, you bad girl? You promised me to go and have supper. Why didn't you take her, Colin? Well, good evening, Doctor.
Well, darling, I was so thrilled and excited by the opera, I felt I simply couldn't eat a thing.
Hang it
Oh,
all.
hello, Doctor. Hello, Major.
You might have gone to Lucian's and had some supper. What's the good of my spending the earth buying you a magnificent new dress when you won't let anyone see it?
But, darling, I wanted to show it off in the intervals, but it seemed so grand that I hadn't the nerve. I kept my cloak on.
Well, take it off now and show the gentlemen.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh, you are a bully, Morris. Oh, there you are, then. Oh, you've made me feel shy now.
Stand up so we can all see. Ah, it's lovely.
Oh,
Stella, what's the matter? Catch her, Colin. She's going to fall. There you are. Come on. Sit down.
Yeah, I'm all right. Nothing, just a little faintness.
Stella. It's all right, Morris. Don't fuss. Put your head between your knees, Stella.
Let me help you.
No, I'll be all right in a minute. Oh, silly of me.
My belief is that she's just faint from lack of food. Nurse, would you mind going into the kitchen and seeing if you can find anything for these silly young people to eat?
Of course not. I'll make them some sandwiches.
Colin can get a bottle of champagne from the cellar.
All right, Mother. Is there any ice in ours? I've got a thirst I wouldn't sell for £20.
Well, I'll say goodbye. I'm sorry you're feeling poorly, Stella.
Oh, Mother's right. All I need is a large sandwich, preferably ham.
You're looking better now. For a few moments, you're as white as a sheet.
Good night, everyone.
Oh, goodbye.
Goodbye,
Goodbye.
John.
Goodbye.
It was nice of you to look in.
Don't worry, I'll see myself out.
If you're not in a hurry, Doctor, wait and have a sandwich with us. And in the meantime, let's take a turn in the garden, shall we? It's so lovely and warm.
Good idea. If the ham sandwiches, I hope Nurse Wayland has the sense to use plenty of mustard.
Stella, are you sure you're all right?
Oh, my darling. I'm sorry I made such a fool of myself.
You scared the life out of me. Why didn't you go on and have supper before coming home?
Oh, I didn't want to. I wanted to get back.
But Stella, you go out so seldom. Oh, this is no life for you. Tied up to a cripple. You're young.
Oh, darling, don't. Please. I'm not missing anything, I promise you.
The fact is, you've lost the habit of going out and having fun.
Nothing is fun if you can't share it.
Now, don't be idiotic, my poor darling. I wish Colin weren't going away so soon. At least you've been able to get out and around with him.
He only came home for 6 months, and he stayed nearly a year.
You promised you'd try to persuade him to stay on a bit.
No, but he must get back to his work.
I suppose so. I was thinking of you.
Oh, now, Morris, darling, you must stop fussing because you think I'm having a thin time. I'm not. You never try to prevent me from doing anything I want to. I don't know what it is to be bored. Why, I haven't time for half the things I want to do.
Yes, you're wonderful, Stella. You always have been. You've made the best of a bad job, all right. I've had to, but why should you?
Oh, my darling. Don't talk like that. I married you because I loved you. It would be unspeakable if I stopped loving you now that you need my love more than ever.
Oh, my dear. We can't love because we ought to. Love comes and goes, and we can none of us help ourselves.
Morris, what do you mean? Have I done anything to make you think I wasn't the same as I'd always been?
Of course not, darling. You've been an angel. Always. What's the matter? You suddenly went quite pale. You're not feeling faint again.
No, I'm all right.
Perhaps I seem to take for granted all that you do for me, but don't think I'm not conscious all the time how much I owe you.
But I've done nothing for you.
I've never let you nurse me. Well, I couldn't bear that you should have anything to do with the sordid side of my illness. You know that I'm never going to get well, Stella, don't you?
I don't indeed. It's a long business, we know that, but I'm absolutely convinced you'll get much better.
No. They pretend they can do something in order to give me hope. I pretend to believe them because it's the easiest thing to do. But I know I'm on this invalid bed for life, Stella.
Oh, then let's take what comfort we can in the great joy we've had in one another, in the days when you were well and strong. I shall always be grateful for the happiness you gave me and for your love.
Do you think that's changed? I love you as deeply, as devotedly as I ever did. You're everything in the world to me, Stella. I ought to be frightened because I'm so dependent on you, but I'm not. Because I know, not just with my mind or my heart, but with every nerve in me, with every little feeling and every pain, how good you are to me.
Oh, darling, why are you saying all this to me tonight?
Because I owe you so much. You know, Stella, when you're an invalid, you find out all sorts of interesting things. People are sympathetic, but you mustn't abuse their sympathy. You soon discover it bores them if you talk about yourself. You must make jokes, make them laugh, so they feel they needn't be sorry for you. Then they go away feeling relieved and kindly disposed towards you.
Oh, my darling, you break my heart. It's so cruel that you should have had to learn such bitter truths.
My dear, they're not as bitter as all that. I shouldn't have mentioned it, only I wanted to tell you that it's you who've given me the courage to carry on. I can stand anything as long as I know I shall see you tomorrow and the next day and the day after and always.
Oh, Morris, I'm unworthy of such love. I'm so ashamed. I'm selfish, thoughtless.
Never. And you're so beautiful. You've never looked more beautiful than you do tonight. What is it that gives you this sudden new radiance?
Well, I don't know why I should look any different from usual.
I watch your face. I know every change in it from day to day. A year ago, you had a strained look, but now, lately, you've had an air that is strangely peaceful. You gained a sort of lovely serenity. Oh, Stella, if only we'd had a child. Someone I could see as part of you and me. And you would have had something to console you. You wouldn't have felt you'd entirely wasted your life.
But Morris, darling, I don't feel I've wasted my life. Oh, look, you're not yourself tonight. You're ill and tired.
I love you, Stella. I want to take you in my arms, as I used to. I want to press my lips to yours and see your eyes close and your head fall back and feel your dear, soft body. Stella, I can't bear it.
Oh, hush now, my darling, please. Darling, don't.
It would have been better for both of us if I'd been killed when I crashed.
Darling.
I'm no use to you. I'm no use to anybody.
No, darling, don't, please, darling.
Forgive me, Stella. Oh, what a complete fool I am.
Oh, my dear. You frightened me.
It's what they call a nerve storm. It's a good thing Nurse Wayland didn't see me like that. Give me my handkerchief.
Oh, yes, here you are. Whiskey and soda's what you want. I'll get you one.
No. I'll have one later. In bed.
Yes. Sorry I've been so long. There wasn't any ham, so I made toasted bacon sandwiches.
Oh, they look delicious. I'll call the others. Oh, Dr. Harvester, come and have a sandwich before it gets cold.
Stella.
Yes, darling.
Darling, if you don't mind, I think I'll turn in. I suddenly feel very tired.
Oh, I'm sorry, Morris.
Did I hear you calling me?
Yes, you did. Morris doesn't want anything to eat. He's going to bed.
Oh, I'm so glad. It's very late. Good night, my boy. Sleep well.
Good night, Mother. Bless you. Here, let me give you a hand, nurse.
I can manage perfectly. I'm so used to wheeling the invalid bed, and he weighs nothing.
Never mind. Let me push him. Look in on your way to bed, Stella.
Yes, of course, darling. Oh, don't be long, Doctor, or the sandwiches will be stone cold. Morris is rather nervy tonight. I'm sorry I went to the opera.
Oh, my dear, you go out so seldom.
I haven't the inclination, really.
You're tired. Why don't you eat something?
No, I'll wait for the others.
Whatever happens, darling, I want you to know that I'm deeply grateful for all that you've done for Morris.
Why do you say that? You don't think he's getting worse?
No, I think he's just the same. I just wanted you to know that I realize what a great sacrifice you've made for him. After all, you didn't marry Morris to be the wife of a helpless cripple.
Wow, one must take the rough with the smooth.
You're a young and beautiful woman. You have the right to live your life just as anyone else has. For 5 years now, you've given up everything to be the sole comfort of a man who was your husband, only because a legal ceremony had joined you together.
Oh, no, because love had joined us together.
My poor child. I'm so desperately sorry for you. Whatever the future may have in store, I shall never forget your courage, your self-sacrifice, and your patience.
But I don't understand what you mean.
Don't you? Well, let us suppose that it is the anniversary of my wedding day, and my thoughts have been much occupied with the ups and downs of marriage. Ah, here you are at last, Colin. You'd better pour us some wine.
Right. Where's Dr. Harvester? Here I am. I've been with Morris. I'll just have a sandwich and swallow my wine and then be off. Is Morris all right? Oh, fairly. He's a bit down tonight for some reason. I don't know why. He was in great spirits earlier in the evening.
I expect he's tired. He insisted on staying up.
Well, I've left a sleeping draught that he can take later if he wants it.
And I'll go up and see him before I go to bed. If he can get a good rest, I'm sure he'll be his usual self in the morning.
Well, I must get home. Good night, Mrs. Stavret, and thanks for a very pleasant evening.
I'll see you to the door, and I'll go straight to bed. Good night, children.
Good night.
Good night, Mother. Good night, Doctor.
Good night, Doctor.
Stella, darling.
Oh, Colin.
Poor darling.
Oh, Colin, what have we done? Morris was so strange tonight. I couldn't make him out. It was almost as though he suspected.
No, impossible.
He must never know. Never. I'd do anything in the world to prevent it. Why did you ever love me? Oh, why did I ever love you?
Stella, come here. My darling.
No. Oh, I'm so ashamed.
Excuse me, my dear. Could you pass me a packet of Radion?
Why, of course. Here.
Never use anything else to get my wash really white, do you? You know, whoops, mind the trolley. Radion is a wash out, a white in.
What?
Radion, an absolute white in, a clean up, a fresh in, and Radion's so good in washing machines. My wash is whiter to the last sock. Pow! Radion with Sunflakes. Pure white power. Remember that. Now I'll be on with my shopping. Mind the trolley.
Well, I never. A white in. Radion it is, then. Pure white power. Pow!
Shield brings you the dry look. Shield brings you the dry look with Stay Dry, a formulation unique to the newest Shield aerosol deodorant. It keeps you cool, confident, and feeling poised even in the sheerest of fashions. And Shield's extra dry spray never stings or burns your skin, even if you use Shield right after a bath. Stay dry with Shield, the only deodorant with Stay Dry.
My dear Colin, I've only just heard. I can't tell you how sorry I am.
It was nice of you to come.
I was at the golf club and old Blake came to me and said, I say, have you heard that poor Morris Tabrit died last night? I couldn't believe it.
I'm afraid it's true all the same.
Morris seemed comparatively well last night and in such good spirits. Was he taken worse in the night?
No.
He just died in his sleep.
I suppose so. He can't have felt ill or would have rung for Nurse Wayland.
When did you find out then?
Well, you see, sometimes if he had had a bad night, he slept late in the morning. Stella insisted that no one should go in to him until he rang. It was the only matter in which there'd been any friction between her and Nurse Wayland.
She was quite right. At least the poor chap was happy when he was asleep.
We were just finishing breakfast when Nurse Wayland came in. I noticed she was very white. She said she had just been in to Morris. Stella was furious. I've never seen her so angry. Nurse Wayland was trembling. She looked all funny, scared, you know. I had the feeling something was wrong. Is anything the matter, nurse? I asked. She gave a sort of cry and clenched her hands and said, "He's dead."
How terrible.
Stella gave a sort of gasp and went into a dead faint.
And your mother?
Oh, Mother was wonderful. I sprang forward to help Stella, and I saw Mother just sitting at the table. She was awfully white. And then she began to tremble. She never made a sound, just shrank back into her chair and suddenly became an old woman. She just said, "You'd better go for Dr. Harvester." I shall never get the sound of her voice out of my ears.
Oh, hold on, old man. Don't tell me any more if it upsets you.
No, I'm all right. There's nothing more to tell. Mother and Nurse Wayland attended Stella, and I went for the doctor. He said Morris had been dead for a good 2 hours. And probably heart failure.
How about Stella?
She's all right now.
And your mother?
Harvester's with her. Ah, here he is.
How is Mrs. Tabrit?
Very upset. Trying not to show it. She has wonderful self-control.
Do you think she'd like to see me?
I'm sure she would. Oh, Nurse Wayland, is my mother asleep?
No, only resting, Mr. Collin.
Then I'll go and ask her, Major. I won't be a moment.
I told you to go and lie down, nurse.
I couldn't. I'm too restless.
Oh, it's been a shock no less for you than the family.
Yes, a great shock. He was always so brave and cheerful.
It was always on the cards that he'd go out suddenly.
Like a candle that you blow out when you don't want it anymore. Where does the flame go then?
My dear, I'm afraid you're taking poor Morris's death a good deal more to heart than his wife.
Did you think he was only a case to me? Even a nurse is human. Strange as it may seem, she has a heart like other people.
Of course she has a heart. But it doesn't do her or her patients any good if she allows her emotions to get the better of her common sense.
What, in your opinion, Doctor, did Morris Tabrit actually die of?
Heart failure.
Are you going to put that on the death certificate?
Certainly.
You've told me half a dozen times that Morris might have lived for years.
He might have. I can tell you now that it's a blessing for everyone concerned that he didn't.
Dr. Harvester, Morris Tabrit was murdered.
What are you talking about?
Do you want me to repeat it? Morris Tabrit was murdered.
Do you mean that you intended that statement to be taken quite literally?
Quite.
But, my dear, why should anyone want to murder poor Morris?
That, at present, is no business of mine.
Now, look here, nurse. You know perfectly well that everyone connected with him was devoted to Morris. No one was ever more surrounded by love and affection than he was. It's incredible that anyone should even have wished him harm.
Whatever I may think or may not think, I'm at liberty to keep to myself.
Oh, come now. You know as well as I do that Morris died of natural causes. What on earth is the use of making a fuss and getting everyone upset?
If he died of natural causes, a post-mortem will prove it. And then I shall have nothing more to say.
I am not going to have a post-mortem. It's quite unnecessary.
I must warn you. If you sign the death certificate, I shall go straight to the coroner and protest.
I should have thought the tablets have enough to put up with without your forcing such an ordeal on them.
Major Laconda, you were in the police, weren't you? Tell me, what is the duty of a nurse who has reason to believe her patient has died by foul play?
I suppose her duty is quite clear. But I think she should be sure that her reasons are valid before she exposed to distress and publicity a family that has treated her with unvarying kindness.
Yes, you're right. Everyone in this house has treated me with the greatest consideration. I do at least owe it to them to make no charges behind their back.
Does that mean you want them sent for?
Yes. In point of fact, I think I hear Mrs. Tablet coming now.
I'll go and fetch Stella.
My dear Major, how kind of you to come.
Oh, I felt I must come and see you for a moment. I'm sure you know how deeply I sympathize with you. If there's any way I can be of service.
Thank you. I'm trying to put my own feelings out of sight and mind and think only that my son's martyrdom has ended. I won't weep because he is dead. I will rejoice because he is free.
Good morning, Major Laconda. Dr. Harvester told me you were here.
I came to say how much I feel for you and your great loss.
Thank you. You know, Morris and I often talked of death. He was never afraid of it. He didn't even attach much importance to it. He asked me not to wear mourning for him, but to go about and do things exactly as if he were alive.
He loved you so much, Stella. He put your happiness above everything.
Nurse Wayland, you'll be leaving us now, I suppose. I want to thank you for everything you did for Morris and to tell you how deeply grateful I am to you.
I don't need gratitude. I only did my duty.
What's the matter?
Stella, I've got something unpleasant to tell you. I would sooner not have to add to your present trouble, but I'm afraid it can't be avoided.
Well, what is it?
Nurse Wayland is not satisfied that Morris's death was due to his illness. She thinks there was some other cause.
But I don't understand. What other cause could there be?
She says he was murdered.
Oh, murdered? You must be mad, nurse.
It's preposterous. However, I presume she has some grounds for her statement. What are they?
Well, nurse?
You all know that Mr. Morris suffered from sleeplessness. Dr. Harvester had prescribed a sedative, chlorolin. Will you repeat the instructions you gave me last night, Doctor?
Morris was excited and overwrought. I asked Nurse Wayland to give him a tablet and told him that if he woke in the night, he could take it.
I dissolved the tablet in half a glass of water and put it by his side. There were 5 tablets left. This morning, the bottle was empty.
That's very strange.
Very.
Would 5 tablets have been a fatal dose, Doctor?
6, including the one I left for him.
Yes, there's no doubt the effect would have been fatal.
It's incredible. Well, it's much more likely that someone took them for his own use.
If so, they must have been taken after I went to bed.
But no one went into Morris's room last night after that but me. I went in to say good night to him. You're not under the impression that I took the tablets, I suppose, Nurse Wayland?
If you had, you could presumably produce at least 4 of them. Believe me, if you'd taken those 5 tablets at midnight, you wouldn't be sitting here now.
The fact remains that 5 tablets disappeared last night. Where are they?
Doctor, is it possible that Morris can have died from chloral poisoning?
I've told you that I was satisfied that death was due to natural causes.
I wasn't asking that.
Yes, of course, it's possible. But I don't for an instant believe it.
But I'm so confused. It's come as such a terrible shock. Nurse Wayland, do you really think that Morris died of an overdose of his sleeping tablets?
I do.
No, it's absurd. Who on earth would have thought of murdering Morris? It's out of the question.
Oh, no. Nurse Wayland can't seriously think that anyone would deliberately give Morris an overdose. But I'm beginning to be desperately afraid that perhaps he took it himself.
Suicide?
Well, he wasn't himself last night. He was very strange. I'd never seen him so upset.
Did he speak of suicide?
No.
What did he say?
Well, really, Nurse Wayland, there are some things I can't tell you. What passed between my husband and myself concerned only ourselves.
I beg your pardon. I only thought it would be better for your own sake to be frank.
What do you mean? Are you accusing me of holding anything back?
I'm not accusing anybody.
My dear, I won't ask you anything that is painful to answer, but there's this. If there is anything in what Nurse Wayland says, I suppose there'll have to be an inquest. The coroner will certainly ask you if your husband said anything at all that might indicate that suicide was in his mind.
Well, he said it would have been better if the accident had killed him outright. But he wasn't thinking of himself, he was thinking of me.
That's very important.
Nurse Wayland, if poor Morris did take an overdose of something, can't you square your conscience to say nothing about it? He had so little to live for. Can't you let him go in peace and spare us the distress of a post-mortem and inquest?
But you see, I don't believe your husband committed suicide.
Why not?
He was sometimes very depressed, and for that reason I didn't think it wise to leave within his reach the means of putting an end to himself. I always kept the tablets well out of his reach.
I never saw him depressed.
I know you didn't. You never saw anything.
Nurse Wayland, what have I done to you? Why do you speak to me like that? Your face is twisted with hate. I don't understand.
Don't you?
Oh. I'm beginning to be frightened of you. What sort of woman have we had in our house for 5 years?
There's nothing to be frightened of, darling. Don't give way to your nerves.
Because he joked and laughed when you were there, did it never occur to you that there were moments when he was overwhelmed by black despair?
But why did he insist on hiding it from me?
His one aim was to make his suffering easy for you to bear. Whatever pain he had, he hid from you so that you should never have the distress of being sorry for him.
How can you say such dreadful things?
Everything he had to be hidden from you. When you were coming, the medicine bottles and the dressings had to be put away so that there should be nothing to remind you that there was anything the matter with him.
I would willingly have done anything for him that you did. It was his most earnest wish that I should not concern myself with that side of his illness.
That's true, Nurse. I'm sorry you don't think Stella did all she could for Morris. As his mother, I'm perhaps no less competent than you to judge. I have only admiration for her unselfishness.
Oh, Mother.
I always think we do the best by people when we help them in the way they want to be helped.
There's a lot in that.
I'm sure Stella did Morris most good by answering him back in the same strain when he chaffed her, and when he laughed, laughing with him.
I was nothing, only his paid nurse. He didn't try to hide from me the despair that filled his heart. He didn't have to pretend with me. He didn't have to be good-tempered or amusing with me. He could be morose and know I wouldn't mind. He could quarrel with me and know he couldn't hurt me.
What are you telling us, Nurse Wayland?
I'm telling you the truth at last.
What a strange truth it is.
But, Nurse, what you've been saying suggests that in one of his moments of despair, he must have thought of suicide.
It was just one of those moments that I was on guard against. The sleeping tablets were kept in the bathroom on an upper shelf. I had to stand on a chair myself to reach them.
Was it impossible, Dr. Harvester, for Morris to have crossed the room into the bathroom and stood up on a chair?
Quite impossible. He had no power in the lower part of his body. His back was broken in the accident and his spinal cord was injured.
Well, the matter can't be left like this. I'm afraid, Harvester, there'll have to be an inquest.
But confound it, man. No one commits murder without a motive. No one had the smallest reason to wish Morris dead.
How do you know?
Everyone was devoted to him.
Did you know his wife was going to have a baby?
You fiend!
Stella. I suspected it last night when she nearly fainted. This morning I knew for certain.
Are you accusing me of murdering my husband?
Is it true what she says, Stella?
Shall I keep luncheon back, madam?
Is it 1 o'clock? No. You can serve it.
We can't have lunch now, Mother.
Why not? Lay for 2 extra, Alice. Major Laconda and Dr. Harvester will be lunching.
Very good, madam.
Mother, it's impossible. How can we all sit down as though nothing had happened?
I think it's just as well. We have a great deal more to say to one another. It will do none of us harm to talk of other things for half an hour.
No, I couldn't. Please let me stay here.
I insist on your coming, my dear.
I must go home, Mrs. Tablett. I'll have a bite there and come back immediately.
Very well. Will you come, Nurse Wayland?
No.
I'll have something sent up to your room.
I don't want anything.
You may when it comes.
Lunch is served, madam.
Come, Stella.
You know the Pepsodent you've been using? Pretty good toothpaste, wasn't it? But now there's all new Pepsodent. It's a toothpaste revolution. Get your teeth dazzle white without scratching tooth enamel. All new Pepsodent made with Earlium actually polishes teeth dazzle white. It doesn't scratch.
All new Pepsodent, the greatest toothpaste discovery in your lifetime.
But you don't have to believe that just because we say so. Extensive laboratory tests prove that it's true.
If you'd like to see the results of those tests for yourself, write to Pepsodent, Box 909, Durban, and we'll send you documentary proof
that all new Pepsodent gets teeth dazzle white without scratching tooth enamel.
All new Pepsodent gives you the smile that dazzleizes.
From the fertile fields of the eastern Transvaal come new flavour Royco's farm fresh vegetable. Plump chickens come from lush Natal. Our beefsteaks are the beefiest, our herbs and spices subtle and delicate. So come home to Royco, made from the freshest and youngest. That's why Royco soups taste the best and cook the quickest in only 7 minutes. New flavour Royco, warm, friendly, satisfying, made with the good things you would choose.
Stella.
Oh, have you finished lunch already?
More or less. Are you all right?
Yes. I'm sorry I couldn't stay in the dining room.
It was awful sitting there as though nothing had happened. I don't know what induced Mother to make us go through that farce.
I dare say it was sensible. With the servants there, it was obvious that we had to hold our tongues. It gave us all a chance to collect ourselves.
Stella, is it true?
About the baby? Yes, it's true.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want to.
You were going to let me go away without knowing.
I didn't want to spoil your last weeks here. Because I was worried, didn't seem to be any reason why you should be worried, too.
But what were you going to do?
I didn't know. I was desperately trying to find a way out. I thought it would be easier when you were gone. Whatever happened, I wanted to keep you out of it.
But, darling, this is something I must share with you. Surely you realize that.
When a woman tells a man she's going to have his baby, it's important to her. She wants to be made a fuss of. I couldn't expect you to feel joy or pride, only consternation.
Stella, you do realize, don't you, how much I love you?
Don't, Colin. Don't say anything that's going to upset me. I don't want to get emotional. If we've got to talk about it, let's do so as calmly as we can.
What's that dreadful woman going to do now?
Oh, I don't know. I don't care. Oh, no, that's not true. I'm frightened to death. Oh, Colin, what's going to happen to us?
You do love me, Stella, don't you?
Oh, yes. I wish I didn't, but I do.
Oh, lunch hour already?
Yes.
Forgive me for coming through the French doors, but I walked through the garden.
Mother and Major Laconda will be here in a moment. They're still having coffee.
Nurse Welland had lunch in her room. Perhaps you'd better fetch her, Colin.
Righto. Won't be a moment.
I hope, my dear, this is going to come out all right.
Doesn't look much like it, does it? Dr. Harvester, will you tell me something?
Yes?
Do you think it possible that Morris could have guessed about the child?
I shouldn't think so.
Oh, I hope not. I couldn't have borne the thought that he died rather than expose me to shame and disgrace. He was capable of that, you know.
My dear, I'm afraid that if Morris died of an overdose, he can't have taken it himself.
But who could have given it to him?
That is the question, isn't it?
Yes, Nurse Wayland.
Oh, yeah, I can hear Mother and the Major.
Well, you're back quickly, Doctor. Have we kept you waiting? I hope you had everything you wanted in your room, Nurse.
Everything, thank you, Mrs. Tabrett.
Well, sit down, everyone. Now, we are in your hands, Nurse Wayland. Have you decided what to do?
Major Leconda asked your daughter-in-law a question before luncheon. She didn't answer it.
I'm afraid you must have thought me very impertinent, Stella. Nurse Wayland said you were going to have a baby, and I asked you if it was true.
It's quite true.
And then another question inevitably rises in one's mind. It's difficult for me to ask it.
I'll answer without your asking. Of course, it's quite impossible that Morris should have been the father of the child I'm expecting. Since his accident, he's been my husband in name only.
I am the father, Major Leconda.
You? Do you mean to say that it escaped your sharp eyes, Nurse, that Colin and Stella were in love with each other?
Oh, did you know?
Nowadays, I find the young are apt to think their elders even more stupid than advancing years generally make them.
Oh, Mother, what must you think of me?
Do you much care?
I suppose I ought to be terribly ashamed of myself. But I must be honest. I could no more stop falling in love with Colin than I could help the rain falling.
You're shameless.
But you have every right to think that I treated Morris shamefully, Mother. He's beyond the reach of pain, but I bitterly regret the pain I've caused you. I have no excuses to make for myself.
My dear, don't you remember what I said to you last night? I thanked you for all you'd done for Morris. Did you think I was talking at random? I knew then that you were going to have a baby, and that Colin was the father.
I blame myself. Not for loving Stella, but for not going away as soon as I'd find out.
Whatever you think of me, I ask you to believe that I didn't give myself to Colin to gratify any passing whim. I love him with all my heart.
I know, dear.
I struggled against it. I told myself that the only return I could make Morris for all the devotion he gave me was by remaining faithful to him. I tried to drive Colin away. I did everything except ask him to go. I couldn't do that. And Morris was so pleased to have him here.
Yes, I understand.
I don't understand you, Mrs. Tabrett. You seem to be going out of your way to find excuses for your daughter-in-law. If you knew what was going on, why didn't you stop it?
I'm afraid I shall shock you, Nurse Wayland. Stella is young, healthy, and normal. When Morris's accident made it impossible for him and Stella to ever live again as man and wife, I asked myself how long she'd be able to support such a false relationship.
No one could say that you had much trust in human nature.
I have a great deal. I knew that Stella's pity was infinite. I knew that she meant everything in the world to Morris. Everything. But I feared the time would come when she could no longer be content with a miserable life that was all that Morris had to offer her. If she wanted to go, I felt we had no right to prevent her. And I knew that if she went, Morris would die.
I would never have left him, never.
I was willing to shut my eyes to anything, as long as she stayed with Morris. I found myself wishing she'd take a lover.
Mrs. Tabrett!
When Colin came back, and after a while I realized that he and Stella are in love, I was glad. I felt that this would make things right for Morris. She wouldn't go now. She was bound to this house by a stronger tie than pity or kindness.
But didn't it strike you what great dangers you were exposing them to?
I didn't care. I thought only of Morris. When they were children, I think I loved both my sons equally. But since his accident, I haven't had room in my heart for anyone but Morris. He was everything to me. For him, I was prepared to sacrifice Colin and Stella. I hope they'll forgive me.
As if there were anything to forgive.
You'll only laugh at me if I say I'm shocked. But I can't help it. I'm shocked to the very depths of my soul.
I was afraid you would be.
Well, with a baby on the way, you must admit that Morris's death has come in the very nick of time to get her out of a very awkward predicament.
What a cruel and heartless thing to say. Are you sure your motive for causing all this trouble is anything more than your bitter hatred of me?
Why should I hate you? Believe me, I only despise you.
You hate me because you were in love with Morris.
How dare you say that?
You gave it away constantly. I could see that you were fonder of Morris than a nurse generally is of her patient. But it didn't strike me as serious until this morning. I know now that you were madly in love with him.
And if I was, what of it?
Nothing. Except that it's my turn to be shocked. In the circumstances, I think it was rather horrible and disgusting.
Yes, I loved him. My love grew as yours faded. I loved him because he was so helpless, so dependent on me. I never showed my love. It would have meant nothing to him. He had no room in his heart for anyone but you. You think you were kind and considerate. If you'd loved him as I did, you'd have seen how less than nothing was all you did for him. I could think of 100 ways to give him happiness, but they would have meant nothing to him. And you, whom he loved, could think of none of them.
Nurse Wayland, I'm sorry for what I said just now. It was stupid of me and unkind. I suppose there is something beautiful in love, of whatever kind it is. Will you let me thank you for the love you gave my husband?
No! It's an impertinence to offer me your thanks.
I'm sorry you should think that.
All you had for him was pity. But I loved him with all my heart. I never asked anything but to be allowed to help and serve him. What was he to you? What was he to his mother? To me, he was my life. And you killed him.
That's a lie.
Come, Nurse Wayland, you have no right to say that.
How dare you stand there and insult Stella? The situation is preposterous.
It's true, and you know it.
I know nothing of the kind. I only know that you've worked yourself into a state in which you are saying all sorts of things for which you have no justification.
My dear, I could no more have killed Morris than I could walk a tightrope. Doesn't it occur to you that there was nothing to prevent my leaving him? Who could have blamed me? I could have gone away with Colin.
Yes, and heaven knows I wanted you.
You'd have been afraid of the scandal. And you knew that your treachery would have broken your husband's heart. You couldn't face that. You preferred to kill him.
After knowing me for 5 years, Nurse Wayland, how can you think me capable of such wickedness?
Your husband loved and trusted you. He was bedridden. He was defenseless. If you were capable of being unfaithful to him, you were capable of killing him.
Are you not falling into a rather vulgar error, my dear? Chastity is a very excellent thing, but it isn't the whole of virtue. There's kindness and courage and consideration.
Are you defending her for having been untrue to your son?
I'm excusing her. I know she gave Morris all she could, and the rest was not within her power.
Oh, my dear, you're so kind and wise.
No, darling, I'm only so old.
Stella, I'm sorry, but Nurse Wayland has made a definite accusation. It must be met. If Morris died of an overdose of sleeping tablets, it was administered by somebody.
It was not given to him by me.
You appear to have been the last person who saw him last night. You said he was upset earlier in the evening. Why?
Oh, must I tell you? It was very private.
No, I've no right to ask you anything, but if there's an inquest, you'll be asked.
But he broke down because he couldn't love me as he wanted to love me. He said he would have so liked us to have a child.
But when you went in to say goodnight to him, he made no further reference to that.
No, none. He seemed quite recovered.
Did he ask you for anything before you went? The sleeping draught, for instance?
No, Major Leconda. Morris did not ask me for the sleeping draught, and I did not give it to him.
May I ask a question now?
Certainly.
Why were you so upset when I came in this morning and told you I'd been into your husband's room?
I was angry with you for going in before he called.
Are you sure you weren't afraid I'd gone in too soon? Supposing he'd been still alive and it had been possible to save him.
You've made up your mind that I murdered Morris, haven't you?
I know you did.
You have done what you thought was your duty, Nurse Wayland. Well and good. It's obvious the matter cannot rest here, and the responsibility is now mine. There is no need for us to take up any more of your time.
I'll go. I'm just as anxious to leave you as you all are to get rid of me. But I can't go, Mrs. Tablet, without saying how sorry I am to have repaid your kindness by bringing this unhappiness upon you. I know you must hate me. It seems frightful, but I do ask you to believe that I can't help myself.
Before we part, my dear, I should like, if I could, to release your spirit from the bitterness that's making you so unhappy. Bless you for the kindness you showed by poor Morris, and for the unselfish love you bore him.
Oh, I'm so desperately unhappy.
Please leave your address, Nurse Wayland. Dr. Harvester will communicate with the proper authorities, and they will want to get in touch with you.
I shall go and see the coroner and put the facts before him. If you don't mind, Mrs. Tablet, I'll ring up his place from here and find out if he's in.
Before you do that, may I say something?
Of course.
I'll try to be brief. Stella is mistaken in thinking that she was the last person who saw Morris alive. I saw him and spoke to him later.
You?
I couldn't sleep last night. There was no light in Morris's room, but I had a strange feeling that he was lying awake too. I opened his door quietly, but he heard me and called me in.
What time was this?
I don't know, perhaps an hour after you left. He told me he'd taken his sleeping draught, but it hadn't had any effect. Then he said, "Mother, be a sport and give me another. It can't hurt for once, and I do want to have a decent sleep."
Yes, he was very nervy last night. I suppose his usual dose wasn't enough.
Very early after his accident, I promised Morris that if life became intolerable to him, I would give him the means of putting an end to it.
Oh, Mother, no.
I said that if his suffering was so great that he couldn't bear them any longer, and he solemnly asked me to help him, I wouldn't shirk the responsibility. And sometimes he'd say, "Does that promise still hold?" And I'd answer, "Yes, dear, it does."
But did he ask you last night?
No.
What happened then?
I knew Stella's love meant everything to Morris, and I knew that she no longer had any to give him because she'd given all her love to Colin. Poor Morris could not stand losing her. But Stella had done as much for him as even I, his mother, could ask of her. I was not so selfish as to demand from her the sacrifice of all that makes a woman's life worthwhile.
Oh, why didn't you give me the chance?
It was a lovely, lovely dream he dreamed, and I loved him too much to let him ever wake from it. For I loved Morris. He was everything to me. I gave him life, and I took life away from him.
Mrs. Tablet, it's impossible. Oh, how dreadful.
I went into the bathroom and climbed on the chair and got the bottle of chlorolin. I took the 5 tablets and dissolved them in a glass of water. I took it in to Morris, and he drank it at a gulp. Then I sat by the side of his bed, holding his hand until he fell asleep. When I withdrew my hand, I knew it was sleep from which he would never awake. He dreamed his dream to the end.
Oh, Mother. Oh, what will be the end of this? I'm so frightened.
Oh, my dear, don't worry about me. What I did deliberately, and I'm quite ready to face the consequences.
It's my fault. How can I ever forgive myself?
No, you mustn't be silly. You mustn't think about me or distress yourselves at what happens to me. You and Colin must go away, marry, and have your child. And you must forget the past. You're young, and you have a right to life and happiness.
Oh, Mother, darling. Oh, Mother, you make me feel so ashamed.
My son, I love you too. I have your happiness very much at heart.
Oh, my dear, dear Millie, what can I say?
Dr. Harvester, are you still willing to sign the death certificate?
Yes.
Then sign it. If there are ever any questions, I'm prepared to swear that I left the tablets on Morris's table by his bed.
Oh, Nurse Wayland.
We're very grateful to you, Nurse Wayland. So infinitely grateful.
Oh, Mrs. Tablet, I've been so petty and revengeful. I never realized how mean I was.
Come, my dear. Don't let us get emotional. We're both of us lonely women now. Let us help one another. So long as you and I can keep our love for Morris alive in our hearts, he's not really dead.
Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice in the church where a wedding has been. Lives in a dream, waits at the
The 10th Man, a play by Somerset Maugham. Adapted for radio by Peggy Wells, with Clifford Norgate in the part of George Winter. The 10th Man.
Oh, dear. I wish you'd sit down, Frank. You make me quite nervous prowling round the drawing room like that.
How do you think I feel, Angela, to have news like this sprung on me without any warning? Oh, for heaven's sake, shut that damned barrel organ out. As if I haven't got enough to bear.
All right, my dear, I'll close the window. There. Now sit down, dear, and let us talk things over quietly.
I can't think why the dickens you didn't tell me last night, Angela.
I had no wish to disturb my night's rest.
Upon my soul, I don't know what you mean. It's incomprehensible to me that you should have slept like a top. I couldn't have closed my eyes the whole night.
I know, and you'd have taken excellent care, but I shouldn't close mine either.
I should have thought I had enough to do without being pestered with a foolish woman's matrimonial difficulties.
You really have a very detached way of looking at things, Frank. No one would imagine, to hear you speak, that the foolish woman in question was your daughter.
Really, Angela, I must beg you not to make this a subject of flippancy.
Well, what do you propose to do?
Do? What do you expect me to do? You tell me that Kate came home at 12 o'clock last night in a ball dress without her luggage, without even a dressing case, and informs you that she's left her husband. It's absurd.
Quite absurd, and so unnecessarily dramatic.
Well, of course, it was a whim on Kate's part. Luckily, her husband's coming here this morning.
Is he?
Yes, he promised to fetch me in his car. We're going to drive down to the city together. I'll bring him in, and meanwhile you can talk to Kate. Well, I dare say she's thought better of it already. It only wants a little tact, and we can settle the whole thing. George is clever enough to have given some plausible explanation to the servants.
Are you really under the impression things are going to pass off in that way?
Why not?
They say it's a wise man who knows his own father, but it's apparently a wiser man still who knows his own daughter.
Oh, Angela, for goodness sake, don't try to be bright and amusing.
Do you know so little of Kate as to imagine she would have taken a step of this kind without having quite made up her mind?
Huh? You don't mean to say you think Kate will refuse to go back to George?
I do.
Well, she must go back, that's all. You know just as well as I do that I can't afford to quarrel with George Winter. I'm chairman of half a dozen of his companies. The position would be intolerable.
I suppose you owe him money.
No, not exactly.
Yeah. And how much is it that you don't exactly owe him?
Well, we're mixed up together in any number of business undertakings, and naturally we have a sort of running account. If we settled up, I dare say I should have to find something like £15,000.
And how do you propose to raise £15,000?
That's just it. It would be devilish awkward. And George is in a confounded tight place, too. You must talk to Kate seriously, Angela.
Oh, here she is. Your father wishes to speak to you, Kate, dear.
Good morning, Father.
Be so good as to sit down, Catherine. Now, am I to understand that what your mother tells me is true?
Yes, Father. I lived with George as long as I could. For 4 years, I put up with more than any woman I know would have done. There are some things no one should suffer who has any self-respect.
You've never complained before of George's behavior?
No.
Why have you never said a word to your mother about it? I can't imagine why you shouldn't get on with George. I don't suppose you've ever expressed a whim that he hasn't gratified. Your allowance is princely. Your pearls are the envy of every woman in London.
Oh, yes, he's generous. My pearls have been a splendid advertisement.
Then what have you got to complain of?
I dare say my mother knows what half London is chattering about.
Well, Angela?
Oh, my dear, I hoped it was idle gossip. A man as much in the public eye as George Winter, the most prominent financier of the moment, certain to be talked about.
Kate, we aren't living under Victoria these days. This is 1910. You know what men are. You must extend a certain degree of license to a man of George's temperament.
You don't understand, Father. I bore my life till something happened which I couldn't endure. I've left him fully decided to divorce him. Nothing you can say will move me.
There are always two sides to every question.
I wonder if you'd go into the library, Frank.
Huh?
I should like to talk to Katie alone.
Oh, very well. Perhaps you can do something with her. Tell her what it means if she persists.
No, my dear.
Oh, Mother, you'll stand by me, won't you? You know what I've gone through. You must have some pity.
Why have you chosen this particular moment to leave your husband?
There are limits to human endurance.
Are you in love with someone else?
You have no right to ask me that, Mother.
Your indignation is almost an answer in itself. It's Robert Colby, isn't it? Well?
Yes.
And you made your arrangements, I suppose, to be married as soon as the decree is made absolute?
We haven't discussed the matter.
But still, I may take it that is the intention.
Yes.
Your father wishes me to tell you that if you quarrel with George, you will ruin him. He could hardly keep the positions that George has given him on his various boards.
You'll be no worse off than before I married.
Except that it appears your father owes George £15,000.
Do you want to cheat me again out of the little happiness that seems in store for me?
I want you to do what is right in your own eyes.
How can you be so cruel?
May I come in?
George! How dare you?
Now, Kate, you mustn't look like that.
Good morning, George.
Good morning, Lady Frances. Well, Kate?
It's infamous that you should come here. If you had any decent
My
feeling...
dear child, I had a business engagement with your father. It's unreasonable to expect me not to keep it because you had temporarily abandoned the conjugal roof.
Father, you might have warned me.
My dear, I was hoping that after a talk with your mother...
What can I do to show you that I've made up my mind for good?
Even after one's made up one's mind, it's not too late to listen to reason.
I think for all our sakes you should listen to anything that George has to say, Kate.
Do you understand what my mother means, George?
I dimly suspect.
My father owes you a lot of money. He thinks that if I divorce you, he'll have to pay that money.
I'm sure his sense of delicacy would prevent him from remaining in my debt.
And you'll make him resign his directorships of your companies?
I know him well enough to feel certain that he would never wish to retain them.
It's vile.
Or is it common sense? Now, look here, Kate, listen to me carefully. You know that all our interests are in Central America. The Lewishams had it all their own way out there till I came along. They owned the railways and the mines and the trams, everything that was worth having. I've been fighting them tooth and nail for 10 years. They've done all they could to smash me, but they haven't succeeded. And now I can force them to come to terms.
All this is nothing to me.
The Lewishams got onto a big thing, a mine called the Campo dell'Oro. But that earthquake the other day queered their pitch, and they offered bills when hard cash was the only thing to do the trick. Well, I found the cash and bought the mine last week.
It doesn't interest me.
It will. I sent MacDonald out there.
MacDonald is George's expert. He's the soundest man in the profession.
I'm expecting his report any moment. Then I shall get to work. I'm going to float the mine as a company with a capital of $500,000. Your father will be chairman, and he ought to make close on 50,000 out of it. For a reason I needn't tell you, we can't afford to wait. We must have ready money, and that means floating the company at once. My only chance is in Middlepool, where 3 parts of my backing have come from before. We shall soon be in the middle of a general election, and you know how uncertain my seat in Middlepool is. I keep it only by my personal popularity. I'm at the mercy of the nonconformists, and if there's talk of a divorce, it's all over with me. They'll make me retire before the election, and if that happens, the new company won't stand a dog's chance.
I'm afraid you'll think it very selfish, but I haven't any more power of self-sacrifice in me.
If the mine is a failure, it'll knock down all the other companies I'm connected with. It'll mean your father's ruin and mine. I dare say you don't mind that. But it'll also mean the ruin of thousands of investors all over the country. 3/4 of the population of Middlepool will lose their savings.
You've lied to me so often, George.
I can show you by plain figures that every word I say is true.
I haven't much sympathy with gamblers who want to make money without working for it. If they lose, it's their own lookout.
Oh, don't be a damn fool. It's a matter of life and death to me, and do you think I'm going to... Please, Lady Frances, I would like to talk to Kate alone.
Come along, Frank. We'll go into the library.
Well, I hope you're able to knock some sense into her, that's all.
I don't think your elopement receives the unqualified approval of your parents, Kate.
Surely we said all that we had to say to one another last night.
You know, I wouldn't have fooled about with other women if you hadn't shown me very clearly that you didn't want to have anything to do with me.
I'd rather not discuss that.
Well, after all, it isn't as if I cared a tinker's cuss for the whole lot of them.
And you think that makes it any better? I think I could have forgiven you if you'd had any love for them. You exposed me to all that humiliation merely to gratify your vanity.
If you like, I'll give you my solemn word of honor that you shall have no cause to complain in future.
It's too late. You've given me my chance of freedom, and I mean to take it.
You're not keeping your part of the bargain.
What do you mean?
You didn't marry me because you were in love with me.
That's not true.
Think.
A year ago, I'd have said again that it wasn't true. I didn't know what love was.
You married me because I was rich.
No, I was dazzled by your success. I mistook it for love.
And I married you because I wanted a wife. You happen to have an uncle who's a duke, and aristocratic connections are devilish useful in England to a radical politician.
Yes, I found out soon enough why you married me.
It was a business arrangement on both sides, and you've had your full share of the profits.
Oh, how can you?
Oh, you'd always lived in a poky way, and I gave you magnificence.
If you bought an article and it hasn't turned out worth the money you gave for it, that's your lookout. You see, you've taught me something after all. And now surely you have nothing more to say to me.
My dear, knowing how important it is to me that you should return to the conjugal roof, you don't imagine I've come without some means to persuade you.
I assure you, you're wasting your time.
You seem to be under the delusion it rests with you to make conditions. I have here a copy of a letter which you may remember. The original was so crumpled that I can't help thinking you were romantic enough to sleep with it under your pillow. It begins, "My very dear friend."
How did you get hold of that?
I can never understand why people are such fools as to write love letters. I never do. I only send telegrams.
You broke open my dressing case.
When I made you a present of your dressing case, I kept the duplicate key in case you lost yours.
How like you. Well, there's nothing in any of my letters that I'm ashamed of.
I wonder what a clever counsel would make of this letter. I can imagine it read in such a manner that those vague words should gather form and substance.
What do you mean?
My dear, I'm going to bring a counter-petition, that's all. You want to wash your dirty linen in public? Let's have an entire spring cleaning.
Oh, my dear George, if you only knew how indifferent I am to such a threat. We haven't done anything with which we can reproach ourselves.
You astonish me, my dear Kate. Surely it can't have slipped your memory that Robert Colby, snatching a brief and well-earned holiday from affairs of state, made a tour of North Italy last Easter, and you accompanied him.
That's not true. You know it's not true. I went with Barbara Herbert.
And a maid. It's always a little unsafe to trust maids.
I went to Italy with your consent. I wrote and told you that I'd met Robert. Chance threw us together in Venice. We found we were making practically the same tour, and we joined forces. We had nothing to be ashamed of, therefore we had nothing to fear.
And do you think you will be able to persuade a British jury that you and Robert Colby travelled through Italy together merely to look at churches and pictures?
George, I promise you on my word of honour that I've never been unfaithful to you.
My dear, it's not a question of convincing me. I am the most trusting, the most credulous of mortals. But of convincing the 12 good men and true who form a British jury, I give you your choice. If you bring an action against me, I bring a counter-petition.
My choice was made long ago. I'm innocent.
You'll ruin me and your father. But you'll ruin Colby as well.
What do you mean?
You're surely not so simple-minded as to imagine he can do anything but resign his seat if he were made co-respondent in a divorce case. They say if we get in again, he's to be given the Ministry of War.
Robert and I have nothing to reproach ourselves with. Nothing.
You sent a note to him last night. What did you say?
I asked him to come here at 12 o'clock.
It's nearly 12 now. I'll wait. And you shall talk to him.
Hello, Kate.
Anne.
Good morning, George, dear. How are you today?
Oh, in my usual rude health, thank you, Anne.
This is Teddy O'Donnell. I want to introduce him to you.
How do you do?
How do you do?
My brother-in-law is the Napoleon of finance, Teddy. He owns 17 companies, 5 gold mines, 2 railways, a house in Portman Square, 2 places in the country, a yacht, 5 motor cars, the family of Etchingham.
Stop talking such nonsense.
It's quite true.
Now, Anne, what is it you want?
You're an old dear, George.
Oh, I thought so. Well, what is it?
I want you to give Teddy a job.
Anne.
Oh, I say, you needn't put it so bluntly, Anne.
It's no good beating about the bush with George, is it?
Not much.
Now sit down and let me talk sensibly to you.
Anne, I'd rather you didn't just now. George and I are busy.
Is anything the matter?
No, nothing. Kate's a little under the weather this morning. Now, tell me why you want me to give Mr. O'Donnell a job.
Because we're going to be married.
Are you, by Jove?
I offered her my hand and heart.
And being a practical person, I promptly inquired what were his worldly possessions.
They're not only nil, they're astonishingly nil. In point of fact, if you reckon debts, they're positively minus.
So, I fell into his arms and said, let us put up the banns at once.
And that's where I come in.
Well, I thought he might manage one of your railways or be your chauffeur.
What?
Or if you didn't think he was good enough for that, you might make him director of one of your companies.
Anne, you don't know what you're talking about.
Good heavens, if Papa can direct companies, surely Teddy can.
No, I didn't mean that. But there are circumstances that you don't understand. Mr. O'Donnell can't ask George to do anything for him. Mr. O'Donnell...
Really, Kate, you might let me answer for myself.
George always said he'd help me when I wanted to get married.
Mr. O'Donnell, I presume your idea is to go into the city.
Yes, more or less.
Educated at a public school, I suppose.
Yes.
Then may I take it that you tried to get into the army and failed?
Yes, I suppose I did.
Yes, and you hadn't got enough money to go into the diplomatic.
How on earth do you know, George?
When a young man of family and education tells me he wants to go into the city, I know it's because he's too incompetent to do anything else.
Well,
50 years ago, the fool of a good family went into the church. In 1910, he goes into the city.
You're not very flattering.
Well, I dare say you'll suit me all right.
Oh, George, you are a darling.
Anne, give me a kiss and I'll find him a job.
I'll give you 2. There.
Well, I shan't find him 2 jobs.
I can't imagine why everybody's so afraid of you, George. You're an old dear.
A heart of gold. That's what I always tell Kate. Now, come and see me tomorrow morning, O'Donnell. We'll have a talk about things.
It's awfully good of you, sir.
You know, you'll have to do as you're told if you come to me.
I dare say I shan't mind that.
Well, it's not always pleasant being at the beck and call of a damned bounder.
How do you mean?
Of course, you look upon me as a damned bounder. I know that. I wasn't educated at a public school. My father was a hatter at Middlepool. I went to sea when I was 14. When I was your age, I was earning 25 bob a week as a clerk in a bucket shop. Of course, I'm a damned bounder.
Now, George, don't be disagreeable.
Well, run along, children. Oh, have you spoken to your father about this, Anne?
No, we're going to leave you to do that.
Are you?
Well, you see, Father's sure to kick up a bit of a row because Teddy's so absolutely stony. But if you say you're giving him a job...
Father may object, Anne.
Oh, he wouldn't dare if George said it was all right.
Are you really very keen on marrying?
Awfully.
Well, I'll see what I can do. Run along now.
Goodbye, darling George.
Goodbye, sir. See you tomorrow.
Bye. Bye.
George, you're not going to take him into your service. You must understand it's impossible.
Why?
We can accept nothing from you.
This disinterestedness is rather a new trait in your family, isn't it?
Anne will have to be told the facts, and she'll see at once that it's out of the question for Teddy to accept favours from you.
I wonder.
I have no doubt of it.
Do you think she'll be pleased when she's told that her marriage can't take place? Are you sure she won't say that she has no quarrel with me?
I should make her understand.
And what will you say? That I'll start her young man on 400 a year and allow her a couple of hundred more so that they can marry next week if they want to, but that you are divorcing me and it would be monstrous of them to accept my offer?
Oh, it's wicked of you. Each way I turn, you bar my way.
In the agitation of the moment, you seem to be mixing your metaphors, my dear.
Mr. Robert Colby has come, madam.
Oh.
I've shown him in the morning room. He said he would wait until you were disengaged, ma'am.
Ask him to come in, Thompson.
Very good, sir.
I'll go through to the library and discuss the weather and the crops with your excellent father, and you shall discuss the situation with Colby.
For goodness sake, leave me alone.
Suggest a counter-petition and see how he takes it. My own impression is that he'll run like a rabbit. And if he does, you know whose arms are open to receive you. As the library adjoins the drawing room, I shan't be far away if you want me.
Mr. Robert Colby.
Robert, how good of you to come.
My dear, you look as if you were surprised to see me.
You must be frantically busy. I thought you might not be able to manage it.
Ah,
Do you know what I've done?
I suspected what your note meant.
I'm seeing my solicitor today, and the petition will be filed as soon as ever it's possible.
I'm so glad. You had no right to go on with that degrading life.
Robert, tell me again that I'm right.
You'll know how much I love you.
Yes, I do know. You've shown me in everything you've done how much you cared.
You realize that I've never even kissed your hand, Kate.
I'm very grateful to you. Now more than ever, I want to feel quite sure that we have nothing to reproach ourselves with.
Were you angry with me when I wrote that letter to you?
I read it till I knew every word by heart. Sometimes I wonder how I could have borne my life at all except for the knowledge that you cared for me.
You've never once told me that you love me, Kate.
I love you with all my heart and soul.
And after it's all over?
It shall be as you wish.
You've meant so much to me, Kate. I owe all my success to you.
It makes me so proud to hear you say that, Bob.
Did you read the speech I made yesterday?
No, I'm afraid I haven't yet. Tell me all about it. I suppose it was the army debate.
Yes, I burnt my ships behind me. I said I thought some form of compulsory service was essential.
Oh.
The Prime Minister's going to the country at once. I think we shall get in. And if we do... Oh, I wish to goodness they'd give me the War Office. Of course, after 6 years in office, we can only hope for a small majority, and every seat will count. I wonder what will happen at Middlepool.
George is very popular.
Yes, that's just it. As long as he was there, the seat was safe. I wonder if anyone else will be able to hold it.
Do you think it will be impossible for him to stand again?
Oh, quite. And rightly. No man's obliged to go into Parliament. If he does, it's his duty to keep clear of scandal.
I wonder what you'd do if you were beaten at the general election.
Oh, I don't think my constituents will throw me out as long as I behave myself.
And if they did?
It would just about finish me. Politics are my whole life.
Yes. Now you must go. I've got so much to do, and I'm sure you must have.
Goodbye, then. And God bless you.
I shall think of you all day long.
Goodbye.
great man has taken his hook?
Yes.
I thought I heard him go.
Well, Catherine, I hope you've thought better of things.
Well?
You think every man is a rogue, George, don't you?
Certainly not. I think 9 men out of 10 are rogues or fools. That's why I make money.
And what will you do when you come across the 10th man, who's neither rogue nor fool?
Put him under a glass case.
You may find him awkward to deal with. Take care.
Oh, I shall. But I've looked for him so long that I can't help thinking he doesn't move in my set. Now and then I thought I'd really got him. But while I was wondering how the deuce I was going to manage, I've seen an itching palm steal softly out, and I knew it wasn't the 10th man after all.
Mr. Bennett would like to speak to Mr. Winter.
Is he on the telephone?
No, sir, he's here.
What the deuce can he want?
All right, I'll have a word with him, Thompson.
No, let's have him in. Perhaps it's something important. And he'll want to see me, too.
Perhaps. Show him in, Thompson.
Very good, sir.
Who is Mr. Bennett?
Oh, he's the secretary of 2 or 3 of our companies. He manages the office and that sort of thing.
He does all the work for which your father gets fees.
Oh, I don't know about that. I flatter myself I'm worth my salt.
Mr. Bennett.
Well, what's the matter, Fred?
I went round to Portman Square, sir, and they told me you were here. I thought I'd better come on at once.
Nothing has happened, Mr. Bennett.
No, my lord. May I speak to you for a moment, Mr. Winter, sir?
Yes. Etchingham, do you mind?
No, of course not. Come along, Kate. We'll go into the library. Call me when you're through, George.
Now, what the devil's the matter, Fred?
There's been a cable from MacDonald's, sir.
Good. And when's the report due? I suppose it's following?
Yes.
Well, why the deuce didn't you ring me up? I'd have come down to the office at once. Now we've got that, we can go ahead.
I wouldn't risk it on the phone. You never know who's listening.
Well, what does the cable say?
It's not what you expect, sir.
What the hell do you mean?
The mine's rotten.
You filthy liar. What are you talking about?
Take care, they'll hear you. We've been done in the eye. The mine's worthless.
Worthless? It can't be. Can't be.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm in it as deep as you are.
If that's true, the 100,000 we paid for it might as well have been thrown down a drain pipe.
What are you going to do?
Do? Fight it out.
You know what it means if you fail.
The Old Bailey. But I shan't fail, Fred. I shan't fail.
The doctor says your father will be well enough to come downstairs tomorrow, Kate.
Oh, I'm glad of that, Mother.
This is the 2nd attack of gout he's had this year.
Poor old thing.
Close the window, will you, my dear?
Very well.
Do so wish that barrel organ wouldn't always play the same tune. It quite exhausts me.
Oh,
What's the matter?
George's carriage. They must have let him in.
I suppose he's come to see your father.
He mustn't come in here. I won't see him. It's monstrous that I should have to put up with this.
Dear, don't worry. George hasn't made any attempt to see you for a fortnight.
Good afternoon, ladies.
George, what do you want? You've got no right to force yourself upon me.
I've just been served with this paper.
Well, what else did you expect?
Your father told me that nothing was going to be done about the divorce for the moment.
I can't help what Father said. It's my business.
What is that paper, George?
Oh, would you like to look at it? It's an interesting document.
It's the divorce petition, Mother.
Wish I had my glasses. I've never seen one before.
You've been lucky.
Or virtuous.
Kate, you've got to withdraw this.
Surely you must see that from now all communications between us must pass through our lawyers.
Listen to me, Kate. There have been references to a dispute between us in the Middlepool papers. And the Herald, the conservative rag, has stated in the current issue that you are divorcing me.
The Middlepool papers are singularly well informed.
That's where you're mistaken. The Argus is printing a special edition with a complete and authoritative denial of the whole story. I've issued a writ for libel against the Herald.
One lie, more or less, on your conscience can make no great difference to you.
But that's not enough. The Middlepool people are nervous about the whole thing. You know Swalecliffe? He's the nonconformist minister. He's on my committee. He and Ford control the dissenting interest between them. They've got it into their heads that they want the truth from you.
Me?
Who is Ford?
The richest man in Middlepool. He's one of my directors on the Middlepool Investment Trust. Shrewd as they make them.
But I don't understand. What do these men want Kate to do?
They're coming here at 5 o'clock to ask Kate if there's any truth in the rumors.
But it's outrageous.
Of course it's outrageous.
What do you expect Kate to say?
She's going to say it's the first she's heard of it. Then they're going to ask her if she's divorcing me, and she's going to repudiate the suggestion.
I refuse to see these people.
Do you?
Or do you want me to tell them before your face that every word they've heard is true? Yes, I'll see them. I'll settle the whole thing, and then I shall be rid of this persecution. But I shall tell them the exact truth.
We'll see. It's not 5 o'clock yet.
Mr. Pedigle.
My dear Bob, this is kind of you.
How do you do, Angela? Kate?
You never come and see us now you're Prime Minister.
It's a delusion of the public, Kate, that the Prime Minister has nothing to do but pay afternoon calls. I'm very glad to see you here, Winter.
On the best possible terms with my mother-in-law.
Of course.
Well, when are you going to dissolve Parliament, Bob?
Do you know, I've been so busy I haven't had time to read the papers for some days. What do they say about it, Angela?
Don't be irritating.
My dear, a wise Prime Minister looks upon it as a privilege to fulfill the intelligent anticipations of the press.
I hope it's not true that you're going to give Emily Lascelles the Home Office.
Good heavens, you talk as if your sex were already comfortably installed in the house.
You know perfectly what I mean. It doesn't matter about the men, because all the work is done by the permanent officials. But their wives are quite another matter. I tell you frankly, it'll be a great mistake if Emily Lascelles goes to the Home Office.
Why?
She can't entertain. She doesn't know a word of French. She dresses abominably.
That settles it. Emily Lascelles shall not go to the Home Office.
That is how history is made.
Oh, George, Frank bought a print of Napoleon the other day he wants to show you. Do come up, will you?
Of course.
George collects things about Napoleon, you know.
Ah, the Napoleon of finance. I'm sorry to hear that Frank's laid up.
Oh, he's much better today. We shall only be 5 minutes. Come along, George.
Right.
How naturally your mother did that. It almost took me in.
Have you come to see me by arrangement?
I'm up to my eyes in work. I'm afraid I could hardly find time for a chat in the middle of the afternoon without a rather special object.
I suppose not.
But your husband's presence leads me to suppose that your common sense has made my errand unnecessary.
Haven't you heard of the life we led together?
My dear, I make a point of never believing the disagreeable things that are said about a man who subscribes so handsomely to the party funds as your husband.
Then I have you against me, too.
My dear child, I've known you all your life. Your mother's my first cousin. We all desire nothing more than your happiness.
George was served with the divorce petition this morning.
Ah. It appears that 2 prominent supporters of your husband are coming up from Middlepool this afternoon to get from your own lips a denial of the rumors that have been circulating in the constituency.
I can promise you that they're not going to get it.
I wish I could persuade you to pause before you take such an irrevocable step.
But why should you care?
My dear, we've been in office for 6 years. We're dissolving Parliament at once. I don't know if we shall get in again. It'll be a very close shave. We can't afford to risk a couple of seats.
A couple?
The chief whip tells me that your husband proposes to lodge a counter-petition.
If it weren't so odious, the idea would be laughable. I promise you that Robert...
Oh, yes, of course. Neither you nor Robert Colby has anything to reproach himself with. That's obvious. But, well, I gather that the evidence is such that a prima facie case could be made out. It would be awkward just at this moment for all of us. I myself could wish that my relationship to your dear mother weren't quite so close.
Do you mean that if my husband drags Robert through the divorce court, you'll throw Robert overboard, even if his innocence is proved through and through?
My dear, no one is so innocent that there's not occasion for some people to shake their heads and say, one never knows. I don't suppose any Prime Minister would invite a man to enter his cabinet who'd been co-respondent in a divorce suit.
He's set his heart on getting the War Office.
Well, you have it in your hands to give it to him.
Does Robert know that George has made certain threats?
No, I think not.
Oh, what a responsibility you put upon me.
That generally goes with power, and at the moment you have that too.
Robert and I have never hidden anything from one another. He wouldn't wish me to decide upon a matter that concerns us both without consulting him. Do you object to my putting the whole thing before him?
Oh, not a bit. But I can tell you at once what his answer will be. He'll say he loves you. And if he must choose between you and everything that has seemed to make his life worth living, he chooses you without a moment's hesitation. But while he's in the very act of renouncing the world for your sake, look in his eyes, and perhaps you will see in them the shadow, the merest shadow of regret. And perhaps in 10 years, when I bring an ill-spent life to a close, you will say to yourself, if I hadn't sacrificed him, he might be standing now in the shoes of that poor, old, incompetent Peregrine.
I don't believe Robert is ambitious.
You have to be a shrewd observer always to know the difference between ambition and patriotism.
I could think the world well lost for love.
Ah, yes, but you're a woman. Do you think a man can? Now, may I ring and ask if my carriage has come back? I asked Colby to fetch me in it so that we might run down to the house together.
Mr. Colby.
Oh, there you are, Colby.
I thought I'd come up for one moment, sir, just to say how do you do to Kate.
I should have been furious if you hadn't, Robert.
Well, I'll just go up and see your father, Kate.
Oh, he'll be so pleased. I'll take you up.
No. I couldn't hear of it. I can easily find my way.
I'll do my best to entertain you, Kate, while the Prime Minister is gone. I jumped for joy when he sent me a note asking me to call for him here.
You might have come of your own accord.
I'm always afraid that I shall bore you if I come too often. I rack my brains for plausible excuses to present myself at your front door. What's the matter, Kate?
Nothing.
I thought you seemed worried.
Do you know that you haven't shown the least desire to kiss me?
My dear, I was obeying your strict commands.
If you really wanted to, you wouldn't have cared 2 straws for my commands.
My darling.
No, stay where you are. If you didn't think of it of your own accord, it's too late.
What on earth's the matter with you?
If you love me, why don't you say so sometimes?
Good heavens, it's on the tip of my tongue every moment of the day.
Oh, forgive me. It's just that I want to know that you love me.
Come here, Kate. Oh, my darling. Now, do you understand?
You're all I have in the world. I don't know what I should do if I lost you.
In a very little while now, dearest, we shall belong to one another for good.
I wonder how much you love me.
With all my heart.
Do you love me enough to...
What?
Nothing. I'm being silly and sentimental. Let's be as well behaved as we generally are. I want to put a purely hypothetical case to you. Supposing you had to choose between me and your career, which would you choose?
You, of course.
How glibly you say it.
Now, fortunately, I shall never be forced to make such a tremendous choice.
Of course not.
Then why the dickens do you suggest it?
Because I'm nervous and restless and rather bored. I wanted to hear you say that you wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the world for my sake.
Oh, you silly girl.
Bob, hold me in your arms again. Bob, darling.
Why, darling, you're shaking. Something is the matter. Tell me.
No, let me go. Someone's coming.
Your father insisted on coming downstairs, Kate.
I really can't stand my room any longer, and I can walk quite well now.
I thought Dr. O'Farrell said you were to stay upstairs till tomorrow, Father.
Oh, O'Farrell's an idiot.
Oh, it certainly looks as if you're better when you start abusing your doctor.
I hope I haven't kept you waiting, Colby.
No, sir, not a bit.
Lady Frances has been showing me an old photograph. I looked at it blankly, and then she said, "Don't you remember? It's so-and-so." It gave me quite a start.
Oh, really?
Yes. It was the photograph of a young lady I'd been so madly in love with that I asked her to run away with me. Married woman and all that sort of thing. And would you believe it? 30 years have passed since then, and upon my soul I didn't know her from Adam.
Or Eve.
You must congratulate yourself, sir.
I do. I'm not a high-minded, quixotic fellow like you, and I don't mind telling you that I find it very agreeable to be Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Prime Minister. And yet, at the time, if anyone had given me the choice between my present position and a trip across Europe with the object of my affections, I wouldn't have hesitated.
A merciful providence evidently had you under its care.
Well, we must be off. We mustn't let even this charming lady interfere too much with the working of the British Empire.
Goodbye.
You must get your mother to show you that photograph, Kate. 30 years ago, I thought the little hussy more attractive than that. Goodbye, Frank. I hope your foot will be all right in a day or two.
Yes.
Come along, Colby.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Kate. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Colby. Yes, I remember that little woman quite well. Not much to look at. I wondered at the time what Perigal saw in her.
You don't want me just now, Father, do you?
No, dear. Are you going out?
I'm only going to my room. I want to be alone for a little bit.
Oh, are you not feeling well, my dear?
Mr. Bennett.
Ah, Mr. Bennett. Forgive me if I don't get up. Very well, Kate. Run along, dear.
I'm glad to see you're better, my lord.
Is anything the matter?
I thought your lordship expected me. You telephoned.
I?
Perhaps Mr. Winter...
Ah, yes, of course. George didn't mention it. I suppose he wants me to sign checks. Well, I can do it just as well here as at the office. I think Mr. Winter is still here. Would you mind ringing?
Yes, certainly.
Ah, George. We were just going to ring.
I've given orders that no one is to be let up until Ford and Swalecliffe arrive from Middlepool.
Oh, by Jove, I'd forgotten all about them. I say, George, you made a mistake in letting them come.
And I've told Lady Frances that we shall want the room to ourselves and no one's to come in without knocking.
By the way, was it you who sent for Bennett?
It was. Your gout has come in very handy.
Hmm?
Sit down, Fred.
I think...
Make ourselves cozy. Quite comfortable, Ettingham?
Yes, quite, thank you.
Foot all right?
I don't feel it at the moment.
I thought you might like to know at once that MacDonald's report on the mine has come.
Ah, well, that is good news. Now we can get to work at once.
Have you got it with you, Fred?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm sure his lordship would like to have a look at it.
Yes, indeed. Hand it over, Bennett. Oh, this is really a thrilling moment. I believe I'm going to make my fortune at last.
As you justly remark, it's a thrilling moment.
Here you are, my lord.
Thank you. Impressive document, isn't it?
Rather technical.
Yes, indeed. Yes, upon my soul, I don't know why MacDonald can't put it into plain English.
I'm thankful he didn't put it any plainer.
I must honestly confess that I don't quite grasp what he means.
I thought you wouldn't. The long and the short of it can be told in a dozen words.
Ah. Well?
The mine was practically worked out when we bought it.
What?
There's no gold there worth speaking of. We've been done in the eye, and we're £80,000 to the bad.
You're joking.
Read the report.
Then...
Your fortune is beginning to look rather silly, isn't it? So's mine.
Is this true, Mr. Bennett?
I'm afraid it is, my lord.
My God. What's to be done now?
What do you think ought to be done? You're chairman of the syndicate. Your opinion can't fail to be valuable.
Oh, we must just pocket our loss, I suppose.
With things in their present state, a loss like that is about as much as we can stand.
But the slump must come to an end soon.
We've been saying that for the last 2 months.
Then what the deuce is to be done?
That is what we're asking you.
We've got the Lewishams to reckon with.
Now's their time to make a raid on us.
I've put all my eggs in this basket. I thought I was going to be rich at last. I wanted to get out of the whole thing. I wanted to live quietly and comfortably.
What are you going to do, sir?
Suppress the report. Go ahead as if we believed in the mine. We've got the government expert's report in which we bought the thing. We'll put that in the prospectus.
But isn't that dishonest?
Very.
George.
It's an axiom in mining circles that when you've got hold of a rotten thing, the proper course is to pass it on to the British public.
But the public will find out there's no gold there when you pay no dividends.
Oh, we'll pay dividends for a year or two. By then we shall have turned the corner, and we'll find another carrot for the British public.
But you say yourself it's dishonest.
There's another point you seem to have forgotten.
What is that?
We paid for the mine with money that didn't belong to us.
What do you mean?
Has it escaped your memory that you and I are directors of the Middlepool Investment Trust?
Well?
We had to plank down £80,000 within 24 hours or lose the mine.
It looked like a certainty.
At that moment, it was impossible for us to raise anything like that sum. The bank held £100,000 of bearer bonds for the Middlepool Investment Trust. They delivered them on an order, signed by you, me, and Bennett. We borrowed on them and completed the purchase of a worthless mine.
But I've never signed anything.
Yes, you did, my lord. They wouldn't have delivered the bonds without.
Then my signature's been forged.
Don't you remember one day after an excellent luncheon, I asked you to come up into the office and sign some papers?
But I never looked at them. I didn't know. I saw you sign them. I added my signature without hesitation.
That's your affair.
You've tricked me. You're a common swindler. In a month, we may all be in prison.
I hear they make you very comfortable there nowadays.
Well, I see my duty before me. I didn't know. But now, there can be no excuse for me. I must go to Scotland Yard at once. I shall make a clean breast of the whole thing.
No, don't be a fool. Listen to me. If we go under, you go under too. Let there be no doubt in your mind about that.
I must do my duty.
Your duty is to keep your head and help us out of the mess as best you can.
But nothing can be done. The mine's worthless. How are we to raise £80,000?
We've got 6 weeks before we need replace the bonds. If we can do it by then, no one will ever know they've left the cellars of the bank.
There's no more chance of replacing them in 6 weeks than there is the day after tomorrow.
Yes, there is, if we can float the company. That's where you come in. I've got to keep my seat in the House. I want all my prestige. I can't have a divorce. You must go to Kate at once and tell her that the only way she can save you from prison is by telling these men who are coming from Middlepool that she has no cause for complaint against me.
Good God, I'd forgotten, Kate. You want me to go and tell my daughter that I'm a thief and a swindler and throw myself on her mercy?
That's it.
I'll see you damned first.
The alternative is prison. It's not very nice, penal servitude. Is it, Fred? You know all about it. You can tell him.
Sir.
Mr. Bennett, what does he mean?
Fred's a solicitor who was struck off the roll.
What?
He was sentenced to 3 years for misappropriating a client's money.
Good God. Is that true, Mr. Bennett?
Yes, my lord.
I never knew.
Well, of course you didn't. It's not the kind of thing you'd expect him to brag about, is it? But it'll go worse with him if we're found out because he's been at it before. Tell him what it's like, Fred.
Oh, sir, don't.
I knew him before he went in. His name was Feltman then. And when they let him out, I took him because I felt sure he had everything to gain by sticking by me and everything to lose by giving me away.
Good heavens.
Oh, who the devil's that? Come in. What is it? I told you we weren't to be disturbed, Thompson.
The gentlemen have come, sir.
Oh, no.
I'll ring when you can show them in.
Very good, sir.
Now, go to Kate. Tell her what I've told you. And say the only way she can save you is by giving in.
I'll see you damned first.
What?
I tell you I won't. And you can go to hell.
Oh, my lord, you don't know what you're doing.
Do you mean to say you refuse to speak to Kate?
If I speak to her, it'll only be to tell her that you are a rotten scoundrel. And it's worth her while to put up with anything to be rid of you.
It means 7 years. You know that, don't you?
For you and that dirty convict there.
You think you can get off by turning on us, but you can't. We've got you tight.
You miserable fellow. Do you think I shall try to escape my penalty?
Tomfoolery. We haven't got time for highfalutin now. Those fellows can't be kept waiting all night. Kate's the only person who can save us. And you.
I tell you I won't. You made a cat's paw of me. And you thought you were only going to say the word and I'd come to heel.
You've done it often enough before.
Don't expect any mercy from him, my lord.
I don't want any mercy. You think you've got me tight. Don't you know that I've got a way of escape whenever I choose to take it?
What are you going to do?
That is my business.
I see.
What does he mean, sir?
Do you think you'd have the courage to shoot yourself, Edging?
What?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Where are you going?
Get out of my way, you damned bounder.
Ring that bell, Fred.
That'll bring those men up. Don't you remember? You
Ring the bell, damn you.
What are you going to do?
Oh, hello. I thought you were routing out your pistols by now.
You're not going to see those fellows.
They'll insist on seeing Mrs. Winter.
Then I shall send for her.
Oh, you needn't think she'll back you up in your confounded lies.
Anyhow, I dare say you'd like to wait and see.
Have you got something up your sleeve?
My dear fellow, our sex would be at an impossible disadvantage in its dealings with the other if it were not for the most obstinate of all their passions, self-sacrifice.
You're counting on that.
You've given Kate such a training in it that I can't help thinking it's become a habit.
I won't say a word to move her.
Like all great men, I leave as little as possible to chance.
Perigal.
That's it.
Do you think there is a chance, sir?
We must risk it. It's the only thing left.
Mr. Swalcliffe and Mr. James Ford.
How do you do? I'm delighted to see you. I hope I haven't kept you waiting.
Not a bit. It's of no consequence.
Let me introduce you to my father-in-law. Mr. Ford, Mr. Swalcliffe, Lord Francis Etchingham.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you, Lord Francis.
It's very kind of you to say so.
When I suggested to Lord Francis that it would be more convenient for you to come here, he put his house at my disposal. My wife is staying here, you know.
Oh.
We're doing up the house in Portman Square, and she can't stand the smell of paint. Now, sit down and make yourselves comfortable, won't you? Have you had tea?
Yes, thank you.
Then we'll get to business at once, shall we?
I should like to say, before we go any further, that it is with the greatest regret that Mr. Ford and I have come up to London on such an errand.
There's been a lot of gossip in Middlepool, and, well, we thought the shortest way to settle it was to come up and see you.
Yes.
You and I are old friends, George. We've had business dealings together for the past 20 years. But, well, it's a question of winning the election or losing it. There's never been much in it, one way or another. And 50 votes more or less will make all the difference.
I want to tell you frankly, Mr. Winter, that I should feel it my duty to vote against you if there were any truth in the reports that have been going about. And I should feel it my duty to advise my congregation to follow my example.
Well, that's clear enough in all conscience. Gentlemen, the best answer I can make to you is that I receive you in my father-in-law's house. My wife is upstairs in her mother's boudoir. I give you my word of honor that there is not the smallest shadow of truth in any single syllable that you have heard.
We don't doubt your word, Mr. Winter, but we came to London with a particular object.
The committee discussed it at length, and the majority agreed
Of course,
that...
of course. Etchingham, will you give these gentlemen the assurance?
I think the whole thing's damned impertinent.
You're only wasting time, George.
We made up our minds that we must have a certain assurance from the lips of Mrs. Winter. Then we can go back to Middlepool with comfortable minds.
Do you mean to say you wish to cross-examine my wife? No decent woman would stand it. I refuse to ask her to expose herself to such a degradation.
That means that you don't represent Middlepool in next Parliament, George Winter.
I'd sooner lose my seat than expose a defenseless woman to such humiliation. You can go and tell that to your committee and be damned to you.
But we came up from Middlepool on the understanding that we were to see your wife, Mr. Winter.
My wife is in very delicate health, Mr. Swalcliffe.
We shan't keep her more than 5 minutes. You'd be wise to let common sense get the better of your pretty sentiments.
Very well. I'll ring for her.
I think it's the best thing, you know, George.
But if she refuses to answer, I warn you that I shall not say a word to persuade her. I think the whole thing's a perfect scandal.
Yes, sir?
Thompson, tell Mrs. Winter that Lord Francis and I would be very much obliged if she'd come to the drawing room for one moment.
Very good, sir.
Well, gentlemen, I hope you're satisfied.
We merely wish your wife to answer the questions that were put to you in your agent's letter on behalf of the committee.
I've no more to say.
Yes, George?
Ah, Kate. These are the gentlemen of whom I spoke to you. Gentlemen, here is my wife.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Winter? Pleased to see you.
How do you do?
We've not had the pleasure of welcoming you in Middlepool for some time.
I've not been very well lately.
Mr. Winter, will you ask your wife the question?
No, Mr. Swalcliffe. If you're not ashamed to ask the question, you may ask it yourself.
I am a stranger to Mrs. Winter. The matter requires some explanation.
No use making any bones about it, Swalcliffe. Mrs. Winter, I'm sorry to put you in this position, but there it is, and it can't be helped. There are busybodies everywhere, and Middlepool has its fair share of them. There's been a lot of gossip about you and your good man, and if we don't look out, it'll lose him the election.
What do you want me to say to you?
Well, we want to be able to go back to Middlepool and tell them we've had it from your own lips that there's no truth in these reports.
That you may do. The reports are quite untrue.
You've no intention of divorcing your husband?
None whatever.
You've never had any intention?
Good Lord, isn't that enough for you?
Yes, we won't bother you anymore.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mrs. Winter. Thank you very much. And I'm glad that you've put our minds at rest. George, shake hands.
I'll shake hands with you, James, but I can't help saying that I could have expected more charity, more confidence in me from men who make a practice of belief in the Christian church.
That's all right.
I can understand your vexation, Mr. Winter, but we were in a very difficult position.
Anyhow, we must get along. And if we look sharp, we'll catch the 5:40 back to Middlepool.
Oh, yes.
Good afternoon to you, Mrs. Winter.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Mr. Bennett will show you out. Goodbye.
Haven't you any idea where Winter could be, Boyce?
As his election agent, Colonel, I should have thought you'd know his movements, particularly on election day.
He's booked to speak at a meeting at 10:30, but you know what he is. Half a dozen places at once.
Have you sent down to the meeting?
Yes, Mr. Ford, of course I have. I've sent Teddy O'Donnell down to tell him to come to the hotel at once.
Oh, confound those trains. Why did Winter have to pick an hotel right on top of the station? 3 weeks of it, too, we've had.
Worst place in Middlepool for a hotel. Glad I didn't put any money into it.
You're sure he won't go to the committee rooms, Colonel?
If he does, Mr. Swalcliffe, he'll be sent on. I thought it would cause a lot of gossip if we had a meeting there. That's why I suggested meeting in his sitting room at the hotel.
I wish to goodness you wouldn't look so depressed, Mr. Swalcliffe.
You're a businessman, Mr. Ford. Do you think there's any truth in this article?
You'd better ask Lord Francis here. He's chairman of the new company. I'm only an investor.
Good Lord, I wish Winter would come.
I've applied for 10,000 shares. You don't suppose I like it when an article comes out in a financial paper on the day of issue that the mine's practically worked out, and Winter's expert has reported that the ore's not worth the cost of crushing?
Everybody who's got a penny to spare in Middlepool has applied for shares. The damnable thing is that it should happen on the day of the election.
Here are the London papers, gentlemen.
Good, Mr. Bennett. Now we shall know the worst.
The financial news.
Yes? Come along,
No,
man.
that's got nothing.
Here it is, the Financial Standard.
Give it to me, Mr. Bennett.
I wish to goodness I'd never thought of stocks and shares. I knew it was wrong. Oh, what a punishment.
Oh,
Steep, isn't it, Mr. Ford?
if the Tories print this, it'll about bust us.
The whole thing's a pack of lies. It's scandalous that such methods should be used to influence an election.
But what does it say?
Merely what they phoned down from London, Mr. Swale.
But it puts it about as hot as I've ever seen a financial article.
You think it'll interfere with the issue?
It'll bust it.
But can't something be done to find Winter?
All we can do is to wait. Young O'Donnell will track him down.
Hang it all, we can't go on waiting and waiting and waiting. Isn't there one of you who can do something?
Keep your head, man. That's about the best thing you can do.
It's all right. It's all right. I've got him.
Oh, thank God. Where did you find him, Teddy?
He was going to speak to some fellows in a factory.
He's coming?
Yes, he's here now.
Did you want to know what it was about?
There was no time for him to ask. And he was talking to a whole crowd when I found him.
He knows it's important.
Ah, here he is.
At last.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Quite a party.
We thought you were never coming, George.
Well, what's the trouble?
Look at this paper. That's the trouble. The Financial Standard has got an attack on the mine.
Is that all?
It's a good deal.
Well, the Lewishams have got the Financial Standard in their pockets.
You read it.
They say there's no gold in the mine.
What do they know about it? They've not been there, and my expert has.
That's just it. They say you're floating it on the report the owners gave you when you bought it, and you're holding back McDonald's.
Extraordinary, isn't it? What a lot the papers know.
But they say...
Yes, what is it? London call. You better go into my bedroom and speak to them, Fred.
All right.
No, don't connect with me. Put it through to my bedroom. Mr. Bennett will take it in there. It's one of my brokers.
Oh.
Now, let's go on. As abuse, I don't really think very much of this. I could have said much unpleasanter things about myself.
You seem to take it very calmly.
I've not been fighting the Lewishams for 10 years without getting some pretty hard words broken on my back.
You see that bit about where the money came from?
I didn't see that.
Well, I'll read it to you, shall I? It is stated that Mr. Winter paid £80,000 for this precious mine. It would perhaps be interesting to inquire how he was able to raise such a sum at a time not only of general stringency, but of peculiar difficulty in the Central American market. Perhaps Mr. Winter, like King Midas, is able to turn into gold everything he touches. And he may have been able to change his office furniture into precious metal. Perhaps not.
Dear.
Oh, childish, isn't it? Do they think I'm going to let out my little trade secrets to please them?
But where did you get the money?
My dear James, you don't suppose I stole it, do you? That's where the born financier comes in. He makes money as a conjurer makes a white rabbit appear out of a silk handkerchief.
A very satisfactory explanation.
But that's hardly the point, is it?
Something must be done at once.
Had the Tories got hold of it?
They're printing the article on posters.
Nuisance, isn't it?
Is there any truth at all in that article, Mr. Winter?
Not a word, Mr. Swellcliffe.
It puts me in a very awkward position.
Oh, what's the matter with you?
I thought the shares would go to a premium before they were issued.
Like the San Jose tramways, eh?
Mr. Ford says this'll bust the issue.
Nice of him. Been having a little gamble, have you?
If it was a certainty, I didn't see there'd be any harm in it.
Like playing with a loaded dice. How many shares have you applied for?
500.
Sporting of you.
I didn't mean to take them up, you understand. I haven't got more than £500 in the world. I thought they were bound to go up half a crown.
500 half-crowns are quite worth having, aren't they?
It's been a lesson to me. I'll never do anything like it again. I shan't have the chance if I have to pay for the shares.
Get my checkbook, Teddy.
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do?
I don't want anyone to come into this concern who doesn't believe in it. Make out a cheque for £500 to Mr. Swellcliffe, Teddy.
Yes, sir.
That's very generous of you, Mr. Winter.
Generous? Not a bit of it. You don't think I mind having 500 shares more, do you?
Do you think they're worth it?
They'll be worth £10 apiece in 6 months, or I'm a Dutchman.
Yes, sir.
That's right, Teddy. There. My cheque, Mr. Swellcliffe.
Oh, thanks.
That looks as if you had confidence in the mine.
Do you want me to buy your shares off you, James?
Not just yet, thank you.
But what's the meaning of the article, then?
Why, it's as plain as a pikestaff. The Lewishams were willing to give their eyes for the mine, but I was too much for them. Now they're crabbing it, that's all.
But then, in that case, this...
You pay that cheque into your bank, Mr. Swellcliffe, and hand over the certificate to me when you get it.
Do you think they will go to a premium?
I've no doubt of it. I dare say the 500 half-crowns will be just as useful to me as to you, but I shall hold on. I want a bigger profit than that.
Well, if they're good enough for you, they're good enough for me.
No, you've taken my cheque now. It's too late.
There's your cheque. You can have it back again. I'm going to keep the shares.
Well, I don't mind. Wouldn't make much difference to me. But don't sell them, whatever you read in the papers. What's a profit of half a crown? Wait till you've got a profit of £5, and then you can think of selling them.
£5? That'd be 2,500.
Wait a minute. Boyce, get on to Bishop and Jones.
The printers?
Yes, we must answer this article. I've just been thinking what we'd better say.
What's the number? 703, isn't it?
That's it, yes.
That's the exchange. Get me 703, you know.
I'm going to make it hot and strong.
Isn't there anything I can do?
Bishop and Jones?
Yes, tell them to have everything ready to print off a couple of thousand posters at once. You're just coming round in the car.
Right. Hello? Will you get
What do you think of this, Ford?
Let's have a look.
Etchingham?
Coming round.
You see, we've
Hello,
got the
boys.
advantage that they have to print
Yes.
a whole article, and we only need a couple of sentences.
Yes, that seems all right.
Couldn't be better.
Make a copy of this, Teddy.
Right, sir.
And make it sharp.
We haven't got any time to lose.
The car's at the door. You can get hold of the bill posters.
Oh,
can't you?
yes, there'll be no bother about that.
Have you finished, Teddy?
Nearly, sir. There we are.
Right. Take it, Boyce, and hurry up.
Trust me.
Teddy?
Sir.
Jump into a cab and go round to the newspaper offices and tell them to put that in their next edition. Biggest type they've got. Then go to the committee rooms and wait. I'll ring you up there or come round.
Right.
And hustle or I'll sack you.
You're taking it better than I expected.
What do you expect me to do? Bang my head on the floor and tear out my hair? I can't afford it. It takes me all my time to keep my hair on.
Here's Bennett.
Well?
Nothing much has happened, sir. They're a bit excited in the city.
No bad drop in anything?
Nothing to speak of.
Oh, that's a relief.
Everything's sound. No one would be such a fool as to do a bear.
I'm getting on to McLaren and Hewitt.
Oh, that's all right. I wanted them.
Are they brokers?
Yes. Look here, James. I'm due to speak in the cattle market now. I wish you'd go down there and keep them going till I turn up. I shall only be 10 minutes. You've got the line all right, Fred?
Yes.
Well, I don't mind if I do that. There's nothing I can do here, is there?
No, leave it all to me. Your interests are my interests.
So, I'll make tracks then.
That's good.
Coming, Swellcliffe.
Yes, of course.
Well, Fred?
I thought I'd better not say too much while Ford was there.
I saw something was up. That's why I got rid of him.
Things are bad.
Good Lord.
The Lewishams are going for us.
I thought they would as soon as I saw the article.
Who's given it away, do you think?
Oh, how do I know? That doesn't matter. The only thing is to face it.
Do you mean our shares are falling, Mr. Bennett?
There's a lot of selling, my lord.
I wish we could corner them. I'd like to give the bears a lesson.
If it goes on, there'll be a panic.
You've told the brokers to do all they can to prevent its going too far.
I've told them to buy, but carefully.
Look, you must go up to London, Fred. There's no one there with a head on his shoulders.
I thought that was the best thing myself. I've looked out the trains. I can just catch the express. I shall be there soon after 1.
Go at once. I give you a free hand.
If the slump can be stopped, I'll stop it.
It's not a matter of can, it must be stopped. And wire reassuring messages. We must hang on to the telephone for all we're worth. Come back when the house closes. We must talk over things.
All right. Good luck, sir.
Is it all up with us, George?
Oh, what the dickens are you talking about?
Well, they've found out the truth. It's there, in black and white, that the wretched mine is worthless.
They can't prove anything.
Ever since I knew, I've scarcely closed my eyes at night. I wish I'd shot myself when you first told me. The worst of it is, at first I was overcome with the horror of it. But little by little, I've got used to it. Used to your being a thief and a swindler.
You put things rather bluntly, don't you, Etchingham?
And Bennett, an ex-convict. It all seems quite natural now, and I can talk and laugh with you, and I eat by your side every day.
One can't make a fortune without taking risks.
There are always those missing bonds. They're in my thoughts day and night.
No one can make inquiries for 3 weeks. By that time, we shall have gone to allotment, and the bonds will be safely back in the black box.
But will you be able to go to allotment?
Of course we shall. This article isn't going to do us any harm. I shall win the seat. That'll give these Middlepool people confidence.
George, I believe Ford is uneasy. I don't trust him. Supposing he found out about the bonds.
Well, he might be devilish expensive.
You'll never buy Ford.
I never met the man yet who hadn't his price. Flattery if he's a fool, hard cash if he's a wise man, but a price of some sort. There's always a price.
Take care of Ford, George.
I'm not frightened.
Sometimes I'm afraid. You're so confident. It's impossible a thing like this can end well.
Look, I've been in tight corners before now, but I've wriggled out of them. I'm stronger than ever I was. The ball's at my feet, and I've only got to set it rolling. In 10 years, I shall be the richest man in London. In 15, I shall be a peer.
I wonder how many ruined lives will be sacrificed to give you all you want.
Oh, rubbish. I flutter the will-o'-the-wisp of gain before the covetous, and they follow. They want to make money without working for it. Look, Swalcliffe gambles with his £500. His £500 will find its way into my pocket. It's his own lookout. By George, I've got an idea.
What?
The Lewishams can't attack my stocks without weakening their own. We're in the same boat, and if one of us shakes it, both will topple out.
What do you mean?
We'll attack the Lewishams. I'll get onto my brokers at once. Look, go to the post office and wire to Bennett. He's sure to call at the office. Tell him to sell Lewishams.
Sell Lewishams?
He'll twig. Why didn't I think of it before? We'll make the Lewishams sorry they started this game.
Can you see to sew, Kate, dear? Wouldn't you like some more light?
No, Mother, the light hurts my eyes.
You're looking very pale, darling.
I haven't been sleeping very well here. The hotel's so near the trains, and they seem to run all night.
I wonder how George can stand it. His bedroom is practically on the railway.
Yes, you just walk down a flight of steps into the garden, and there you are, within 20 feet of the line.
Thank heaven the election's over. We shall know the results in half an hour, and tomorrow we can go back to London. What are you going to do, Kate?
Nothing.
I'm afraid you're very unhappy.
Please don't think that, Mother.
You've given up everything for our sake.
I wish I could think so. I gave up my divorce because I was afraid. I couldn't risk the regret that Robert might feel later.
What did you tell him?
I wrote and said I found it impossible to go on with my action. I begged him not to try to move me. I told him I was very unhappy.
Poor child.
He wrote very kindly, made it as easy for me as he could. Now it's all over. I've lost my last chance of happiness. I'm bound to my husband for the rest of my life.
And do you still love Robert?
Yes. And I'm glad of what I've done. Only thing that helps me is thinking of all the great things he's going to do. And it will have been me. I gave him the opportunity.
Well, you are a strange pair.
Anne.
How on earth can you sit here and sew while the counting's going on? Oh, I've never been so excited in my life.
Why have you come back?
Well, it's nearly finished now. Teddy said there'd be rather a scrummage when the result was known, and I'd better get out of the way.
Obedient child.
It rather amuses me to be ordered about. Besides, I couldn't help seeing that nobody wanted me. Teddy promised he'd rush round as soon as the result was out. Oh, I love an election.
Oh, dear.
I've never had such a time in my life. I've enjoyed every minute of these last 3 weeks. I hope Teddy will go into Parliament.
On 400 a year.
Oh, George will give us a rise. He says Teddy's awfully useful. George is good, isn't he?
I'm glad you're so happy, darling.
Here's Father. Father, is it over?
No, I was too anxious to stay any longer.
But George is going to get in.
Oh, who can tell? The seat has always been lost or held by a handful of votes.
But how did it seem to be going?
Oh, Winter, Morton. One vote on one side, one vote on the other. It seemed interminable.
George won by 75 last time.
Yes, but who can tell the effect of all these rumours and suspicions and attacks? They may just have made the difference. Oh, it's maddening.
Sit down, Father, and rest. You look quite exhausted.
Even George is anxious. I know his face so well. He's trying to appear as if he was certain.
Oh, no one could help being anxious.
I thought I heard some shouting.
I wish I hadn't come away.
Open the window, Anne. Perhaps we shall hear something.
Yes, I'm sure it's cheering. It's cheering. Come on the balcony, Mother.
I expect they're reading out the figures.
Oh, Kate. My dear, will you ever forgive me?
Oh, Father, don't. It was very noble of you not to tell me anything before I decided. Now that I know the whole truth...
But if it was all in vain, if he's not able to float the company and the truth comes out, then I shall have sacrificed you for nothing.
Oh, don't think of it, Father.
He's in!
Oh!
He's in!
Oh, thank God, we're saved. Oh, Katie.
Father, dear.
Teddy, what's the majority?
Oh, isn't it wonderful? I knew he'd do it.
He had a majority of 27.
I say, what a narrow squeeze.
Well, just at the end, I thought we were beaten. It was Morton, till I almost screamed.
Never mind, George is in.
By Jove, it was a moment to live for when the figures were read out. You never heard such shouting.
Where is he now?
When I left, he was making a speech to the crowd, but no one could hear a word because everyone was shouting at the top of his voice. I simply bellowed.
Aren't you glad, Kate?
Yes, Anne. Very glad.
But how can you take it so quietly?
Is George coming here?
Yes. Oh, I forgot to give you his message. He sent his love to Kate, and he said he'd be here almost at once.
Oh, I wish he'd hurry up. Isn't he wonderful?
George Winter's the greatest man I've ever known. I don't know what there is about him, but you can't help believing in him. And he was so splendid this morning about those confounded lies in the paper. All the rest of them were like frightened rabbits, but he never turned a hair.
Glorious victory!
Did you hear the shouting?
Oh, George, isn't it splendid?
Thank God.
Oh, you haven't been worried about it, have you? I knew I'd get in. I never had a moment's doubt about it.
Well, no one can say that you don't believe in yourself, George.
Oh, well, hang it all, James. If you don't believe in yourself, how can you expect other people to believe in you?
The suspense was awful, George.
So glad it's all over. Now we can all go to bed and sleep peacefully.
George,
Yeah?
I'd like to have a word with you when you can spare me a few minutes.
Oh, as many as you like, James. I'm ready now.
Well, if you're going to talk business, we'd better leave you. Come along, Anne. Say good night.
Good night, George, dear.
Good night, my chick.
You're wonderful, George.
Good night, George. I congratulate you. It's been a great triumph.
Oh, it's only the beginning, Lady Frances. I've got the world at my feet. In 10 years, I shall be crying like Alexander because there are no more worlds to conquer.
Good night.
Good night.
You don't want me anymore, do you, sir?
No, Teddy, you go to bed. You're young and you want your beauty sleep. I'll be bound you're not worried by the train.
No.
Where's your room?
It's just above yours, but I sleep like a top.
Ah, that's a good sign. You'll be as great a man as I am one of these days.
Good night.
And you better go up to Etchingham. You look tired out.
It's been an exciting day for all of us.
Oh, it's been one of the days that make life worth living. Good night.
Good night.
George, I won't say good night to you just yet. If Mr. Ford's not going to keep you waiting long, I should like to speak to you afterwards.
Oh, it'll be 10 minutes at the utmost, Mrs. Winter.
I'm at your disposal, my darling, now and always.
Good night, Mr. Ford.
Good night, Mrs. Winter.
Well, James, what can I do for you?
You haven't forgotten that article in the Financial Standard.
Oh, is that what you want to talk to me about? Well, I tell you, that shan't disturb my night's rest. By the way, that reminds me. If I have won the election, it was through no help of yours. I asked you to go down and speak in the cattle market, and when I got there, I found there'd been no sign of you. It might have been devilish awkward.
Well, it so happens it didn't matter.
Where did you get to, after all?
I went up to London.
Did you?
I was struck by one of the paragraphs in that article. The one about where you got the money from. Then it struck me that the Middlepool Investment Trust has got a large batch of bonds lying in the bank.
Well, they're lying there still.
Will you take your oath on that?
Yes.
The more I thought of it, the more nervous I was. I went to the bank. They showed me an order for delivery of the bonds, signed by you, Etchingham, and Bennett.
Have a cigar, will you?
No. What have you done with those bonds?
If they're in their place when the auditor makes his examination, no one has any question to ask.
You had no more right to touch them than my office boy has the right to take a sovereign from the petty cash.
And what the devil do you mean by that?
I'm a director of the Middlepool Investment Trust. I insist on the bonds being produced at once.
They shall be produced in a fortnight.
No, my friend, that won't do.
Oh, don't be a fool, James. You know as well as I do. Business is business.
Yes, and not theft.
How dare you speak to me like that?
It's no good trying to bluster with me, George. I've seen you do it at shareholders' meetings, and very effective it is sometimes, but this isn't the time for it.
All right, then. I knew the mine was a good thing. I pledged the bonds to pay for it. I shall get them back as soon as the money comes from the issue. Now you've got the truth.
It's theft. Pure and simple.
I suppose you want to come in with me. I'll give you your shares for nothing. That means £10,000. And if you hold on to them, they'll be worth £50,000 in a year.
Thank you. I'm not going to risk a lifetime's honest work for a few £1,000s.
Then what do you want?
Nothing.
Come, James, we've been good friends for 20 years. You're not going to push me down now that I'm almost at the top of the tree. Look, if you'll only give me a month, I can put everything right.
A minute ago, it was a fortnight. I don't believe it. These things don't come right. When a man has crossed the line that separates honesty from dishonesty, he never gets back.
If you give me away now, it'll mean a general smash. The only chance of saving things is to go on. The money's gone. You won't get it back by giving me up to the police.
I must take my chance of that. After all, if I don't speak, it makes me a party to the crime. It can be proved that I went to the bank today.
Ah, now you're saying something I can understand. Now, if I can show you by plain figures that I can put everything right if you only give me the time...
I tell you I can't. I've got my wife to think of and my boys. It's theft, and I must do my duty.
What are you going to do?
I must consult the chief constable.
Oh, you wouldn't do that. You don't seriously mean that you go to the police?
I could never respect myself again if I didn't. Oh, George, why have you put me in this position?
Oh, look here, old man. I've done wrong, I admit it. At the time, I thought the slump would only last a few days, and I thought I should be able to replace the bonds in a week. It's the only slip I've made. Don't be too hard on me. It wasn't a crime, only thoughtlessness. Give me another chance. Look, we've gone through bad times and good together. I've been a good friend to you. You've never had anything to reproach me with till now.
I can't risk the money of all these people again.
Will it satisfy you if I give up the directorship of the Middlepool Trust? Give me 6 months to save my face and I'll resign.
I'll tell you what I'll do. If the bonds are in their place by 4 o'clock tomorrow, I'll say nothing.
Tomorrow? That can't be done. It's impossible.
That's all I can do for you.
But no one can get it. You know it's impossible. Even if you gave me a week, I couldn't do it. I can't. Look, I can't. With the attack on us today, we're tottering. It's as much as we shall be able to do to hold out till the tide turns. That's not giving me a chance. Tomorrow? It's absurd.
That's my last word.
Now you might as well send for the police at once.
If the money is not there by the time the bank closes, I shall apply for a warrant.
Do you know what that means? A trial. And then prison.
I can't do more for you than I'm offered.
You damned hypocrite. It's infamous. It's damned hypocrisy. You don't care if I've taken the money or not. You're afraid of your own skin, and you're jealous of me. You with your damn Christianity, your parrot cries of honesty. Damn you! Damn you! Damn you!
You see, you've gone too far, George. I shall never make you understand. You can't realize that a man may be honest even if he loses by it, just because he's made straight as some men are made crooked. You've got on in life through knowing that 9 men out of 10 are rascals. You've forgotten that the 10th man must cross your path at last.
Who said that to me before?
Goodbye, George. My promise holds.
It's no good to me. I'm like a rat in a trap. You can get what fun you like out of seeing me fight for my life.
I'm sorry, George.
The 10th man. He's beaten me. Kate, what the devil do you want?
I heard Mr. Ford go. May I speak to you now?
Well?
Now that the election's over, you can have no further use for me. I've carried out my part of the bargain.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I understand that I've condoned all your offences towards me, and I'm helpless now to do anything. I've come to you to tell you that now I've done all you exacted, I'm going to leave you. This time for good. I think there's nothing more to be said. I trust you to leave me in peace. I promise you on my side to do nothing that can inconvenience you. Bye. George, stop! Stop! George, what is it? George!
Oh, for God's sake, give me a drink.
Here you are.
Oh, that's rich, that is. Rich.
What is it, George? It's not because I'm going away.
Your going away doesn't matter a damn to me. It means that I've been done in the eye. Those swindling rogues, the Lewishams, have got me at last. That article's done the trick, and I'm dished. You can go your own way now, Kate. You got the better of me after all.
I don't understand.
Ford knows that the bonds have gone, and he's going to Scotland Yard.
No. Father!
Oh, I can't worry about your father now. He must look after his own skin. I've got enough to do to think of myself.
What shall I do?
Ford will give me till tomorrow to replace them, but I can't. It's impossible, and he knows I can't. Damned hypocrite. I always distrusted him. Sanctimonious prig. He's jealous of me. He wants to kick me off my perch so that he can take my place. And I know him. I know him inside out. He'll do what he says. It's his duty.
Can't we sell things? There's my jewellery.
Oh, a drop in the ocean. How can I get £80,000 in a falling market?
Do you mean to say they'll arrest you?
Oh. Think I'm going to stand that? And a trial and all the rest?
Is there no chance that you may get off?
Oh, even Bennett would give me a way to save himself. I know him. There's not a man I can trust. The only thing's to have done with it at once. I must get out of it while I have the chance.
Do you think there's any hope of your getting away?
My way. Yes.
George, you wouldn't do that.
What else do you expect me to do? Do you think I'm going to bolt to America to be brought back in 6 months by a couple of detectives?
Wouldn't it be better to stay and face it?
They won't have mercy on me. It'll mean 10 years, and when I come out, it'll mean hiding, doing odd jobs like Bennett, dirty work for other men who won't risk their own skins. And what do you suppose a life like that is worth to me? I've aimed too high to be content with anything but the highest.
Oh, it's horrible.
Oh, come, Kate, honestly. If you loved me, wouldn't you wish me to make an end of it?
Oh, don't ask. Don't ask me.
Will you do something for me? It's the last thing I'll ever ask you.
I'll do anything I can.
I want half an hour to myself. You must let no one come to me under any pretext whatever.
Not going to do it now.
Oh, perhaps tomorrow I shouldn't have the nerve.
Oh, it's awful.
Oh, why? It's your freedom. You'll be ravishing in black, darling. It always suited you. I'm going to my room. Will you promise to prevent anyone from disturbing me?
Yes.
In half an hour, you can go to bed. I hope you'll sleep as soundly as I shall.
What shall I do? What shall I do?
I beg your pardon. I didn't expect to find anyone here. Where's Mr. Winter?
He can't see anyone tonight, Mr. Bennett.
He'll see me.
He left instructions that no one was to bother him.
It's a matter of life and death.
I tell you, you can't see him.
Isn't he in his room?
No.
Are you sure?
No, you're not to go in. He's tired out. Can't you let him rest?
Oh, but you don't know what's happened. The mine's all right. Oh, for goodness sake, let me go to him.
What do you mean?
The manager had taken MacDonald in, hadn't shown him a new shaft they'd sunk. The place is crammed full of gold. It was only a dodge of the Lewishams. I did what the governor told me. I just flooded the market with selling orders of their stocks. And at closing time, Manny Lewisham sent for me. He offered to take Mr. Winter in, but I smelled a rat. I was too clever for him. He's going to buy a huge block of shares tomorrow at par. He's going to pay on the nail, and we're safe. We're safe. We're safe.
You mean
that's what he's been fighting for 10 years. At last he's got there. The shares will be worth anything you like in a month. It means wealth, safety, everything.
Then, George...
He's at the top of the tree. He's where he ought to be. In 10 years, he'll be in the House of Lords. Now do you see why I must see him?
No.
Please, Mrs. Winter.
I don't know where he is.
You don't know?
He went down to the smoking room.
Oh, I must find him.
No, stop. He's in the bedroom.
But you said...
George! George, unlock the door! George!
What's the matter?
George, it's all right. Open the door, for God's sake!
What's he doing? What's he doing?
Break down the door!
What?
Quickly!
I can't do it. I can't.
Break the glass panel, then. Here.
Yes, this thing will do it. There.
Can you get the key?
Yes. He's not there.
He must be.
The windows are wide open. He must have gone down those steps.
There's nowhere to go. There's only the garden and then the railway line.
Well, perhaps he's in the garden. I'll go down and see.
I say, what the devil's all this row? Bad enough to have the trains banging under one's window all night long. Upon me soul, I never heard such a noise.
Father, where's George gone to? Where is he?
George? How the deuce should I know? I thought we'd all gone to bed.
Mr. Bennett wanted to see him urgently. We broke open the door and found him gone. Father, I know something terrible's happened.
No, my dear. You mustn't get silly ideas into your head. He's probably gone for a walk.
Along the railway line.
Kate!
Good heavens, Teddy, what's the matter?
I've just seen the most awful accident from my window.
No.
A man's been run over on the line.
Oh! No! No!
In that revival of Somerset Maugham's play The 10th Man, adapted for radio by Peggy Wells, the part of George Winter was played by Clifford Norgate. Catherine Winter was played by Patricia Gallimore, Lord Francis Etchingham by Hector Ross, and Lady Francis by Joan Matheson. Martin Friend played Frederick Bennett, Carlton Hobbs, the Prime Minister, Peter Williams, Robert Colby, Gerald Cross, Mr. Ford, Michael Kilgarriff, Mr. Swalecliffe, Charles Simon, Colonel Boyce, Patrick Tull, Thompson, Venetia Maxwell, Anne Etchingham, and David Robb, Edward O'Donnell. The 10th Man was produced by David Geary.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price in The Letter. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some stars are born to fame. Others have fame thrust upon them. Then there's a third kind, like Betty Davis. All the honors in Hollywood have come to her at one time or another. Those who judge stars by box office value place her among the leaders. Those who judge by purely artistic standards accord her the same position. She's won the Academy Award twice, and yet I doubt whether Betty has ever been completely satisfied with one of her performances. Like most great artists, she always found some detail that might be improved, but neither the box office nor the critic judge as harshly as her own instinct. Tonight, we present Betty Davis in The Letter by Somerset Maugham. She gave one of her finest performances in the Warner Brothers picture, and that was only fitting, because it was in another Maugham story called Of Human Bondage that Betty really came of age as an actress. The Letter packs the drama of a lifetime into a few weeks of love and violence and death. It's a great play for a great actress. But you'll hear more than one star performance, because Herbert Marshall will play opposite Betty in the same part he had in the picture. And our third star is Vincent Price, who makes his first appearance here tonight. When I was first connected with the theater, the audience which enjoyed a production like this was limited to the few hundred people who could crowd into a Broadway playhouse. You can picture the riot there'd be if tonight's stars were appearing on Broadway for one night only. But today, Lux Flakes has made it possible for 30 or 35 million people to hear the play at the same time, and every one of you has the best seat in the house. The soldier in New Guinea is in the third row center, right beside the banker who is listening from his Park Avenue apartment. And Lux Flakes is at work in both places, in millions of American homes and abroad, where a steel helmet may do double duty as a washtub. Here's the curtain now for the first act of The Letter, starring Betty Davis as Leslie, Herbert Marshall as Robert Crosby, and Vincent Price as Howard Joyce. All of this happened a few years ago on the Malay Peninsula, in the days before the war. Just north of Singapore lay the great rubber plantations, kingdoms of commerce, built by natives and white men. On this particular night, in the main bungalow of one of these plantations, a light burns dimly through a shaded window. The night is hot and humid, the soft breeze heavy with the scent of flowers. A clouded moon hangs low in the sky, filtering slowly through the trees, making patterns of shimmering silver on the ground. There is deep silence. Suddenly, the door of the bungalow is flung open.
Missy, I hear a gunfire. Missy Crosby, I hear. That man, that is Mr. Hammond.
Is he dead?
I think him dead. You see him, Missy Crosby?
Do you know where the new district officer lives?
Yes, Missy.
Send someone for him at once. Say there's been an accident and Mr. Hammond's dead.
Yes, Missy.
And get word to my husband. He's out somewhere on the number 4 plantation.
Yes, Missy, I try.
Leslie, where are you? Leslie, I'm here.
Mr. Crosby?
Yeah?
I'm John Withers, the new district officer.
Where's Mrs. Crosby?
She locked herself in her room. She wouldn't see me until you came.
Huh? Excuse me. Leslie, let me in. Leslie, darling, it's Robert. Leslie, what happened?
Didn't they tell you?
They said Hammond was killed.
Is he still out there?
I had your head boy remove the body to a shed.
Leslie, what happened? Tell me.
He tried to make love to me, and I shot him.
Leslie.
Oh, Robert, I'm so glad
There,
you come.
darling, there.
Hold me tight. I'm so frightened.
There's nothing to be frightened about. It'll be all right. Oh, there, now, that's better.
I'll try not to do that again. Mr. Withers, I hope you'll understand. I didn't want to see anyone until my husband came.
Yes, of course, I understand, Mrs. Crosby.
Oh, Howard, come in.
I got your message in Singapore.
Howard, how nice of you to come.
Naturally, I want to be here if I can help.
Oh, you will help me. Us.
In every way I can, as your lawyer and your friend.
You're a dear.
Mr. Withers, this is Mr. Howard Joyce, my attorney.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How's Dorothy, Howard?
Oh, she's very well and anxious to see you.
Has her sister arrived from England?
Adele? Oh, yes, she came last week.
Oh.
Oh, here now. Here now. Leslie, you better be rested.
Oh, I do feel dreadfully faint.
Come and lie down, darling. I'll get you a drink.
I'm sorry to be so tiresome.
Nonsense. You're being very brave.
How long have you been here, Mr. Withers?
About an hour. One of the Crosby houseboys came to fetch me.
Was Hammond dead?
Oh, yes. He was just riddled with bullets.
What?
Well, here's the revolver. All 6 chambers are empty.
Here, you two. You better have a drink yourselves.
Thanks, but I'm afraid I shouldn't. I'm on duty of a sort, you know.
Well, I'll have one, Bob. You feeling any better, Leslie?
Much better, thank you.
Mrs. Crosby, I'm afraid it's my duty to ask you some questions.
I think that can wait, Mr. Withers, until my wife...
Oh, it's all right, Robert, really. I feel perfectly well now.
Then suppose you tell us, Leslie, in your own words, exactly what happened.
I'll try.
And take your time, Mrs. Crosby. Remember, we're all friends here.
You've been so patient. Well, as you know, Robert was spending the night at number 4 Plantation. Oh, I never mind being alone. A planter's wife gets used to that.
Oh,
I had dinner rather late, and I started working on my lace. Oh, I don't know how long I'd been working, when suddenly I heard footsteps outside, and someone came up on the veranda and said, "Good evening, can I come in?" I was startled because I hadn't heard a car drive up. "Who is it?" I asked. "Jeff Hammond." "Oh, of course," I said. "Come in and have a drink."
Were you surprised to see him?
Well, I was, rather. He hadn't been in the house for ages, had he, Robert?
3 months at least.
I told him Robert was over at the number 4 Plantation getting out a shipment or something. Wasn't that it, darling?
What did he say to that?
He said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I felt rather lonely tonight, so I thought I'd just come over and see how you were getting on." Well, I put on my spectacles again and went on with my work. We chatted about one thing and another. He asked me if Robert had heard that a tiger had been seen on the road 2 or 3 days ago. He said he thought he'd try to get it over the weekend.
Oh, yes, I know about that. Don't you remember I spoke to you about it yesterday?
Did you? Oh, yes, I believe you did. Well, we went on chatting until... Well, suddenly he said something rather silly.
What?
It's hardly worth repeating. He paid me a little compliment.
I think perhaps you'd better tell us exactly what he said, Leslie.
He said, "You've got very pretty eyes. It's too bad to hide them under those ugly spectacles."
Has he ever said anything of the sort to you before?
Oh, no, never, and I thought it impertinent.
I don't wonder.
Did you answer him?
I said I didn't care a row of beans what he thought about me, but he only laughed and said, "I'm going to tell you all the same. I think you're the prettiest thing I've ever seen."
Leslie.
Let her finish, Bob.
Well, in that case, I said, I can only think you half-witted. He laughed again and moved his chair up closer.
But, Mrs. Crosby, I wonder you didn't throw him out there and then.
Well, I didn't want to make a fuss. I think a woman only makes a perfect fool of herself if she makes a scene every time a man pays her a compliment.
When did you first suspect that Hammond was serious?
The next thing he said. He looked at me straight in the face, and he said, "Don't you know that I'm awfully in love with you?"
Swine.
Were you surprised?
Of course I was surprised. Well, we've known him for 7 years, Robert, and he's never paid me the smallest attention. Why, I didn't suppose he even knew what color my eyes were.
We haven't seen very much of him the last few years.
Yes. Go on, Leslie.
Well, he helped himself to another whiskey and soda. I began to wonder if he'd been drinking before. "I wouldn't drink any more if I were you," I said. He emptied his glass and asked me in a funny, abrupt way, "You think I'm talking to you like this because I'm drunk?" I said, "That's the most obvious explanation, isn't it?" Oh, it's awful having to tell you all this. I'm so ashamed.
I wish there was some way we could spare you, Mrs. Crosby.
Leslie, it's for your own good that we know the facts, all you can remember of them.
Very well. I'll tell you the rest. I got up from my chair. I was standing in front of the table about here. He rose and stood in front of me. "Good night," I said. But he just looked at me, and his eyes were all funny. "I'm not going," he said. Well, then I began to lose my temper. "You poor fool. Don't you know I've never loved anyone but Robert? And even if I didn't love Robert, you're the last man I should care for." He answered, "Robert's away." Well, that was the last straw. Oh, I wasn't frightened, just angry. "If you don't go away this minute," I told him, "I'll call the boys and have you thrown out." I walked past him to call the boys, and he took hold of my arm and swung me back. Oh, I screamed as loud as I could. He flung his arms about me and began to kiss me. I struggled to tear myself away from him. Oh, he seemed like a madman. He kept talking and talking, saying he loved me. Oh, it's horrible. I can't go on.
I'm very sorry, Leslie, but we'll have to know the rest.
Well, he lifted me in his arms. I struggled to get free, but he was too strong. He started to carry me, and then he stumbled on those steps, and I got away from him. Suddenly, I remembered Robert's revolver in the drawer of that chest. He got up, but I reached it before he caught me. Oh, it was all instinctive. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't even know I'd fired. I heard a report and saw him lurch toward the door. I followed him out to the veranda. He staggered across the porch and fell down the steps. I don't remember anything more, just the reports, one after another, until there was a funny little click, and the revolver was empty. And suddenly I looked down and saw him lying there, lying in the moonlight. It was Only then that I knew what I'd done.
My poor darling.
Mrs. Crosby, may I say I think you've behaved magnificently? I'm terribly sorry we had to put you to the ordeal of telling us all this.
Well, you were all very kind.
It's quite obvious the man only got what he deserved.
Withers, if you'll come with me, I'd like to see the body for a minute.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll take you to the shed.
We'll only be a few minutes.
My poor child.
Oh, Robert, what have I done?
You've done what any woman would have done in your place. Only 9/10 of them wouldn't have had the courage.
And yet I'd give almost anything if I could bring him back to life. So horrible to think that I killed him.
Leslie, why, there isn't a man or a woman in the colony who won't be proud to know you.
Darling, we have been happy, haven't we?
You've been the best wife a man could have. I'm grateful for all the time we've been together.
Oh, Robert, don't say it that way. It sounds so in the past.
Oh, nonsense. We've got most of our lives ahead of us. Oh, if only there was something I could do to help you right now.
You can love me. That's all I need.
I've always loved you.
Yes, but now.
Leslie, darling, if I could love you any more, I would now.
Robert. You'll have to be very indulgent towards my cooking, gentlemen. I can't vouch for it.
Well, I can and will.
Funny. The head boy running off tonight.
Yeah, it is odd.
Well, he couldn't have done any better than this, my dear. It's delicious.
It certainly is.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I think we should start for Singapore as soon as we're finished.
Right away.
It's still dark, Howard.
It'll be 8 o'clock by the time we get there. We'll ring the Attorney General and find out when we can see him. I think that's the first thing to do, don't you, Withers?
Yes, I think that's the best thing to do.
Would I have to be arrested?
Well, you see, Mrs. Crosby, as a matter of fact,
I think you're by way of being under arrest now.
It's purely a matter of form, Mrs. Crosby.
Shall I be imprisoned?
Well, that's up to the Attorney General. But it's quite possible he'll be able to accept bail.
He's a very good fellow. I'm sure he'll do everything he can.
How do you mean, be able to accept bail?
Well, my dear, it depends on what the charge is.
What do you mean by that?
I think it not unlikely that he'll say that only one charge is possible, and in that case, well, I'm afraid that an application for bail would be useless.
What charge?
Murder.
Leslie.
Oh, I'm quite all right. More coffee, dear.
No. As a matter of fact, if we're going to leave, I'd better put a few things together. I won't be long.
Let me do it, Robert.
No, don't bother, dear.
Oh, Leslie,
Yes?
there's just one question I'd like to ask you.
Yes, what is it, Howard?
Just before, when I was looking at Hammond's body,
Oh, yes?
it seemed to me that some of the shots must have been fired after he was lying on the ground.
I'm afraid it sounds very cold-blooded. But I was so terrified I didn't know what I was doing. Everything was confused and blurred.
Well, there, Leslie, I shouldn't even have brought it up tonight. Put it out of your mind. Come in. Well, Longchi?
Mr. Crosby to see you, sir.
Oh, ask him to come in.
Mr. Crosby.
Thanks.
Hello, Bob.
How is she? Have you seen her?
If I can be of any assistance, sir, I shall remain within call.
Not at the moment, Ong, thanks. Ong has been a great help on the case. He finds out everything. He's the perfect confidential clerk.
I tried to catch her at the house. I had to see you, Howard.
Needn't hesitate about coming to the office, Bob. You know you're always welcome.
How is everything?
Everything's fine. In fact, Leslie's much better than you. She hasn't turned a hair.
She's worth 10 of me. I don't mind confessing I'm all in. The first time we've been separated for more than a day since we were married.
Oh, you mustn't let yourself go to pieces, old man.
I've tried to work, but it's no good. The estate can go to blazes for all I care. I hate the house and every tree on the place.
But then why not stay in town with us? Dorothy's for it, and so am I.
Thanks, I think I will. I won't be so lonely.
Oh, you'd better get some sleep before you see Leslie. You don't want her to have to cheer you up.
She's a plucky woman. It's monstrous they should have to keep her in that filthy prison all this time.
They have no choice. Anyway, it's only a week now before the trial.
Well, the whole thing's a farce. Why subject her to the ordeal of a trial?
Because she admitted killing a man. A trial is inevitable.
She shot him as she would have shot a mad dog.
You don't have to convince me, Robert. You know, it's curious Hammond was able to keep his life so hidden. That gambling house he owned, and especially the Eurasian woman.
Will she be one of the witnesses?
And I shan't call her. I'll just produce evidence that Hammond was married to her.
He managed to keep that marriage a secret, too. Oh, I know you're busy, Howard. I can't tell you how grateful I am.
Oh, nonsense. Now stop worrying. That's your lawyer's job.
All right, thanks, old man. I'll see you up at the house.
Yes?
Mr. Joy.
Well, Long?
If you are not too busy, sir, may I trouble you for a few words in private conversation?
No trouble at all.
It has to do with the case of the Crown versus Crosby.
Yes?
A friend has brought me information, sir, that there is a letter from the defendant to the unfortunate victim of the tragedy.
Well, that's not surprising. In the course of 7 years, I have no doubt that Mrs. Crosby often had occasion to write to Mr. Hammond.
But the letter, sir, was written on the day of his death.
Well?
You will recall that Mrs. Crosby had stated that until the fatal night, she had had no communication with the deceased for several weeks. This letter indicates that her statement is not in every respect accurate.
Have you seen the letter?
I have with me a copy, sir. The original is in the possession of a woman who happens to be the widow of Mr. Hammond, deceased.
May I read it?
Oh, certainly, sir. Of course, as I said, this is but a copy. Can you understand it, sir?
Perfectly. Ong, it's inconceivable that Mrs. Crosby should have written such a letter.
May I suggest, sir, that it would be well to make sure, since my friend is of the opinion that the letter would be of some interest to the prosecutor.
I'm obliged to you, Ong. I'll give the matter my consideration.
Very good, sir. Do you wish me to communicate that to my friend?
It might be well if you kept in touch with him.
Yes, sir. It might be very well.
You may stay in the visiting room as long as you want, Mrs. Crosby. The warden's orders.
That's very nice of him, thank you. Howard, how good of you to come. I wasn't expecting you today.
Good morning, Leslie. You're looking very well.
Thank you, Howard.
Well, the trial's only 5 days off now.
I know. Each morning when I awake, I say to myself, 1 day less. Just like I used to at school with the holidays coming.
Oh, Leslie.
Oh, don't feel sorry for me, Howard. The time has really passed quite quickly. I've read a great deal and worked on my lace. But I will confess something to you, Howard. I'm not looking forward to testifying in court.
Leslie, one of the things that it's impressed me is that each time you've told your story, you've told it in exactly the same words. You've never varied a hair's breadth.
And what does that suggest to your legal mind?
Well, it suggests either that you have an extraordinary memory
Or?
or that you're telling the plain, unvarnished truth.
I'm afraid I have a very poor memory.
Leslie, I suppose I'm right in thinking that you had no communication with Hammond for several weeks before the catastrophe.
Oh, quite. I'm positive of that. Let's see. Well, the last time we met was at a tennis party at the McFarrens'. I don't think I said more than 2 words to him.
And you hadn't written to him?
Oh, no.
At one time, you'd been on fairly intimate terms with him. How did it happen that you stopped asking him to anything?
Well, we hadn't anything much in common. He was very popular, you know, and, well, there didn't seem to be any need to shower him with invitations.
Are you quite certain that was all?
Well, I may as well tell you. We heard about his wife. And once, just by chance, I actually saw her.
Oh, well, you never mentioned that. What was she like?
Horrible. Covered with gold chains and bangles and bracelets. And a face like a mask.
And it was after you knew about her that you stopped having anything to do with Hammond.
Yes.
Leslie, I think I should tell you that there is in existence a letter in your handwriting from you to Jeff Hammond.
Well, I've often sent him little notes to ask him something or other.
This letter asked him to come and see you because Robert was going to be away.
Oh, but that's impossible. I never did anything of the kind.
Here, you'd better read it for yourself.
This is not my handwriting.
I know that. It's said to be an exact copy of one written on the day of Hammond's death. Well, Leslie?
What does it mean?
That's for you to say, Leslie.
I didn't write it. I swear I didn't write
The
it.
original is in your handwriting. It would be useless to deny it.
But it could be a forgery.
It would be difficult to prove that, Leslie. It would be very easy to prove that it was genuine.
Well, it's not dated. It might have been written years ago. Oh, if you'll just give me a little time, I'll try to remember.
Leslie, the prosecution could cross-examine your houseboys. They would soon find out whether someone took a letter to Hammond on the day of his death.
I swear to you, I did not write this letter.
Very well. And there's nothing further to talk about. I'll be going.
Howard! Howard, wait a minute. I did write it. But you see, I was afraid to mention it. I thought none of you'd believe my story if I admitted that he'd come there at my invitation.
Go on.
You see, I was preparing a surprise for Robert's birthday. I knew he wanted a new gun, and, I'm so dreadfully stupid about sporting things. I thought I'd talk to Jeff about it and get him to order it for me.
Perhaps you've forgotten what's in the letter. Will you have another look at it?
No, I don't want to.
Then let me read it to you. Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you. I'm desperate, and if you don't come, I won't answer for the consequences. Don't drive up to the door. Leslie, I'll have to talk to you very plainly. I told Robert today that I was certain of your acquittal. And I didn't say that just to cheer him up. I don't believe the jury would have retired at all. But this letter alters the case completely. I won't tell you what I personally thought when I read the letter. The duty of counsel is to defend his client and not to convict her, even in his own mind. I don't want you to tell me anything but what is needed to save your neck.
Oh.
They can prove Hammond came to your house at your urgent invitation. I don't know what else they can prove, Leslie, but if the jury comes to the conclusion that you didn't kill Hammond in self-defense...
I know that...
Leslie! Matron, quickly!
Yes, sir?
Call the nurse. Mrs. Crosby is ill.
While we wait for Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price to return with Mr. DeMille for Act 2 of The Letter, do you remember this tune?
It's a song I've always liked. Remember? Night and day, you're the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Isn't that what every woman would like to hear? And she can hear it if she's the charming person she's meant to be. And don't think you must be a great beauty to be charming. Don't you know women who aren't beautiful or even pretty, yet their whole being draws you to them. They're warm and gay. Yes, aren't they always very dainty, flower fresh and immaculate? And isn't that the picture in your mind when I speak of Lux girls? They go together, Lux and daintiness. Yes, because these gentle Lux flakes make this appealing quality so very, very easy to have. We women are busy. Oh, yes, there's so much to do these days. But all the more reason to remember Lux. It's so quick. That dainty habit of dipping under things daily in Lux, a little thing seemingly, but a major part of charm. So let's never be too busy to use Lux Fake Flakes for undies each day. The ABC of charm is Lux. Then you're sure to hear from the one you want most to hear it from. Night and day, you are the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Letter, starring Betty Davis as Leslie, Herbert Marshall as Robert Crosby, and Vincent Price as Howard Joyce. In that split fraction of a moment, before her mind slipped into blackness, Leslie Crosby realized that the letter she had written to Jeff Hammond was damning evidence. Evidence enough to hang her. Now, a few minutes later, in the first aid room of the prison hospital, she leans wearily back in a chair, her eyes half closed.
I'm afraid I've made rather a mess of things.
I'm sorry.
For Robert, not for me. You've distrusted me from the beginning, Howard.
That's neither here nor there, Leslie.
Who's got the letter now?
The Eurasian woman who was Hammond's wife.
Oh. Howard? Are you going to let me be hanged?
What do you mean by that, Leslie?
You could get hold of the letter.
Do you think it's so easy to do away with unwelcome evidence?
But surely nothing would have been said to you if the owner wasn't prepared to sell it.
That's quite true. But I'm not prepared to buy it.
Oh, but it wouldn't be your money. Robert has saved some.
I wasn't thinking of the money. I don't know if you will understand this, Leslie, but I've always thought of myself as an honest man. You're asking me to do something which is no different from suborning a witness.
Do you mean to say that you can save me and you won't? What harm have I ever done you? You can't be so cruel.
I want to do my best for you, Leslie. But a lawyer has a duty to his profession and to himself. I can't do what you ask.
Oh, poor Robert. He doesn't deserve it. He's never hurt anyone in his life. He's so kind and simple and good. And he trusts me so. I mean everything to him, everything in the world. And this will ruin his life. Oh, I know what you're thinking. You despise me. You think he's well rid of me if they do hang me.
It isn't important what I feel about you. Do you understand? But I'm going to do what I can.
Oh, Howard.
Bob will want to know what the money's for.
Will it be a very large sum?
Well, I imagine this woman has a pretty shrewd idea of the letter's value.
You won't have to show Robert the letter, will you?
I'll do everything possible to prevent it. He'll be an important witness, and he should be as firmly convinced of your innocence as he is now.
And after the trial?
I'm going to try to save your life.
Oh, if Robert loses his trust in me, he loses everything.
It's strange that a man can live with a woman for 10 years and not know the first thing about her. You say your friend could be induced to part with the letter?
I believe so, sir. But my friend has not got the letter, sir. The woman has it. She did not know the value of it till my friend told her.
What value did he put on it?
$10,000, sir.
Only 10,000? Well, why not 50 or 100?
For the reason, sir, that Mr. Crosby has in the bank a savings account in the amount of only $10,450.
$10,000 is a good deal of money, Ong. Well, I'll speak to Mr. Crosby. Have the woman come to my office.
I was about to mention, sir. She made 2 conditions. She insists that the money shall be brought to her. I can take you to the house whenever you are ready.
What is the other condition?
That Mrs. Crosby shall bring it to her personally.
Why, you must be mad. Great heavens, man. Do you suppose Mrs. Crosby can just walk out of a prison cell whenever she feels like it?
My friend thinks you could arrange to have her stay at your house until the trial. I believe the judge will permit it if you are responsible for her, sir.
Very well. Ong, tell me something.
Yes, sir.
What are you getting out of this?
$2,000, sir, and the satisfaction of being of service to you and our client.
Sit down, Howard. I've taken the liberty of ordering for you.
Oh, thanks. You're looking more cheerful, Bob.
I feel better since this morning. I guess you finally convinced me we have nothing to worry about.
Well, as a matter of fact, Bob, something has come up. Oh, it's nothing very much, but I thought I'd better have a talk with you about it.
Yes?
Well, it seems Leslie wrote a letter to Hammond asking him to come to the bungalow on the night he was killed.
Why, that's impossible. You heard her say she'd had no communication with him for weeks before it happened.
Nevertheless, she did write the letter. She wanted his advice on something she was buying you for your birthday. Your birthday was about then, wasn't it?
Yes, it was the end of April.
In the excitement, she forgot the letter at the time and then later was afraid to say she'd made a mistake.
But that's not like Leslie. She isn't afraid of anything.
This was a pretty serious mistake, and she realized it.
Who has the letter?
Hammond's widow. She threatens to turn it over to the prosecution.
Well, what if she does? Leslie can explain it in court just as she explained it to you.
Yes, but don't you see, it might alter things a good deal in the minds of the jury if Hammond came to your home by invitation.
Well, what's to be done about it?
I think we must get hold of that letter. I want you to authorize me to buy it.
I'll do whatever you think is right. All right, buy the letter. I'll pay you back whatever it costs.
Good. Now put the matter out of your mind. Oh, by the way, Leslie will be at the house tonight. I've arranged to have her released pending trial.
Don't tell me that's the same lace I saw you working on at the McFerrins. How can you go so fast?
Well, I hadn't anything much else to do this past month.
What's it going to be? It's too fine for a tablecloth, surely.
It's a coverlet for our bed.
Oh, Dorothy, Leslie and I have some work to do this evening. Look here, Robert. Why don't you take the girls to a picture?
Well, it won't take all evening, will it,
Well,
Hard?
there's a lot to go over. No use you three hanging around. You'd much better see a good film.
Yes, go ahead, darling. It'll take your mind off tomorrow. I want you to.
All right, then. I'll bring the car around.
Come on, Adele. I can see the legal mind is anxious to get rid of us. Good night, Leslie.
Good night. Where do we have to go?
The Chinese Quarter. Some sort of shop, I believe.
I've always wanted to see the Chinese Quarter. I hear it's a bit creepy. Of course, I'd have chosen other circumstances for a visit.
Be flippant about your own crimes if you like, but don't be flippant about mine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Howard. I didn't mean to be flippant. Really, I didn't.
Maybe it's my own sense of guilt. But I have an unpleasant feeling that I'll have to pay the piper for what I'm doing tonight. I'm jeopardizing my whole career, and I have to rely on your discretion.
Whatever else I am, I'm not ungrateful.
Please forget what I said. Leslie, when did you first start doing that lace work?
Oh, a few years ago.
How did you happen to take it up?
I wanted something to do, and it appealed to me.
But it must take enormous concentration and patience.
I find it soothing.
You mean it takes your mind off other things?
Is that a legal question?
You're not an ordinary client, Leslie.
You've been watching me, Howard. I felt it all evening. Trying to read my thoughts.
I'm trying to understand you.
Why? Because I'm so evil. That's it, isn't it?
Some time ago, I saw a volcano erupt. An island south of here, Guadi. It had been dormant for years. And then suddenly the crest blew off. It was terrifying and beautiful. Fire turned the sky and the sea crimson. And 3 villages melted into ashes. Well, it's time we were starting. Ong Chi will be waiting for us.
Come in, please, come in. This is the shop of my friend. If you will wait here, I shall return in just a moment.
Well, let's not be too long about it, Ong.
I will speak to the lady at once, sir.
They seem to have a little of everything to sell here.
Yes, most of these shops do.
That looks like good jade. And this dagger. See the workmanship on the ivory handle? Imagine all that on a knife.
He who kills with an unworthy tool commits 2 crimes. One against himself. Will you follow me, please? The lady will see you now.
Now, where is she? You said she'd be here.
She is coming, sir.
Well, what is she standing there for? Ask her if she has the letter.
Yes, sir. 那個風是係什麼風霜？
Il che noi entruigamo.
How munque?
Il que truigamo.
Mrs. Crosby, I regret, but the veil that you wear over your head, Mrs. Hammond requests that you remove it.
Of course.
Il cui hang lai nishi.
Mrs. Crosby, Mrs. Hammond has a further request. She wishes you to walk over to her.
Now, look here. Tell her this is enough.
Howard, it's all right. I don't mind.
Ne seng oi fangsun. Ne nung gim hega. Heyunga deha.
What does she say?
Mrs. Hammond say you may have the letter if you will pick it up at her feet.
Thank you.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
The prisoner will please rise and look upon the jury. Do you find the prisoner at the bar, Leslie Crosby, guilty or not guilty?
We find the defendant not guilty.
And from that day on, I made a solemn vow that I wouldn't make another cocktail until Leslie was acquitted. So if these aren't up to my usual high standards, remember, I'm out of practice.
Dorothy, darling, they're wonderful and never been better.
Robert Crosby, right now you wouldn't know what you were drinking.
I guess that's right. I can't taste or think or feel. All I can do is keep saying to myself over and over, Leslie's safe.
Darling. Well, ladies and gentlemen, anyone planning to bathe, shower, or sponge before dinner should be getting at it.
Well, a shower for me.
Oh, I've laid out some things for you, Leslie.
Thank you. Darling, I'm going to tidy myself up a bit.
No, don't go, Leslie.
I shan't be a minute.
Well, there's something I particularly want to talk to you about. And, Howard, I want to see you, too. I want your legal opinion.
Oh, you do? Oh, what's up?
Well, I want to get Leslie away from here as quickly as possible.
Well, I think a bit of a holiday would do you both good.
No, I mean for good.
But how could we?
Well, you can't very well throw up your job.
Well, I've got something in view that's much better. It's in Sumatra. We'd be away from everybody, and the only people around us would be Dutch. We'd start a new life. The only thing is that you'll be awfully lonely, darling, at the start.
Oh, I wouldn't mind that. I'd like to go, Robert. I don't want to stay here.
That settles it, then. I'll go straight ahead and we can fix things up at once.
Is the money as good as here?
Well, I hope it'll be better. At all events, I'll be working for myself and not for a company in London.
What do you mean?
Why should I go on sweating my life out for other people? This plantation belongs to a Malacca Chinese planter who's in financial difficulties, and he's willing to let it go for $30,000 if he can get the money the day after tomorrow.
Well, how on earth are you going to raise $30,000, Bob?
Well, I've saved about 10, and the bank is willing to let me have the balance on mortgage.
Robert, darling, I shouldn't like you to take such a risk on my account. I'll be perfectly all right here. Really, I shall.
Nonsense, darling. You just said you wanted to go.
But I'm not sure it wouldn't be a mistake to run away. Everyone's been so kind, and they'll all help to make it easy for us. I do think the thing to do is to stick it out here.
Anyhow, Bob, it's not a thing you want to rush into. Let's wait and see.
Why should I wait? It's a good thing, and I don't want to lose it. Look, I've got all the papers in my briefcase. I'll go and get them, and you can see for yourself. And I have a couple of photographs of the bungalow to show Leslie.
I don't want to see them. Please, Robert.
Oh, now, come, darling. That's just nerves. That shows how necessary it is for you to get away.
But, Robert,
Leslie, darling, in this case, you must let me have my own way. I won't be a minute.
Howard, what are you going to do?
What can I do?
Oh, don't tell him now. I can't bear any more.
You heard what he said, Leslie. He wants the money at once to buy the estate. He can't. He hasn't got it.
Oh, give me a little time. I'll pay it back.
Leslie, I can't afford to let you have a sum like that. I've mortgaged everything I own. I was glad to advance it, but
Where is the letter?
I have it in my pocket.
Oh, it will break his heart. What shall I do?
I don't know, Leslie. If I tell him, he'll want to see the letter, of course.
Here we are.
Well, he's coming. It's up to you, Leslie.
Oh, tell him. Tell him and have done with it.
Mr. DeMille presents Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price in the final act of The Letter in a moment. Right now, we have a special guest to tell you not about Lux Flakes, but about our boys who have been dishing it out to the Japs, and taking it, too. She's Lieutenant Liza Jelinek, an Army nurse stationed at Birmingham General Hospital at Van Nuys, California. I suppose you're quite busy these days, Lieutenant Jelinek.
Yes. Many of the casualties from our Pacific campaigns come back here. Boys who've been in tough battles. But they're on the road to recovery now. You know, about 97% of our wounded men live to tell the stories of their adventures.
That's certainly a high percentage.
Thanks to the quick treatment they get. Drugs administered right on the field give a man a fighting chance even before he gets to the hospital. And that's why I'm here tonight. I want to say thank you to you women of America for the used fats you saved. Fats that help make many of those medicines. Things like sulfa ointments, opiates, and tannic acid for burns. Your used kitchen fats are made into hundreds of military medicines we use every day. We need them desperately now, and will continue to need even more as we carry the attack to the enemy. So, please, keep right on saving used fats and turning them in. The medicines they make will help bring these boys back alive.
Thank you, Lieutenant Liza Jelinek. Yes, ladies, every drop of grease from your frying pan or broiler will help make more of those life-saving medicines. So put aside a tin can of any size or shape, never use glass, and pour in every drop of used fat. Don't throw out even a spoonful, no matter how burned or black or smelly it is. Just a tablespoonful a day will add up to £1 a month. And your butcher will give you 2 meat ration points for each pound, as well as 4 cents when you turn it in. Within 3 weeks, it will be ready to be made into life-saving drugs. Remember, your used kitchen fats may save a wounded man's life. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, we'll ask Betty Davis about a certain special hobby of hers. But now here's the curtain for the third act of The Letter, starring Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price. Robert Crosby has returned to the room, his thoughts full of plans for the purchase of the new plantation. In silence, Leslie and Joyce watch Robert, who is brimming over with enthusiasm as he arranges the papers on his desk.
This is really a handsome estate. We'll be stealing it for $30,000.
Bob, I don't like to throw cold water on your plans, but hasn't it struck you that the costs of what we've been through will be pretty heavy?
Costs? Oh, yes, the legal expenses.
Oh, no, I'm not going to charge you anything for my own services. But there are certain out-of-pocket expenses.
Well, that's awfully decent of you. I'm not sure I can accept that. But what do these other expenses amount to?
Well, the principal item is that letter of Leslie's I mentioned to you.
Oh, yes, I'd almost forgotten. You were going to...
I had to pay a great deal of money for it.
Well, if you thought it necessary, I'm not going to grouse. How much was it?
$10,000.
$10,000? Why, you must have been mad.
You may be quite sure, Bob, I wouldn't have given that if I could have got it for less.
But that's every cent I have in the world. Why didn't you let them bring the letter in and explain it to the jury?
I didn't dare.
Do you mean it was absolutely necessary to suppress it?
If you wanted Leslie acquitted.
But what was there in the letter?
I told you at the time.
It was very stupid of me, Robert.
I remember now. You wrote to Hammond to ask him to come to the bungalow.
Yes.
You wanted to, get something for me, didn't you?
Yes, I wanted to get you a gun. He knew all about that sort of thing, and you know how ignorant I am.
Buying that letter was a criminal offense, wasn't it?
Well, it's not the sort of thing a respectable lawyer does in the ordinary way of business.
It was a criminal offense.
Yes, it was. I might be disbarred for it.
Then why did you do it? You of all people. What were you trying to save me from? Leslie, you knew I was buying a gun from Cameron. Why did you want to make me a present of another?
Well, how should I know you were going to buy a gun?
Because I told you.
Well, I'd forgotten. I can't remember everything.
You hadn't forgotten that.
What do you mean, Robert? Why are you talking to me like this?
Who has the letter now?
I have.
Where is it?
Bob, it's not your letter or mine.
I've got to pay $10,000 for that letter. I'm going to see it.
Let him see it.
Thank you. Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you. What does this mean?
It means that I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
No, you couldn't.
We'd been in love for years.
It's not true.
I used to meet him constantly, once or twice a week. Every time we met, I hated myself for it. It was horrible. I loathed myself. I was like a person who was ill. Then came a time about a year ago when he began to change toward me. Oh, I didn't know what was the matter. I was frantic. I made scenes. I threw myself at his feet.
Leslie.
Then I heard about that native woman. Oh, I couldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it. At last I saw her. I saw her walking in the village with those hideous spangles and that chalky face, and her eyes, like a cobra's eyes. I couldn't give him up. I sent for him. You've read the letter. Oh, we'd always been so careful about writing before, but this time I didn't care. I hadn't seen him for 10 days. He came, and I told him I knew about his marriage. Oh, at first he denied it. I was frantic. I don't know what I said to him. I hated him because he'd made me despise myself. I insulted him. I cursed him. At last he turned on me. He told me he was sick and tired of me, that it was true about the other woman, that she was the only one who really meant anything to him. He said he was glad I knew, because now I'd leave him alone. I knew that if he went out that door, I'd never see him again. I hardly know what happened. I seized the revolver and fired. He gave a cry, and I saw it hit him. I ran after him, and I fired and fired and fired until there were no more cartridges. That's what happened. And I have no excuse for myself. I don't deserve to live.
How could you do this? How could you? I'm sorry, I shouldn't let myself go. I've got to think.
Leslie,
Well,
he's going to forgive you.
yes. He's going to forgive me.
And the fifth couple are the Prescotts.
Oh, yes, Robert's told me about them.
Oh, you'll adore them, Leslie. Well, now, both of you get a good sleep because it'll be a late party. Good night.
Good night, Dorothy.
Night.
It's lucky you brought your dinner coat, Robert. You hardly fit in one of Howard's. Now, let's see what else you'll need. Oh, well, how about your studs? They're probably still in the bureau at home.
Home.
Robert, it's no use, is it? We can't make it go, can we?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Robert, you're so kind and so generous. You should have had the sort of wife you really deserve. Through no fault of yours. I've failed you. Wrecked your life. I can't ask you to forgive me.
If you love a person, you can forgive anything. But what about you? Can you go on?
I'll try. I'll really try.
That's not what I'm asking.
I'll do everything to make you happy. Everything in my power.
That isn't enough. Unless... Leslie, now, this minute... Do you love me?
Yes, I do.
Kiss me then. Kiss me as if...
Robert. No. No, I can't. I can't.
Leslie,
I can't.
tell me, Leslie, what is it?
With all my heart, I still love the man I killed.
Leslie? Leslie, let me in.
My dear, they're all waiting for you. This is your party, you know.
I'm sorry, Dorothy. I took rather long to dress.
Why, Leslie, isn't that your lace work?
Yes.
Were you working on it just now?
A little. I'm anxious to finish it.
Oh, Leslie, please come downstairs.
Of course, dear. In a few minutes.
Very well.
When did you first start doing that lace work, Leslie?
I find it soothing.
You mean it takes your mind off other things?
I couldn't give him up. I sent for him. At last he turned on me. He was sick and tired of me. She was the only one who meant anything to him. She was the only one. I hardly know what happened. I seized the revolver and fired. Fired and fired and fired until there were no more cartridges. I have no excuse for myself. I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to... Who's up there? Who is it? You, I see you there.
Mrs. Crosby.
Come here. What are you doing out there?
I no want to come. She make me come. She tell me I come here.
She?
Missy Hammond, she tell me I come here. Bring dagger. Leave it outside window.
Of course. Mrs. Hammond.
Dagger, Missy. She bring dagger to you.
She's here, then?
Yes, Missy Hammond on path by gate. You no go in garden, Missy Crosby. She kill you. She wait there. That is what dagger mean. She kill you, you go in garden. Missy, you no tell police I come? Missy, you no tell police I come?
Dagger, see the workmanship on the ivory handle. Imagine all that on a knife.
He who kills with an unworthy tool commits two crimes, one against himself.
I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to live.
Leslie. Leslie.
Yes?
Leslie, you've got to do something about Robert. He's acting very strangely.
What is it?
I don't know. At first I thought he was drunk, but it's worse than that.
I'll be right down.
But where will you ship from, Crosby?
Oh, it's near a good harbor, only 5-6 miles away. And I can ship my rubber for less money, or to get ahead fast. In 10-15 years, I can live in London, travel,
Do anything I please.
Robert, will you come with me, darling, please?
Not now, darling. Maybe later. I'm telling the boys about my new plantation.
Sounds like quite a place.
Of course, we'll miss Singapore. Our friends are here, and we've had some mighty fine times. No English people in that part of Sumatra, only Dutch and natives. Going to be a little lonely at first, maybe, but we'll get used to it.
Robert.
There'll just be the two of us. But my wife's a good sport. Always can count on her. She's not afraid of anything. And we'll have each other. That's the important thing.
Stop it. I can't stand anymore. I can't stand it.
Give me a drink. I want a drink.
Where's Leslie?
She ran out into the garden.
Garden. Oh, I'll find her.
No, let her alone. There's nothing you can do for her.
You no go in garden. She kill you. You go in garden, Missy.
See the workmanship on the ivory handle.
She kill you.
I couldn't give him up. I sent for him.
Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you.
I couldn't give him up.
What does this mean?
It means that I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
That's not true.
It means I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
No.
We'd been in love for years. Been in love for years. We'd been in love for years.
Mr. Crosby, go back. Go back.
Oh!
You killed her. You killed her.
Kui Ying say.
Who is that? Don't move.
The police. The police.
Don't move. I will shoot. What do you do here?
I do nothing. I tell her no go into garden. I tell her.
This woman, she is dead.
Kui Ying go say. Ingadas se kui.
She killed her. It was right she'd die.
Leslie! Leslie! Leslie!
Our stars will return for a curtain call in just a moment. Meantime, we take you to a home, almost anywhere, and a mother who might be almost anyone. Mrs. Thompson is in her kitchen, and she's getting ready to do her dinner dishes.
There, all scraped and rinsed. Now, why, that's funny. I know it was here when I did the luncheon dishes. Now, where did I put it? Not on the table. The closet. I know I haven't used it all. A box lasts me practically a month. Well, I suppose I could use the laundry soap, but it takes forever to make suds. Besides, it's hard on my hands. Alice! Oh, Alice! You know what happened to the box of Lux Flakes I keep here on the drain board? Oh, well, you bring it right down this minute. I need it for the dishes. Well, do your sweater later, dear. I have to have it now. Yes, I'll have to get a box for the bathroom when I go to the store tomorrow. The man said he expected more this week. I hate to be caught without Lux. I know what those strong soaps do to my hands.
Women everywhere say that once you've used Lux for dishes, you'll never want to use a strong soap again. Lux leaves hands so soft and lovely. Even if they're red and rough from using harsh soaps, just changing to gentle Lux Flakes will take away that dishpan look, make them smooth and attractive again. And Lux is thrifty. You can change dishpan hands to Lux hands for less than a penny a day. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
A curtain call is one of the oldest traditions in the theater. I don't believe it's ever been better earned than tonight. And coming back to the footlights now are Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price.
It's a pleasure to be back, Mr. DeMille. I'd like to thank all the people in the cast for their excellent work tonight.
Now, to most of us, Betty, your name stands for fine artistry in the theater. But I think that when this war is over, many, many thousands of soldiers will remember you for another reason.
That being the Hollywood canteen which Betty started.
I've seen the canteen in action, and it's a very fine thing to be remembered for.
So that we can keep the record straight, let's give credit to the right people. There were really more than 6,000 who worked together in a team to make the canteen possible.
I still say you coached that team, Betty. How many boys have visited the canteen, Betty?
Well, I believe about 1.5 million, Vincent, many of whom greatly admired Bart Marshall's work as a busboy.
You know, I've often wondered what the fellows talk about when they wander over to the snack bar to see you or Irene Dunn or Eddie Lamar.
Well, I remember one boy who paid me a very nice compliment. "Hiya, Rosie," he said. "I can't stand you on the screen, but you're certainly sweetness and light around here."
Well, that's quite a tribute to your acting, Betty.
Have you picked a play for next week yet, Mr. DeMille?
Yes. And it's a roaring drama of the West. Republic's current screen hit, In Old Oklahoma. And our stars will be Roy Rogers, Martha Scott, and Albert Decker. It's the story of a girl and a cowboy who discover romance as well as oil in the rich land of Oklahoma. And besides a thrilling drama, we'll also have the songs of Hollywood's great cowboy star, Roy Rogers.
Very exciting evening, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Any theater should be thankful for players like you three. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Martha Scott, Roy Rogers, and Albert Decker in Old Oklahoma. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This week, all America salutes those women who are working in war-useful jobs. Women must get into the war with their hands as well as their hearts, until victory is finally won. Betty Davis has just finished the picture Mrs. Skeffington at Warner Brothers and is currently seen in Old Acquaintance. Herbert Marshall appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Vincent Price is currently seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, The Song of Bernadette. The Warner Brothers screenplay of The Letter was written by Howard Koch. Heard in tonight's play were Charlie Lung as Ong Chi, Bea Benaderet as Chinese Woman, Richard Davis as Withers, and Frederick Warlock, Alex Havier, Regina Wallace, Paula Winslow, Joe Gilbert, Eric Snowden, and Charles Seal. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Martha Scott, Roy Rogers, and Albert Decker in the play In Old Oklahoma.
Listen, everybody. Free vitamins for you and every member of your family. Your druggist will hand you a regular 50-cent package of famous Vims free with every large economy-size Vims you buy. A $2.25 value for $1.69. Remember, Vims are vitamin complete. Have vitally needed minerals, too. Complete satisfaction with Vims or your money back. The offer is limited, so hurry to your druggist. Don't wait. Get your free Vims. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Circle by W. Somerset Maugham. Produced by Val Gielgud. With Stephen Murray, Carlton Hobbs, and Griselda Harvey. The Circle has been chosen by Val Gielgud, for many years head of BBC radio drama, for a production to mark his 70th birthday. The Circle. The play's action takes place in the early 1920s at Aston Adey, the beautiful period home of Arnold Champion Cheney, MP. Imagine a stately drawing room with fine pictures on the walls and period furniture. It is a place rather than a house.
Elizabeth? Elizabeth?
George, see if you can find Mrs. Cheney and ask her if she'd be good enough to come here.
Very good, sir.
Who is supposed to look after this room?
I don't know, sir.
Well, I wish when they dust they'd take care to replace the things exactly as they were before.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can go. Elizabeth! Anna, do you know where Elizabeth is?
Oh, isn't she playing tennis, Arnold?
No. Something very tiresome has happened.
Oh?
I wonder where the deuce she is.
When do you expect Lord Porteous and Lady Kitty?
They're motoring down in time for luncheon.
Are you sure you want me to be here?
Oh, yeah.
It's not too late yet, you know. I can have my things packed and catch a train for somewhere or other.
No, of course we want you. It'll make it so much easier if there are people here. It was exceedingly kind of you to come.
Oh, nonsense.
And I think it was a good thing to have Teddy Luton down.
He's so, breezy, isn't he?
Yes, that's his great asset. I don't know that he's very intelligent, but you know, there are occasions when you want a bull in a china shop. Oh, my dear Elizabeth, I've been hunting for you everywhere. What have you been doing?
Nothing. I've been standing on my head.
My father's here.
Where?
At the cottage. He arrived last night.
Damn.
I wish you wouldn't say that, Elizabeth.
If you're not going to say damn when a thing's damnable, when are you going to say damn?
Well, I should have thought you could say, oh, bother, or something like that.
But that wouldn't express my sentiments. Besides, at that speech day when you were giving away the prizes, you said there were no synonyms in the English language.
I'm always willing to stand by anything I've said. There are no synonyms in the English language.
In that case, I shall be regretfully forced to continue to say damn whenever I feel like it.
I say, what about this tennis?
Come in, Teddy. Husband and wife are having a scene.
How splendid. What about?
The English language.
I wish you'd be serious, Elizabeth. The situation is none too pleasant.
I think Teddy and I had better make ourselves scarce, Arnold.
Nonsense. You're both in it. If there's going to be any unpleasantness, we want your moral support. That's why we asked you to come.
Is anything up?
Arnold's father arrived last night.
Did he, by Jove? I thought he was in Paris.
Yes, so did we all. He told me he'd be there for the next month.
Have you seen him?
No. He rang me up. It's a mercy he had a telephone put in the cottage. It would have been a pretty kettle of fish if he'd just walked in.
Did you tell him Lady Catherine was coming?
Of course not. I was flabbergasted to know he was here. And then I thought we'd better talk it over first.
Is he coming along here?
Yes. He suggested it. I couldn't think of any excuse to prevent him.
Couldn't you put the other people off?
Well, they're coming by car. They may be here any moment. It's too late to do that.
Besides, it'd be beastly.
I knew it was silly to have them here. Elizabeth insisted.
After all, she is your mother, Arnold.
That meant precious little to her when she went away. You can't imagine it means very much to me now.
It's 30 years ago. Seems so absurd to bear malice after all that time.
I do not bear malice. But the fact remains that she did me the most irreparable harm. I can find no excuse for her.
Have you ever tried to?
Oh, my dear Elizabeth, it's no good going over all that again. The facts are lamentably simple. She had a husband who adored her, a wonderful position, all the money she could want, and a child of 5. And she ran away with a married man.
Perhaps your mother couldn't help herself if she was in love.
And had no sense of honor, duty, or decency? Oh, yes, under those circumstances, you can explain a great deal.
That's not a very pretty way to speak of your mother.
Well, I can't think of her as my mother.
What you can't get over is that she didn't think of you. It gives me a little thrill when I think that she loved that man so much. She sacrificed her name, her position, and her child to him.
I wonder if you realize what it was to grow up under the shadow of that horrible scandal. Everywhere, at school and at Oxford, and afterwards in London, I was always the son of Lady Kitty Cheney.
Yes, I know, Arnold. It was beastly for you.
Would have been bad enough if it had been an ordinary case. But the position of the people made it 10 times worse. My father was in the House then, and Porteous was Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs, and very much in the public eye.
My father always used to say he was the ablest man in the party. Everyone was expecting him to be Prime Minister.
You can imagine what a boon it was to the British public. They hadn't had such a treat for a generation. The most popular song of the day was about my mother. Did you ever hear it? Naughty Lady Kitty. Thought it such a pity.
Oh, Arnold, don't.
And they never let people forget them. If they'd lived quietly in Florence and not made a fuss, the scandal would have died down. But those constant actions between Lord and Lady Porteous kept on reminding everyone.
What were they having actions about?
Well, of course, my father divorced his wife, but Lady Porteous refused to divorce Porteous. They were constantly wrangling in the law courts.
Oh, I think it was monstrous of Lady Porteous.
No, she knew he wanted to marry my mother, and she hated my mother. You can't blame her.
Oh, it must have been very difficult for them.
That's why they lived in Florence. Porteous has money, and they found people there who were willing to accept the situation.
This is the first time they've ever come to England.
My father will have to be told, Elizabeth.
Yes.
Has he ever spoken to you about Lady Kitty, Elizabeth?
Never.
I don't think her name has passed his lips since she ran away from this house 30 years ago.
Oh, they lived here?
Oh, naturally. There was a house party, and one evening neither Porteous nor my mother came down to dinner. The rest of them waited. They couldn't make it out. My father sent up to my mother's room, and a note was found on the pincushion.
That's what they did in the Dark Ages.
I think he took a dislike to this house from that horrible night. He never lived here again, and when I married, he handed the place over to me. He just has a cottage now on the estate that he comes down to when he feels inclined.
It's been very nice for us.
I owe everything to my father. I don't think he'll ever forgive me for asking these people to come here.
I'm going to take all the blame on myself, Arnold.
The situation was embarrassing enough anyhow. I don't know how I ought to treat them.
Don't you think that it'll settle itself when you see them?
After all, they're my guests. I shall try and behave like a gentleman.
I wouldn't. We haven't got central heating.
Will she expect me to kiss her?
Surely.
Always makes me uncomfortable when people are effusive.
I can't understand why we never saw her before.
I believe she tried to see me when I was little, but my father thought it better she shouldn't.
Yes, but when you were grown up.
She was always in Italy. I never went to Italy.
It seems to me so pathetic that if you saw one another in the street, you wouldn't recognize each other.
Well, is it my fault?
You've promised to be very gentle with her and very kind.
The mistake was asking Porteous to come too. Looks as though we condone the whole thing. And how am I to treat him? Am I to shake him by the hand and slap him on the back? He absolutely ruined my father's life.
I think it's very lucky that Anna and Teddy are here. I don't foresee a very successful party.
I'm going to do my best. I gave you my promise, and I shall keep it. But I can't answer for my father.
Here is your father.
May I come in through the window, or shall I have myself announced by a supercilious flanking?
Come in. We've been expecting you.
Impatiently, I hope, my dear child.
We thought you'd be in Paris for another month.
I always reserve to myself the privilege of changing my mind. It's the only one elderly gentlemen share with pretty women.
You know Anna.
Of course I do. How very nice to see you here. Are you staying long?
As long as I'm welcome.
And this is Mr. Luton.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
And you, are you going to stay long, Father?
To luncheon, if you'll have me.
That'll be jolly.
I didn't mean that. Of course you're going to stay for luncheon. I meant, how long are you going to stay down here?
A week.
I think we'd better chuck our tennis.
Yes. I want my father-in-law to tell me what they're wearing in Paris this week.
I'll go and put the rackets away.
Elizabeth, it's nearly 1 o'clock.
Oh, I didn't know it was so late.
Arnold, I wonder if I can persuade you to take a turn in the garden before luncheon.
Thank you, Anna. Yes, I'd love it. Father, I want you to look at this chair I've just got. I think it's rather good.
Charming.
About 1750, I should say. Good design, isn't it? It hasn't been restored or anything.
Very pretty.
Yes. I think it was a good buy, don't you?
Oh, my dear boy, you know I'm entirely ignorant about these things.
It's exactly my period. Well, I shall see you at luncheon, then.
Who is that young man, Elizabeth?
Mr. Luton. Oh, he's the manager of a rubber estate in the FMS.
And what are the FMS when they're at home?
The Federated Malay States. He's just going back there.
And why have we been left alone in this very marked manner?
Have we? I didn't notice it.
I suppose it's difficult for the young to realize that one may be old without being a fool.
I never thought you that. Everyone knows you're very intelligent.
They certainly ought to by now. I've told them often enough. Are you a little nervous?
Oh, let me feel my pulse. No, it's perfectly regular.
When I suggested staying to luncheon, Arnold looked exactly like a dose of castor oil.
I wish you'd sit down.
You have evidently something very disagreeable to say to me.
You won't be cross with me.
How old are you?
25.
I'm never cross with a woman under 30.
Then I've got 10 years.
Mathematics?
No, paint.
Well?
Lady Catherine's coming here.
Who's Lady Catherine?
Arnold's mother.
Is she?
You mustn't blame Arnold. It's my fault. I insisted. He was against it. I nagged him till he gave way, and then I wrote and asked her to come.
I didn't know you knew her.
I don't. But I heard she was in London, and it seemed so heartless not to take the smallest notice of her.
When is she coming?
We're expecting her in time for luncheon.
As soon as that. I understand the embarrassment.
You see, we never expected you to be here. You said you'd be in Paris for another month.
Oh, my dear child, this is your house. There's no reason why you shouldn't ask whom you please to stay with you.
After all, whatever her faults, she's Arnold's mother. It seemed so unnatural that they should never see one another. My heart ached for that poor, lonely woman.
Yeah, I never heard that she was lonely, and she certainly isn't poor.
And there's something else.
Yes?
I couldn't ask her by herself. It would have been so insulting. I asked Lord Porteous, too.
I see.
I dare say you'd rather not meet them.
I dare say they'd rather not meet me. I shall have a capital luncheon at my cottage.
No one's ever talked to me about Lady Kitty. Won't you tell me what she was like?
She was very like you, Elizabeth, only she had dark hair instead of red.
Poor dear. It must be quite white now.
I dare say. She was a pretty little thing.
But she was one of the great beauties of her day. They say she was lovely.
She had the most adorable little nose, like yours.
Do you like my nose?
And she was very dainty, with a beautiful little figure, very light on her feet. She was like a marquise in an old French comedy. Yes, she was lovely.
And I'm sure she's lovely still.
She's no chicken, you know.
You can't expect me to look on it as you and Arnold do. When you've loved as she's loved, you may grow old, but you grow old beautifully.
You're very romantic.
If everyone hadn't made such a mystery of it, I dare say I shouldn't feel as I do. Oh, I know she did a great wrong to you and a great wrong to Arnold. I'm willing to acknowledge that.
I'm sure it's very kind of you.
But she loved and she dared. Romance is such an elusive thing. You read of it in books, but you seldom see it face to face. I can't help it if it thrills me.
I'm painfully aware that the husband in these cases is not a romantic object.
She had the world at her feet. You were rich, she was a figure in society, and she gave up everything for love.
I'm beginning to suspect it wasn't only for her sake and for Arnold's that you asked her to come here.
I seem to know her already. I think her face is a little sad, for a love like that doesn't leave you gay. It leaves you grave. But I think her pale face is unlined. It's like a child's.
My dear, how you let your imagination run away with you.
I imagine her slight and frail.
Frail, certainly.
With beautiful thin hands and white hair. Well, you see, I never knew my mother. She died when I was a baby. I want Arnold's mother to be a mother to me. I've got so much to say to her.
Are you happy with Arnold?
Why shouldn't I be?
I wonder what Hughie's like now.
Lord Porteous?
He wore his clothes better than any man in London. You know, he'd have been Prime Minister if he'd remained in politics.
What was he like, then?
He was a nice-looking fellow, fine horseman. I suppose there was something very fascinating about him. Yellow hair and blue eyes, you know. He had a very good figure. I liked him. I was his parliamentary secretary. He was Arnold's godfather.
I know.
I wonder if he ever regrets.
I wouldn't.
Well, I must be strolling back to my cottage.
You're not angry with me?
Oh, not a bit. Goodbye.
I saw the old blighter go.
Oh, come in, Teddy.
Everything all right?
Oh, quite, as far as he's concerned. He's going to keep out of the way.
Was it beastly?
No, he made it very easy for me. He's a nice old thing.
You were rather scared.
A little. I am still. I don't know why.
I guessed you were. I thought I'd come and give you a little moral support. Ah, it's grand here, isn't it?
It is rather nice.
It'll be jolly to think of it when I'm back in the FMS.
Aren't you homesick sometimes?
Oh, everyone is now and then, you know.
You could have got a job in England if you'd wanted to, couldn't you?
Oh, but I love it out there.
I imagine that frills are not much worn in the FMS. Must be a comfort.
It's not much good being pretentious, where everyone knows exactly who you are and what your income is.
What do you do with yourself all the time?
Oh, one works like blazes. You have to be a pretty hefty fellow to be a planter. And then there's grand bathing. You know, it's lovely with palm trees all along the beach. And there's shooting. And now and then we have a little dance to a gramophone.
I think you've got a young woman out there, Teddy.
I haven't.
But you'll have to marry and settle down one of these days, you know.
I want to, but it's not a thing you can do lightly.
I don't know why there more than elsewhere.
Well, in England, if people don't get on, they go their own ways and jog along after a fashion. In a place like that, you're thrown a great deal on your own resources.
Of course.
Lots of girls come out because they think they're going to have a good time. But if they're empty-headed, then they're just faced with their own emptiness, and they're done.
It's not a very alluring prospect.
But if the woman's the right sort, she wouldn't exchange it for any life in the world.
What sort is the right sort?
A woman of courage and endurance and sincerity. Of course, it's hopeless unless she's in love with her husband. My house stands on the side of a hill, and the coconut trees wind down to the shore. Azaleas grow in my garden, and camellias, and all sorts of flowers. And in front of me is the winding coastline, and then the blue sea. Do you know that I'm awfully in love with you?
I wasn't quite sure. I wondered.
And you?
Yes.
I've never kissed you.
I don't want you to.
Elizabeth, they're coming.
Well, who?
Well, my dear, my mother, of course. The car's just coming up the drive.
Oh, would you like me to clear
No,
out?
no, for goodness sake, stay.
Oh, well, we'd better go and meet them, Arnold.
No, I think they'd much better be shown in. I feel simply sick with nervousness.
Your guests have arrived.
Yes, I know, Anna.
I've given orders that luncheon should be served at once.
Well, why? It's not 1:30 already, is it?
Well, I thought it would help. When you don't know exactly what to say, you can always eat.
Lady Catherine Champion Cheney, Lord Porteous.
Elizabeth. Oh, what an adorable creature. Hughie, isn't she adorable?
How do you do?
Damnable roads you've got down here.
My boy. I should have known you anywhere.
That's not Arnold. Arnold's over there.
The image of his father. I should have known him anywhere. My boy. Tell me, Arnold, would you have known me again? Have I changed?
Well, I was only 5, you know, when
I remember as if it were yesterday. I went up into your room. By the way, I always thought that nurse drank. Did you ever find out if she really did?
How the devil can you expect him to know that, Kitty?
You've never had a child, Hughie. How can you tell what they know and what they don't?
This is Arnold, Lord Porteous.
How do you do? And you your father?
Yes.
Alive still?
Yes.
You must be getting on. Is he well?
Very.
Takes care of himself, I suppose. I'm not at all well. This damn climate doesn't agree with me.
This is Mrs. Chesterton, Lady Kitty.
How do you do?
And this is Mr. Luton. I hope you don't mind a very small party.
Oh, no, I shall enjoy it. I used to give enormous parties here. Political, you know. Oh, how nice you've made this room.
Oh, that's Arnold.
Do you like this chair? I've just bought it. It's exactly my period.
It's a fake.
What? I don't think it is for a minute.
Leg's not right.
Well, I don't know how you can say that. If there's anything right about it, it's the leg.
I'm sure they're right.
You know nothing whatever about it, Kitty.
Well, that's what you think. I think it's a beautiful chair. Applewhite?
No, Sheraton.
Oh, I know. The school for scandal.
Sheraton, my dear. Sheraton.
Yes, that's what I say. Do you act, Elizabeth?
Oh, I couldn't. I should be too nervous.
I'm never nervous. I'm a born actress. Of course, if I had my time over again, I'd go on the stage. Hughie, do you think Arnold takes after me or after his father? Because I think he's the very image of me.
Yeah.
What is the matter, Hughie?
These new teeth of mine are so damned uncomfortable.
Men are extraordinary. They can't stand the smallest discomfort. Why, a woman's life is uncomfortable from the moment she gets up in the morning till the moment she goes to bed at night.
Don't seem to hold up properly.
Well, that's not the fault of your teeth. That's the fault of your gums.
Them rotten dentists, that's what's the matter.
Well, I thought he was a very nice dentist. Told me my teeth would last till I was 50.
Luncheon is served, sir.
Would you like to see your rooms?
We see our rooms after luncheon.
I must powder my nose, Hughie.
Oh, right down here.
I never saw anyone so inconsiderate.
Keep us all waiting half an hour. I know you.
Oh, well, peace at any price, as Lord Beaconsfield said.
He said a lot of damn silly things, Kitty, but he never said that.
Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh, my lipstick.
Can't you find it?
Well, I had it in the car, Hughie. You remember that I had it in the car.
Oh, I don't remember anything about it.
Well, for heaven's sake, send someone to look for it.
I'll ring.
No, I'm absolutely lost without my lipstick. Lend me yours, darling, will you?
I'm afraid I haven't one.
Has anyone here lost a diminutive utensil containing, unless I'm mistaken, a favorite preparation for the toilet?
Oh, my lipstick.
I found it in the drive and ventured to bring it in.
Clive.
You didn't recognize me, Kitty. It's many years since we met.
My poor Clive, your hair's gone quite white.
I hope you had a pleasant journey down from London, Kitty.
You may kiss me, Clive.
You don't mind, Hughie?
No.
And how are you, my dear Hughie?
Damned romantic, if you want to know. Filthy climate you have in this country.
Oh, aren't you going to shake hands with me?
You have no objection to shaking hands with you?
You've aged, my poor Hughie.
Someone was asking me how old you were the other day.
Were they surprised when you told them?
Surprised? They wondered you weren't dead.
Did you ring, sir?
No. Oh, yes. Well, it doesn't matter now.
One moment. My dear Elizabeth, I've come to throw myself on your mercy. My servants are busy with their own affairs. There's not a thing for me to eat in my cottage.
Oh, but we shall be delighted if you'd lunch with us.
It either means that or my immediate death from starvation. You don't mind, Arnold?
My dear father.
Mr. Cheney will lunch here, George.
And for God's sake, let's go in and eat it.
When will Arnold be back, Elizabeth?
Soon, I think. He said after dinner.
Is he addressing a meeting?
No, it's only a conference with his agent and one or two constituents.
How anyone can be expected to play bridge when people are shouting at the top of their voices all round them, I, for one, cannot understand.
I'm so sorry.
I can see your hand, Lord Porteous.
It may help you.
I've told you over and over again, Hughie, to hold your cards up. It ruins one's game when one can't help seeing one's opponent's hand.
One isn't obliged to look.
Elizabeth, what was Arnold's majority at the last election?
Oh, 700 and something.
He'll have to fight for it if he wants to keep his seat next time.
Are we playing bridge or talking politics?
I never find that conversation interferes with my game.
You certainly play no worse when you talk than when you hold your tongue.
I think that's a very offensive thing to say, Hughie. Just because I don't play the same game as you think I can't play.
I'm glad you acknowledge it's not the same game as I play. And why in God's name do you call it bridge?
I agree with Kitty. I hate people who play bridge as though they were at a funeral and knew their feet were getting red.
Oh, of course, you take Kitty's part.
That's the least he can do.
I have a naturally cheerful disposition.
You've never had anything to sour it.
I don't know what you mean by that, Hughie.
Must you trump my ace?
Oh, was that your ace, darling?
Yes, it was my ace.
Oh, well, it was the only trump I had. I shouldn't have made it anyway.
You needn't have told them that. Now she knows exactly what I've got.
She knew before.
How could she know?
She said she'd seen your hand.
Oh, I didn't. I said I could see it.
Well, I naturally suppose that if she could see it, she did.
Really, Kitty, you had the most extraordinary idea.
Not at all. If anyone's such a fool as to show me his hand, of course I look at it.
If you study the etiquette of bridge, you'll discover that onlookers are expected not to interfere with the game.
My dear Hughie, this is a matter of ethics, not of bridge.
Anyhow, I get the game and rubber.
I claim a revoke.
Who revoked?
You did.
Nonsense. Never revoked in my life.
I'll show you. Now, you threw a club on the third heart trick, and you had another heart.
I never had more than 2 hearts.
Oh, yes, you had. Look here. That's the card you played on the last trick but one.
There's no doubt about it, Hughie. You revoked.
I tell you, I did not revoke. I never revoke.
You did, Hughie. I wondered what on earth you were doing.
I don't know how anyone can be expected not to revoke when there's this confounded chatter going on all the time. I'm going to play patience.
Well, I'm going to take a book and lie down in the hammock till it's time to dress.
Would you like to come for a little stroll, Huey?
Red Queen and... What for?
Exercise.
I hate exercise.
7 goes on the 8, Huey.
The 7 goes on the 8.
I don't choose to put the 7 on the 8.
And that knave goes on the queen.
I'm not blind, thank you.
The 3 goes on the 4.
All these go over.
Am I playing this patience or are you playing it? Go away, both of you. You irritate me.
We're only trying to help you, Huey.
I don't want to be helped. I want to do it by myself.
I think your manners are perfectly deplorable, Huey.
Simply maddening when you play patience and people won't leave you alone.
We won't say another word.
That 3 goes. I believe it's coming out. If I'd been such a fool as to put that 7 up, I shouldn't have been able to bring these down.
The 4 goes on the 5.
Damn you, why don't you leave me alone? It's intolerable.
It was coming out, my dear
I
fellow.
know it was coming out. Confound you all.
A pity you are, Huey.
Pity me damned. I've told you over and over again, I will not be interfered with when I'm playing patience.
Don't talk to me like that,
I
Huey.
shall talk to you as I please.
Oh, you brute. You brute. You brute.
Oh, damn. Now she's gonna cry.
Upon my soul, they might be married, they frip so much.
You promised to keep away. Why did you come back the moment they arrived?
Curiosity, my dear child. A surely pardonable curiosity.
And since then, you've been here all the time. You don't generally favor us with so much of your company when you're down at your cottage.
I've been excessively amused.
It struck me that whenever they start fripping, you took a malicious pleasure in goading them on.
I don't think there's much love lost between them now, do you?
I think, if you don't mind,
Don't go, Teddy.
No, please don't. I'm only staying a minute. We were talking about Lady Kitty just before she arrived. Do you remember the pale, frail lady in black satin and old lace?
Did you expect her to be like this, poor dear?
My dear child, I haven't the vaguest idea. You were asking me the other day what she was like when she ran away. I didn't tell you half. She was so gay and so natural. Who would have thought that animation would turn into such frivolity and that charming impulsiveness lead to such a ridiculous affectation?
It rather sets my nerves on edge to hear the way you talk of her.
It's the truth that sets your nerves on edge, not I.
You loved her once. Have you no feeling for her at all?
No. Why should I?
She's the mother of your son.
My dear child, you have a charming nature. As simple, frank, and artless as hers was. Don't let pure humbug obscure your common sense.
We have no right to judge. She's only been here 2 days. We know nothing about her.
My dear, her soul is as thickly rouged as her face. She hasn't an emotion that's sincere. She's tinsel. You think I'm a cruel, cynical old man. Why, when I think of what she was, if I didn't laugh at what she has become, I should cry.
How do you know she wouldn't be just the same now if she'd remained your wife? Do you think your influence would have had such a salutary effect on her?
I like you when you're bitter and rather insolent.
Do you like me enough to answer my question?
She was only 27 when she went away. She might have become anything. She might have become the woman you expected her to be. We are the creatures of our environment. She's a silly, worthless woman because she's led a silly, worthless life.
You're horrible today.
I don't say it's I who could have prevented her from becoming this ridiculous caricature of a pretty woman grown old. But life could. Here she would have had the friends fit to her station and a decent activity and worthy interests. There is no more lamentable pursuit than a life of pleasure.
At all events, she loved, and she loved greatly. I have only pity and affection for her.
And if she loved, what do you think she felt when she saw that she had ruined Huey? Look at him. He was tight last night after dinner and tight the night before.
I know.
And she took it as a matter of course. How long do you suppose he's been getting tight every night? Do you think he was like that 30 years ago? Can you imagine that was a brilliant young man whom everyone expected to be Prime Minister? Look at him now. A grumpy, sodden old fellow with false teeth.
You have false teeth, too.
Yes, but damn it all, they fit. She's ruined him, and she knows she's ruined him.
Why are you saying all this to me?
Am I hurting your feelings?
I think I've had enough for the present.
I'll go and have a look at the goldfish. I want to see Arnold when he comes in. Oh, I'm afraid we've been boring, Mr. Luton.
Not at all.
When are you going back to the FMS?
In about a month.
I see.
I wonder what he has at the back of his head.
Do you think he was talking at you?
He's as clever as a bag full of monkeys.
It seems very difficult to get a few minutes alone with you. I wonder if you've been making it difficult.
I wanted to think.
I've made up my mind to go away tomorrow.
Why?
I want you all together or not at all.
You're so arbitrary.
You said you cared for me.
I do.
Do you mind if we talk it over now?
No.
It makes me feel rather shy and awkward. I've repeated to myself over and over again exactly what I want to say to you, and now all I'd prepared seems rather footling.
I'm so afraid I'm going to cry.
I feel it's also tremendously serious, and I think we ought to keep emotion out of it. You're rather emotional, aren't you?
So are you, for the matter of that.
That's why I wanted to have everything I meant to say to you cut and dried. I think it would be awfully unfair if I made love to you and all that sort of thing, and you were carried away. I wrote it all down and thought I'd send it to you as a letter.
Why didn't you?
A letter seems so cold. You see, I love you so awfully.
For goodness sake, don't say that.
No, you mustn't cry. Please don't, or I shall go all to pieces.
I'm sorry. It doesn't mean anything, really. It's only tears running out of my eyes.
Our only chance is to be awfully matter of fact.
What's the matter?
I've got a sort of lump in my throat. It's idiotic. I think I'll have a cigarette. You see, I've never been in love with anyone before. Not really. It's knocked me endways. I don't know how I can live without you now. Oh. Does that old fool know I'm in love with you?
I think so.
When he was talking about Lady Kitty smashing up Lord Portier's career, I thought there was something at the back of it.
I think he was trying to persuade me not to smash up yours.
Well, I'm sure that's very considerate of him, but I don't happen to have one to smash. I wish I had. It's the only time in my life I've wished I were a hell of a swell, so that I could chuck it all and show you how much more you are to me than anything else in the world.
You're a dear old thing, Teddy.
You see, I'm not at all romantic and that sort of thing. I'm just a common or garden businessman. All this is so dreadfully serious, and I think we ought to be sensible.
You owl.
No, Elizabeth, don't say things like that to me. I want you to consider all the pros and cons, and my heart's thumping against my chest, and you know I love you. I love you. I love you.
Oh, my precious.
No, don't be idiotic, Elizabeth. I'm not going to tell you that I can't live without you in a lot of muck like that. You know that you mean everything in the world to me. Oh, my God.
Do you think there's anything you can say to me that I don't know already?
But I haven't said a single thing I wanted to. I'm a businessman, and I want to put it all in a business way, if you understand what I mean.
I don't believe you're a very good businessman.
You don't know what you're talking about. I'm a first-class businessman, but somehow this is different. What I want to say is perfectly simple. I'm a very ordinary businessman.
You've said that before.
Shut up. I haven't got a bob besides what I earn. I've got no position. I'm nothing. You're rich and you've got everything that anyone can want. But after all, there's only one thing that really matters in the world, and that's love. I love you. Oh, chuck all this, Elizabeth, and come to me.
Are you cross with me?
Furious.
Darling.
If you don't want me, tell me so at once and let me get out quickly.
Teddy, nothing in the world matters anything to me but you. I'll go wherever you take me. I love you.
Oh, my God.
Does it mean as much to you as that? Oh, Teddy.
Don't be a fool, Elizabeth.
It's you, the fool. You're making me cry.
You're so damned emotional.
Oh, damned emotional yourself. I'm sure you're a rotten businessman.
I don't care what you think. Oh, you've made me so awfully happy. I say, what a lark life's going to be.
Teddy, you are an angel.
Let's get out quick. It's no good wasting time. Elizabeth.
What?
Nothing. I just like to say Elizabeth.
You fool.
I say, can you shoot?
No.
I'll teach you. You don't know how grand it is to start out from your camp at dawn and travel through the jungle, and you're so tired at night, and the sky's all starry.
Isn't it fun being in love with someone who's in love with you?
I say, I think I'd better clear out at once, don't you? Seems rather rotten to stay on in this house.
You can't go tonight. There's no train.
I'll go tomorrow. I'll wait in London till you're ready to join me.
I'm not going to leave a note on the pincushion like Lady Kitty, you know. I'm going to tell Arnold.
Are you? Don't you think there'll be an awful bother?
I must face it. I should hate to be sly and deceitful.
Well, then let's face it together.
No, I'll talk to Arnold by myself.
You won't let anyone influence you?
No. There's the car. Arnold's come back. I must go and bathe my eyes. I don't want them to see I've been crying.
All right. Elizabeth.
What?
Bless you.
Idiot.
Oh, hello, Mother.
Oh, Arnold, I saw you come in. Well, we don't seem to have had 5 minutes by ourselves. I want to make your acquaintance, you know.
I should like you to know that it's not by my wish that my father is here.
Oh, but I'm so interested to see him.
Oh, I was afraid that you and Lord Porteous must find it embarrassing.
Oh, no. Hughie was his greatest friend. They were at Eton and Oxford together. I think your father's improved so much since I saw him last. Wasn't good-looking as a young man, but now he's quite handsome.
Thank you.
Life is really very quaint. Sad, of course, but oh, so quaint. Often I lie in bed at night and have a good laugh to myself as I think how quaint life is.
I'm afraid I'm a very serious person.
How old are you now, Arnold?
35.
Are you really? Oh, of course, I was a child when I married your father.
Really? You always told me you were 22.
Oh, what nonsense. I was married out of the nursery. I put my hair up for the first time on my wedding day.
Where is Lord Porteous?
Oh, my dear, it sounds too absurd to hear you call him Lord Porteous. Why don't you call him Uncle Hughie?
He doesn't happen to be my uncle.
No, but he's your godfather. You know, I'm sure you'll like him when you know him better. I simply adore Elizabeth. She's too beautiful.
Her hair is very pretty.
It's not touched up, is it?
Oh, no.
Well, I just wondered. It's a rather coincidence that her hair should be the same colour as mine. I suppose it shows that your father and you are attracted by just the same thing. So interesting heredity, isn't it?
Very. Oh, here is my father.
Do I intrude?
No, come in, Clive. Arnold and I have been having such a wonderful heart-to-heart talk.
Very nice.
Father, I've been looking at this chair again. Since Lord Porteous said the legs weren't right, I've been very uneasy.
Oh, you only said that because he was in a bad temper.
His temper seems to be very short these days, Kitty.
Oh, it is.
You feel he knows what he's talking about. I gave £75 for that chair. I'm very seldom taken in. I always think that if a thing's right, you feel it.
Well, don't let it disturb your night's rest.
But, my dear father, that's just what it does. I had a most horrible dream about it last night.
Oh, here he is, Hughie.
I'm going to fetch a book I have on old English furniture. There's an illustration of a chair which is almost identical with this one.
Quite a family gathering, by George.
Yeah, I was thinking just now we'd make a very pleasing picture of a typical English home.
I'll be back in 5 minutes. There's something I want to show you, Lord Porteous.
Would you like to play piquet with me, Hughie?
Not particularly.
You were never much of a piquet player, were you?
My dear Clive, you people don't know what piquet is in England.
Let's have a game, then. You may make money.
Let me tell you, Clive, I don't like your manner.
I'm sorry for that. I'm afraid I can't offer to change it at my age.
I don't know what you want to be hanging around here for.
A natural attachment to my home.
If you'd had an attack, you'd have kept out of the way while we're here.
My dear Hughie, I don't understand your attitude at all. If I'm willing to let bygones be bygones, why should you object?
Damn it all, they're not bygones.
After all, I'm the injured party.
How the devil are you the injured party?
Well, you did run away with my wife, didn't you?
Now, don't let's go into ancient history. I can't see why we shouldn't all be friends.
I beg you not to interfere, Kitty.
I'm very fond of Clive.
You never cared two straws for Clive. You only say that to irritate me.
Not at all. I don't see why he shouldn't come and stay with us.
Oh, I'd love to. I think Florence in springtime is delightful. Have you central heating?
I never liked you. I don't like you now. And I never shall like you.
How very unfortunate, because I liked you. I like you now, and I shall continue to like you.
There's something very nice about you, Clive.
If you think that, why the devil did you leave him?
Are you going to reproach me because I love you? How utterly detestable you are.
No, don't quarrel with one another.
It's all his fault. I'm the easiest person in the world to live with. But really, he tried the patience of a saint.
Come, don't get upset, Kitty. When two people live together, there must be a certain amount of give and take.
Would you have the very great kindness to mind your own business?
It is his business. He naturally wants me to be happy.
I have the very greatest affection for Kitty.
Then why the devil didn't you look after her properly?
My dear Hughie, you were my greatest friend. I trusted you. It may have been rash.
It was inexcusable.
I don't know what you mean by that, Hughie.
Don't try to bully me, Kitty.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Then why the devil did you say you didn't?
Well, when I think that I've sacrificed everything for that man, and for 30 years I've had to live in a filthy marble palace with no sanitary conveniences.
Do you mean to say that you haven't got a bathroom?
I've had to wash in a tub.
Oh, my poor Kitty, how you've suffered.
Really, Kitty, I'm sick of hearing of the sacrifice you've made. I suppose you think I sacrificed nothing. I should have been Prime Minister by now if it hadn't been for you.
Nonsense.
What do you mean by that? Everyone said I should be Prime Minister. Shouldn't I have been Prime Minister, Clive?
It was certainly the general expectation.
I was the most promising young man of my time. I was bound to get a seat in the cabinet at the next election.
Well, they'd have found you out just as I found you out. I'm sick of hearing that I ruined your career. You never had a career to ruin. Prime Minister. You haven't the brain. You haven't the character.
Cheek, push, and a gift of the gab will serve very well instead, you know.
Besides, in politics, it's not the men that matter. It's the women at the back of them. I could have made Clive a cabinet minister if I'd wanted to.
Clive?
With my beauty, my charm, my force of character, my wit, I could have done anything.
Clive was nothing but my political secretary. When I was Prime Minister, I might have made him governor of some colony or other. Western Australia, say. Out of pure kindness.
You think I would have buried myself in Western Australia with my beauty and my charm?
Or Barbados, perhaps?
Barbados can go to Barbados.
That's all you've got.
Nonsense. I'd have had India.
I'd never have given you India.
You would have given me India.
I tell you I wouldn't.
The king would have given me India. The nation would have insisted on my having India. I would have been in viceroy or nothing.
I tell you that as long as the interests of the British Empire... Damn it, all my teeth are coming out.
Oh, it's too much. I can't bear it anymore. I put up with him for 30 years, and now I'm at the end of my tether.
Calm yourself,
well,
my
this
dear
is no word.
Kitty.
No, I've quite made up my mind. It's finished. When I saw that you didn't marry again, I couldn't help thinking that you still loved me.
I'm one of the few men I know who is able to profit by experience.
Clive, I'm willing to return to you.
My dear Kitty, I couldn't take advantage of your momentary vexation with Hughie to let you take a step which I know you would bitterly regret.
You've waited for me a long time, Clive. For Arnold's sake.
Do you think we really need bother about Arnold? In the last 30 years, he's had time to grow used to the situation.
Explain yourself, Clive.
When you ran away from me, Kitty, I was sore and angry and miserable. But above all, I felt a fool.
Men are so vain.
But I was a student of history, and presently I reflected that I shared my misfortune with very nearly all the greatest men.
I'm a great reader myself. It's always struck me as peculiar.
The explanation is very simple. Women dislike intelligence. And when they find it in their husbands, they revenge themselves on them in the only way they can, by making them, well, what you made me.
It's ingenious, Clive. It may be true.
The House of Commons had always bored me excessively, and the scandal of our divorce gave me an opportunity to resign my seat. I've been relieved to find that the country got on perfectly well without me.
But has love never entered your life?
Tell me frankly, Kitty, don't you think people make a lot of unnecessary fuss about love?
Oh, it's the most wonderful thing in the world.
You're incorrigible. Do you really think it was worth sacrificing so much for?
My dear Clive, I don't mind telling you, if I had my time over again, I should be unfaithful to you, but I should not leave you.
For some years, I was notoriously the prey of a secret sorrow.
And since then?
Since then, I have allowed myself the luxury of assisting financially a succession of dear little things in a somewhat humble sphere between the ages of 20 and 25.
I cannot understand the infatuation of men for young girls. I think they're so dull.
It's a matter of taste. I love old wine, old friends, and old books. But I like young women. On their 25th birthday, I give them a diamond ring and tell them they must no longer waste their youth and beauty on an old fogey like me. Then I start all over again.
You're a wicked old man, Clive.
But by George, I'm a happy one.
There's only one course open to me now.
What is that?
To go and dress for dinner.
Capital. I'll follow your example.
Where's Arnold?
He's on the terrace. I'll call him.
Oh, don't bother.
I was just strolling along to my cottage to put on a dinner jacket. Arnold!
Hello? Oh, Elizabeth, I found an illustration here of a chair which is almost identical with mine. It's dated 1750. Look.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah. I can't think why you don't take the pride that I do in this house. After all, it's one of the show places in the county.
I'm afraid you find me very unsatisfactory.
I don't know about that, but my two subjects are politics and decoration. I should be a perfect fool if I didn't see that you don't care two straws about either.
We haven't very much in common, Arnold, have we?
I don't think you can blame me for that.
I don't. I blame you for nothing. I have no fault to find with you.
Good gracious me. What's the meaning of all this?
Well, I don't think there's any object in beating about the bush. I want you to let me go.
Go? Where?
Away. For always.
My dear child, what are you talking about?
I want to be free.
Oh, now, don't be ridiculous, darling. I dare say you're run down. You want to change. I'll run you over to Paris for the weekend if you want me to.
I shouldn't have spoken to you if I hadn't quite made up my mind. We've been married for 3 years, and I don't think it's been a great success.
Well, if you'll allow me to say so, the fault is yours.
I'm quite willing to allow that the fault is mine. How does that make it any better? I'm only 25. If I've made a mistake, I've time to correct it.
I can't bring myself to take you very seriously.
You see, I don't love you.
Oh. Well, I'm awfully sorry, but you weren't obliged to marry me.
I've quite made up my mind to leave you, Arnold.
Oh, come, Elizabeth. You must be sensible. You haven't any reason to leave me.
Why should you wish to keep a woman tied to you who wants to be free?
I happen to be in love with you.
You might have said that before.
I thought you'd take it for granted. You can't expect a man to go on making love to his wife after 3 years. I'm very busy. After all, a man marries to have a home, but also because he doesn't want to be bothered with sex and all that sort of thing. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you, and I've been in love with you ever since.
I'm sorry, but if you're not in love with a man, his love doesn't mean very much to you.
It's so ungrateful. I've done everything in the world for you.
You've been very kind to me. But now you must let me go.
Oh, nonsense. I'm a good deal older than you are, and I think I have a little more sense. In your interest as well as mine, I'm not going to do anything of the sort.
How can you prevent me? You can't keep me under lock and key.
Oh, please don't talk to me as if I were a foolish child. Now, what is it precisely that you suggest?
Well, I want you to let me divorce you.
Me? Thank you very much. Are you under the impression that I'm going to sacrifice my career for a whim of yours?
How will it do that?
My majority is small enough as it is. Do you think I'd be able to hold it if I were in a divorce case?
It's rather hard on a woman to be divorced.
What do you mean by that? Are you in love with someone?
Yes.
Who?
Teddy Luton.
My poor child. Oh, how can you be so ridiculous? Well, he hasn't a bob. He's a perfectly commonplace young man.
I've fallen desperately in love with him, Arnold.
Well, you better fall desperately out.
He wants to marry me.
I dare say he does. He can go to hell.
It's no good taking it like that.
Is he your lover?
Certainly not.
Well, it shows he's a mean skunk to take advantage of my hospitality to make love to you.
It's because I wanted to do nothing shabby that I told you straight out how things were.
How long have you been thinking of this?
I've been in love with Teddy ever since I knew him.
You never thought of me at all, I suppose.
Oh, yes, I did. I was miserable. But I can't help myself. I wish I loved you, but I don't.
I recommend you to think very carefully before you do anything foolish.
I have thought very carefully.
I don't know why I don't give you a sound hiding. I'm not sure that it wouldn't be the best thing to bring you to your senses.
Oh, Arnold, don't take it like that.
Well, how do you expect me to take it? You come to me quite calmly and say, I've had enough of you. We've been married 3 years, and I think I'd like to marry somebody else now. Shall I break up your home? What a bore for you. Do you mind my divorcing you? It'll smash up your career, will it? What a pity. Oh, no, my dear, I may be a fool, but I'm not a damn fool.
Teddy is leaving here by the first train tomorrow. I warn you that I mean to join him as soon as he can make the necessary arrangements.
Where is he?
I don't know. I suppose he's in his room.
George! George!
Yes, sir.
Tell Mr. Luton to come here at once.
Ask Mr. Luton if he wouldn't mind coming here for a moment.
Very good, madam.
What are you going to say to him?
That's my business.
I wouldn't make a scene if I were you.
I am not going to make a scene. Why did you insist on my mother coming here?
It seemed to me rather absurd to take up the attitude that I should be contaminated by her when...
When you were proposing to do exactly the same thing. Well, now you've seen her. What do you think of her, Do you think it's been a success? Is that the sort of woman a man would like his mother to be?
I've been ashamed. I've been so sorry. It all seemed dreadful and horrible. This morning I happened to notice a rose in the garden. It looked all overblown and bedraggled. It was like a painted old woman. And I remembered that I'd looked at it a day or two ago. It was lovely then, fresh and blooming and fragrant. Well, it may be hideous now, but that doesn't take away from the beauty it had once. That was real.
Poetry, by God, as if this were the moment for poetry.
Did you want me, Elizabeth?
I sent for you. When will it be convenient for you to leave this house?
I was proposing to go tomorrow morning, but I can very well go at once if you like.
I do like.
Very well. Is there anything else you wish to say to me?
Do you think it was very honorable to come down here and make love to my wife?
No, I don't. I haven't been very happy about it. That's why I wanted to go away.
Upon my word, you're cool.
I'm afraid it's no good saying I'm sorry and that sort of thing. You know what the situation is.
Is it true that you want to marry Elizabeth?
Yes. I should like to marry her as soon as ever I can.
Have you thought of me at all? Has it struck you that you're destroying my home and breaking up my happiness?
I don't see how there could be much happiness for you if Elizabeth doesn't care for you.
Well, let me tell you that I refuse to have my home broken up by a tuppenny-halfpenny adventurer who takes advantage of a foolish woman. I refuse to allow myself to be divorced. I can't prevent my wife from going off with you if she's determined to make a damn fool of herself. But this I tell you, nothing will induce me to divorce her.
Arnold, that would be monstrous.
We could force you.
How?
If we went away together openly, you'd have to bring an action.
24 hours after you leave this house, I shall go down to Brighton with a chorus girl, and neither you nor I will be able to get a divorce. We've had enough divorces in our family. And now get out! Get out! Get out!
I think if you follow my advice to the letter, Arnold, you'll probably work the trick.
I don't like it, you know. It's against all my principles.
My dear Arnold, we all hope that you have before you a distinguished political career. You can't learn too soon that the most useful thing about a principle is that it can always be sacrificed to expediency.
But supposing it doesn't come off?
A woman will always sacrifice herself if you give her the opportunity. It's her favorite form of self-indulgence.
I never know whether you're a humorist or a cynic, Father.
I'm neither, my dear boy. I'm merely a very truthful man. But people are so unused to the truth that they're apt to mistake it for a joke or a sneer.
Seems so unfair that this should happen to me.
Keep your head, my boy, and do what I tell you. Oh, here they are.
Where's Lord Porteous?
He's on the terrace. He's smoking a cigar. Hughie?
Yes? Where's Mrs. Chesterton?
Oh, she had a headache. She's gone to bed.
Arnold and I have just been down to my cottage.
I wondered where you'd gone.
I came across an old photograph album this afternoon. I meant to bring it along before dinner, but I forgot, so we went and fetched it.
Oh, do let me see it. I love old photographs. Aren't their clothes funny?
That's Mrs. Langtry.
Oh, she has a lovely nose.
She was the most wonderful thing you ever saw. Dowagers used to jump on chairs in order to get a good look at her when she came into a drawing room.
And who's that?
Oh, Lady Lonsdale. That's Lady Dudley.
This is an actress, isn't it?
It is indeed. Ellen Terry. By George, how I loved that woman.
Dear Ellen Terry.
There's Lady Randolph.
I think it's too sweet. I love their absurd bustles and those tight sleeves.
What figures they had. In those days, a woman wasn't supposed to be as thin as a rail and as fat as a pancake.
Oh, what a lovely little thing. Who on earth's that?
That?
She looks so fragile, like a piece of exquisite china. All those furs and her face up against her mouth and the snow falling.
Yes, there was quite a rage at that time for being taken in an artificial snowstorm.
What a sweet smile. So roguish and frank and debonair. I wish I looked like that. Do tell me who it is.
Don't you know?
No?
Why, it's Kitty.
Lady Kitty? Oh, my dear, do look. It's too ravishing. Why didn't you tell me you looked like that? Everybody must have been in love with you. My dear, what's the matter? What have I done? I'm so sorry.
Don't talk to me. Leave me alone. It's stupid of me.
Come out on the terrace, Elizabeth.
Did you do that on purpose?
Kitty. I'm afraid I was very rude to you before dinner, Kitty.
It doesn't matter, Hughie. I'm sure I was very exasperated.
I didn't mean what I said, you know.
No, neither did I.
Of course, I know. I never have been Prime Minister.
How can you talk such nonsense, Hughie? No one would have had a chance if you'd remained in politics.
No, I haven't the character.
You've more character than anyone I've ever met.
Besides, I don't know that I much wanted to be Prime Minister.
Oh, but I should have been so proud of you. And of course you'd have been Prime Minister.
I'd have given you India, you know. I think it'd have been a very popular appointment.
I don't care tuppence about India. I'd been quite content with Western Australia.
My dear, you don't think I'd let you bury yourself in Western Australia?
Or Barbados.
Never. Kept you in London. Hello. Photographs.
No. Don't look.
No, don't be silly.
Isn't it hateful to grow old?
You know, you haven't changed much.
Oh, Hughie. Oh, how can you talk such nonsense?
Of course, you're a little more mature, but that's all. Woman's all the better for being rather mature.
Do you really think that?
On my soul,
You're
I
not
do.
just saying it to please me.
No.
Let me look at the photograph again. Well, the fact is, if your bones are good, age doesn't really matter. You'll always be beautiful.
It's silly of you to cry.
It hasn't made my eyelashes run, has it?
Not a bit.
It's very good stuff I have now. They don't stick together either.
Look here, Kitty. How much longer do you want to stay here?
Oh, I'm quite ready to go whenever you want.
Clive gets on my nerves. I don't like the way he keeps hanging about you all.
Hughie, you don't mean to say you're jealous of poor Clive?
Of course I'm not jealous of him. He does look at you in a way that I can't help thinking rather objectionable.
Hughie, you may throw me downstairs like Amy Robson. You may drag me about the floor by the hair of my head. I don't care. You're jealous I shall never grow old.
Damn it all, the man was your husband.
My dear Shuey, never had your style. By the moment you come into a room, everyone looks and says, who the devil's that?
What? You think that, do you? Well, there's something in what you say. These damn radicals can say what they like, but by God, Kitty, when a man's a gentleman... Well, damn it all, you know what I mean.
I think Clive's degenerated dreadfully since we left him.
What do you say to making a beeline for Italy and going to San Michele?
Oh, Huey! But it's years since we were there.
Wouldn't you like to see it again? Just once more?
Oh, do you remember the first time we went? It was the most heavenly place I'd ever seen. We only left England a month, but I said I'd like to spend all my life there.
Of course, I remember. And in a fortnight, it was yours. Lock, stock, and barrel.
We were very happy there, Huey.
Let's go back once more.
No, I daren't. It must be all peopled with the ghosts of our past. One should never go again to a place where one's been happy. It would break my heart.
You remember how we used to sit on the terrace of the old castle and look at the sea? We might have been the only people in the world, you and I, Kitty.
And we thought our love would last forever.
Clive! Is there any chance of bridge this evening?
I don't think we can make up a four.
What a nuisance that boy went away like that. He wasn't a bad player.
Teddy Luton.
It was very funny, his going without saying goodbye to anyone.
The young men of the present day are very casual.
I thought there was no train this evening.
There isn't. The last train leaves at 5:45.
Why did you go, Clive?
I have something very grave to say to you. Elizabeth wants to leave Arnold.
Clive? What on earth for?
She's in love with Teddy Luton. That's why he went.
Oh.
The men of my family are really very unfortunate.
My dear. Well, what's to be done?
I think you can do a great deal.
I? What?
Tell her. Tell her what it means.
Oh, no. No.
She's a child, not for Arnold's sake, for her sake. You must.
You don't know what you're asking, Clive.
Yes, I do.
Huey, what shall I do?
Oh, do what you like. I shall never blame you for anything.
Yes, George? What is it?
I was looking for Mrs. Champion Cheney, sir.
She's not here. Is that a letter?
Yes, sir. It's just been sent up from the Champion Arms.
Leave it. I'll give it to Mrs. Cheney.
Very good, sir.
Is Champion Arms the local pub?
It's by way of being a hotel, but I never heard of anyone staying there.
If there was no train, I suppose he had to go there.
Great minds. I wonder what he has to write about. Elizabeth?
Yes?
Here's a note for you.
It's lovely in the garden tonight.
They've just sent this up from the Champion Arms.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
Huey, I wish you'd fetch me a cloak. I'd like to take a little stroll in the garden, but after 30 years in Italy, I find these English summers rather chilly.
Very well, my dear.
I want to talk to Elizabeth, Clive.
I'll leave you.
What does he say?
Who?
Mr. Luton.
They've told you?
Yes. And now they have. I think I knew it all along.
I don't expect you to have much sympathy for me. Arnold's your son.
So pitifully little.
I'm not suited for this sort of existence. Arnold wants me to take what he calls my place in society. I get so bored with those parties in London.
Are you very much in love with Mr. Luton?
I love him with all my heart.
And he?
He's never cared for anyone but me. He never will.
Will Arnold let you divorce him?
No, he won't hear of it. He refuses even to divorce me.
Why?
He thinks a scandal will revive all the old gossip.
Oh, my poor child.
It can't be helped. I'm quite willing to accept the consequences.
You don't know what it is to have a man tied to you only by his honor. When married people don't get on, they can separate. But if they're not married, it's impossible. It's a tie that only death can sever.
If Teddy stopped caring for me, I shouldn't want him to stay with me for 5 minutes.
One says that. when one's sure of a man's love.